Hello, YouTubers. I decided to do a late night live stream. I had talked to Bobbles, and hopefully, I'm not too late. It says I'm only 2 minutes late. I'm sorry. You guys know me. I'm always like that. Mr. Work did an imitation of me last night on the phone and said, "Hi, it's Survivorgirl. I'm late." That was his imitation. I don't know if he's awake, if he's gonna stop it, but I hope people were stopping. Hello.
Hola.
Hi, how you
What you?
doing?
I'm good. How you doing, pretty lady?
I'm doing all right. Did you see the little Betty Boop thing I put up? It's so
Yeah, I
cute.
saw that.
I just had to look at you. It's so cute. They're
I
always
should
so
move that to
cute.
my avatar. I think
Cute,
one
right?
time somebody asked me, "Do you go for the Betty Boop look or the Betty Page look?" And I'm just like, I like both.
Yeah, they used to tell me I looked like Betty Page. Because with the bangs and everything.
Yeah,
I watched a
bangs are
documentary
rare
about
now.
her.
Yeah,
I want.
she was definitely beautiful. That's for sure.
Did you ever watch a documentary about her? There's Mr. Rourke.
Mm.
Hi, Mr. Rourke. Mhm.
Hey, Mr. Rourke. Hey, Mr. Rourke, I brought a blobby with me.
Oh, did you?
No,
Oh, oh God. They're all
I
so
figured
afraid
I'd
of
just
her.
fuck with him. He is. Yeah. Like, I don't
They're
think he'll ever come back up on the panel whenever a blobby's on there. He's like, fuck that shit.
I know, right? They're like, is she like a district attorney or, you know, what does she do?
A few things. I don't know if she wants me to put that out there. And,
Oh, I thought maybe she was like a interrogator or something, professional. I
she needs to be.
know,
She
right?
needs to go to school for
She'd have
it.
them
Yeah.
break it down. They'd be telling her everything. Fine,
Yeah.
fine. You're right.
Uh-huh. Yeah, she don't give up. She's definitely one of a kind.
She
Like
is.
sometimes I'll be like, should I stop this? Or should I just let it keep going? And then something said that's funny, or I'm reading the chat and not really paying attention. And next thing I know, it's like gotten really deep, and I'm like, well, shit, it's okay. Well, carry
It's
on.
funny how sometimes the chat is totally on a different subject than what the panel is saying, you
Mm
know?
hmm.
And you're
Mm
like
hmm.
reading the chat at the same time, and you're like, how are they talking about that and we're talking about this, like I've seen
Exactly.
sometimes in my room anyway, they'll be talking about movies and on the screen I'm talking about something different, or it's
Yeah,
funny, some of the shit that you gotta skim over, because you're like, I don't want to put that up there.
I know. My chat will jump too. Like I'll go to put someone's comment up, and like 2 seconds later, before I can even click on it to put up on the screen, my chat thing jumps to like five more people on it. Like five more messages, and I'm like, fuck. So I end up clicking on wrong messages all the time, and I'm just like, whoever's watching this and when it's not live is probably so backwards on what the
Oh, and
thing is going on in the chat. Yeah. I
yeah,
try
we
to
get lost.
include as much of it as I can.
It's hard.
But
It's hard. Moves fast. Tommy knows. Tommy
yeah.
Hiley's up there. Have you ever watched
Hey,
Tommy's?
Tommy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm
Have you met
makeup
Tommy
listed in my
before?
jammies. No, I haven't. Have I ever talked to you before, Tommy?
I'm sure I'd remember you, ma'am.
Oh, thank
You've
you.
heard me
You
talk about
probably would.
Bobbles, so
Hmm?
You probably would. I don't know. Well, do you come on my channel and watch, or do you?
I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the channel. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I know some people that are on here like also go over to mine and vice versa. So,
Mhm.
and I know that Tracy's lovely enough to mention me on her shows.
That's right.
you
So,
guys have the live stream on Saturday nights, and it's at the kind of coinciding at the same time. So I'll bounce back and forth because her Bobbles has her live
yeah.
stream on Saturday night, and then you and UFO. man have your Saturday night live stream. So I'll do I'll
Because
drop the live link for both of them and say I'll be like, that's where you can find me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
oh,
either
oh,
here or there.
I meant to tell you. I saw the comments about the show the other night. So here, let me show you something.
No, sir, stop it.
Oh no! I was thinking, okay.
Did you see? Did you see? I couldn't put it. Of course, I had to privatize it,
I saw
but
the
it's
Thank
update
you,
on it.
Mr. Rourke. I appreciate that, Mr. Rourke, putting it in there.
Yeah,
You know, Survivor Girl, you could always, anytime that you're on, you could drop your link like you want like every 20 minutes, half an hour or something. You don't have to
oh, thank
ask, just
you.
do it. You're a
I
mod
didn't
there,
know,
so
like sometimes people don't like that, like, and I don't know.
yeah.
I was
I don't
dying to
like it
drop
when
it one time
people,
in Tommy Highways. He was like on UFO Man. Remember that night, Tommy?
yep, sure
You had
do.
560 people in your live stream.
Yeah.
I was like, I had to put
ooh,
my glasses on. I thought I was seeing like a freaking misprint.
So
I
wait,
said
holy
560
shit.
people. What the hell's going on here? You
I
know?
bet your chat was your chat going off the chat? Did you have to put it on the slow mode? Just
no,
to,
no. Actually, we just let it ride, and we just had a
oof.
very big guest that evening. We were very fortunate to have her, and
Oh,
she
okay.
really helped us out a lot with our channel, and we truly appreciate it. Um,
That
Well,
was
that's
crazy.
nice. She get you. So, did you continue with the views and gaining subs since she was on?
oh yeah,
Oh, that's
absolutely.
awesome.
What with some
That's,
almost what is it, 8,500 views or something, and just
oh wow.
hundreds of subs. So yeah, she was. Uh, she's considered somewhat controversial person in ufology, but I mean, I think she's fantastic. She just did a great job for us, and it's one of those things that if you don't believe the message, then then let the messenger give the message. Whether you believe it or
Yeah,
not, it's up to you. It's that kind of thing. But yeah, she's wonderful.
It's
that's
nice to have
good.
people when you can interview them, like I like that, I like it when like Bobbles comes up or and Tommy, like people with other channels and you could talk about their channels and everything. I enjoy that.
I don't know if Tommy would want to sit through one of mine though. Mine get heated. You go from, oh my god, strap-ons to addiction to
Uh,
anal sex, back over to racism, over to like
Yeah,
uh,
you're sipping
demeaning
all over the
men.
place.
listen. You had me at strap-ons and anal. Okay, I'm just saying right
Okay, okay.
Oh my God, whenever she said one night about a strap on if she went to Walmart, we're like, why would she put
Mm.
a strap on and go to Walmart? You know?
To get Mr. Bobbles back, I was gonna start poking people in the back of their thighs because it seems like every time I go to Walmart, my butt is always getting poked. And so I thought, well,
Really?
I'll walk. Yeah, so I'm gonna walk behind him and poke him in the thighs all the time, in the back of the thighs, and see how he feels about it. Feel like a piece of meat, don't you? I'll get
Spaceman
like a
was on your
small
channel.
strap
You know who
on.
Spaceman is, right, Tommy?
Face man.
Spaceman Australia.
I'm not sure if I'm
Bruce,
familiar.
Yeah, Bruce.
he has the weird alien picture that looks really cool.
Yeah, he's been
I'm
on
just
my team.
trying to get my mind around walking around poking women at Walmart
Walmart.
with my junk.
Oh,
I
I've
mean,
been dying to ask you too, Tommy. How did your date go?
is this like the ice bucket challenge thing, or what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
right.
Mhm. How did your
I'm gonna
date go,
I'll
Tommy?
buy a small strap on.
Oh, good. Way too young, to be honest, but
Oh,
it's
really?
fun. Yeah. Well, I'm in a spot in life where I just hit 50, and even though a
Hmm.
lot of people don't guess me for 50, that's the
No, I
fact.
wouldn't.
Yeah, thank you. And but here's the thing: women that are my age have, how can I put this? They've been screwed over and messed up by every guy that's ever walked by, okay, in their lifetime. And then when I walk up, then I end up paying for the sins of other men, and I'm not
Oh
into
yeah,
that.
definitely.
So
That's a definite thing.
that's why younger women have less of a track record with getting screwed over or God knows. I mean, I recently went on a date with someone that told me something horrific about themselves that happened to them. Um,
Was it
and
a first date that they're telling you this
no,
on?
it was 2 3 dates in sort of thing. This was a few months ago. Really nice lady, good friend of mine, love her to death.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen. But I mean, she told me something that would have made us sexually incompatible. I guess would be the best way to put it.
She had a penis?
No, 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 nothing like that. Something happened to her.
Right, which that could
Oh.
happen at any age. You could date a young person that something like that could have traumatized them,
That's
you
true, but
know?
it's like the longer women live, the more chance of that sort of. And I hate to put
But
it like that, but
if you date younger women though, what else do you have in common besides like 5 minutes out of a 24-hour period?
nothing,
Like you
almost
bust a
nothing.
nut and then you're babysitting basically.
Right. I think that you should give like a second chance or whatever to somebody who you think might be so like jaded by old relationships, but maybe they're just not. I mean, maybe maybe you might be, and so you're just comparing older women to that. I'm just saying because I know myself, I'm still one of those like hopeless romantics,
Mhm.
or I'm gonna say hopeful romantic. That's what I am. I'm a hopeful romantic. I still believe in not settling, and so I've never been like I never sit there saying, "Oh, you're like this person," because I don't even want to tell old stories. I don't want to. I don't want to, seem like
Well,
that.
let's just say women at 50 that are still happy and single. It's like a flip of a coin. Boom. They're either mentally ill or serial killers, and you have to. I don't
They're
want to end
still
up. I don't want
happy
to.
and
I don't want to end
single.
up in somebody's refrigerator. Okay, I just don't. That's how I want to go out.
Guess you can't date me then.
No, but
Happy and single? Like you mean if they're in their 50s, happy and single, or miserable and single?
happy and single. If they're happy and single, she's hiding something.
So there's something
Right.
wrong with them if they're miserable and single. They're carrying too much baggage and they're
Right.
jaded.
I'm
And if
screwed
they're
either
happy
way.
and single, they're a serial killer to you.
There's nothing on the menu that I want at this restaurant. I mean, at this point, I know, right?
I think you're
You
happy
are
and
so
single.
gonna you're gonna stay single. You're gonna if you don't, you gotta broaden. The psychopaths are fun. I've heard lots of men saying like you crazy bitches are the best in bed. So you gotta take the good with the bad, but just make sure she's on her medication. You keep her you keep her happy, and there you go.
I wrote a book a few years ago called Strange Tales from the Highway, and in this book, it's like a book of short stories. And
Oh
in
my
this
god,
book,
Mr. Rourke.
in this
I
book, in this
agree with
book,
it.
in this book, I tell the story of this girl that I met online on POF, actually. Okay, playing fish. This is like
Yep.
Is that still around?
yeah, 10, 12 years ago, right?
Mm.
And anyway, beautiful girl, seemed perfectly normal at first. Long story short of it, it turns out that she was on home leave from a mental institution. She'd been institutionalized as a mental defect her entire lifetime. She was absolutely
Mm.
bad to the bone to look
Mm.
at. You'd never guessed. And
Yeah.
it almost cost me my career in the government. I mean, it was like a horrific nightmare. To this day, I can't do dating sites because there's just no friggin' way after being traumatized by this situation. It's a great story.
Like you could meet them at grocery stores and Walmart.
Well, that's where I usually meet them at Walmart. What I've been doing is I've been going to
Wearing a strap on.
sur- surviving victims
Mm-hmm.
surviving victims of plane crashes, and that way they don't have parents. And this is perfect for me. I mean,
What the fuck?
What?
What the hell? Are
you know,
you for real?
no, I'm kidding. Of course, it's a joke.
Well, I went through a traumatizing experience myself, and you're saying like you wrote a story about it, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so female, male, we all go through stuff. I
Oh
guess
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's like,
By the
you
time we're
just,
in our 40s, we all have baggage.
I don't even know if it's, I think like what it's like, you recognize red flags, like you feel like as you've gotten older, you can recognize red flags. And then even though
Yeah.
you recognize them, that person is so insane that you're like you do what you're supposed to do, you end it with kid gloves, try to still be like, okay, it's okay, no harm, no foul, we just don't get along. And then they may end up just flipping the script and you're like, oh my God, is this really happening? Because I was stalked for 3 years by someone I dated for 6 weeks.
Oh
You
my god.
want to know a
Did you
secret?
meet them online?
No. Not
Oh,
in like in real
usually it's
life.
the crazies that come up online, but
Ah, ah,
Um, my marriage broke up 25 years ago.
mm,
So I was a young guy, and every single woman that I've been with since this person was better than her. I mean, right even down to their DNA, to be perfectly honest. And I still haven't been in love with anybody else yet.
you were in love with
do you
her?
still have feelings for her?
No, I mean, no, I don't really
I
think
guess
about it.
maybe she set the bar of how you wanted to feel. So you know that that's setting the bar of your own, how you want to feel. Like maybe she did, maybe it didn't work out, but I know what you mean because I dated somebody and they did like everything went. And when we broke up, it wasn't like he cheated on me or he hit me, it wasn't anything like that. It was something that was just silly. He
You're
was
not like sitting
younger.
in a corner whacking it off crying to or anything, right?
No, not in the last 6 or 8 minutes. No. Um,
6 or 8.
Hi,
Hey,
Lori Watson.
Lori.
no,
Yeah,
it's not like that. It's just that I mean, I just haven't had. And don't get me wrong, I've been with some girls over the last 25 years. Obviously, that I liked a lot and had relationships with, and I wouldn't want to. And I hope none of them are watching this right now. I had love for them, but I didn't have.
the
Um,
way that felt.
yeah, it was just everything. I was young and all
Yeah,
that, and I'm kind of
different.
looking for that sort of trip now again, and nothing else will work, I guess, anymore.
Yeah, it's
Because
like
What do you
somebody
think
set the
are
bar.
what do you think your faults are? Like anything that you
oh,
think that
oh,
you
I,
do wrong in
oh,
relationships?
I'm a pig. I had somebody picking up for me or after me my entire lifetime to the point where I still have a freaking cleaning lady. Other than that, I mean, I'm kind of a deep thinking, I've been described as brilliant. And every once in a while, I just had to have a woman that can recognize that I need to be alone for a little while and think. And usually they get that. Usually they pick that shit right up and it's not a problem. But
Now, do
sometimes you
you
get,
date anybody who's as deep as you and can talk with you like you're talking?
well, actually, the last woman that I went out with here in Colorado, um, yeah, I mean, there just was no chemistry between us, even though she was real good looking.
Who, the one you
Um,
just went on that date with?
no, this is somebody like right before her.
Okay.
This is an older woman. She's actually 51, but
Mm.
outstanding human being. Like I say, real good friend of mine. Still, I was chatting with her today, texting back and forth. Nice lady and all that. The chemistry wasn't there, but it should have been. I mean, anybody else in my age bracket would have just jumped on that
Yeah,
and
but you'll
been
know
damn
when you
lucky to get
feel
it.
your heart go thumpity thump. You'll know.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that's
basically,
exactly
you're not out to just like have sex with every woman that you possibly can.
that's the
You're
last
actually
thing
Yeah,
I'll
he
ever do.
wants to
looking.
love them. Yeah,
I,
so
Uh,
ne-
you'll
I
know.
never was that guy. Never
oh,
was.
really?
Right.
Now
I believe
That's
it.
good.
I have
Yeah.
my. Let's just say everybody has their own little kinks, and Survivorgirl knows what mine is. But
I
other than
Oh,
do.
that,
does
Oh,
she?
I do. I was
well,
like,
yeah, okay,
"What?"
it
I
does
guess I
not
do.
like
I
that. Not
do.
yeah,
I
she
got a
does.
little bit of him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Hey,
so I mean, so
I
I
am
guess
bisecular.
you can throw that in there, I suppose, but
Oh
that
my
just
God,
doesn't mean I want to
secular.
go out and
Telling him
whatever.
to
Tommy was,
get a
he's like, Tommy,
Filipino.
get a Filipina. Fucking secular. He's always like touting the freaking not American women.
Yeah, he doesn't like us
Mhm.
white American women.
Well, my last meaningful relationship would happen to be with a woman from El Salvador, illegal immigrant. Well, she overstayed her visa for like years, and wonderful woman, beautiful, absolute. I mean, even for like she's like my age at the time, stunning.
Mm.
But never mind.
No good in bed.
Oh
No
no
good
no
in
no
bed.
no 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 no. Actually, really good in bed, but had this thing that she wanted to do like all the time, a Latin woman thing that made me a
What is
little
it? Up the butt?
Wait, licking the
I don't get it.
butthole? Wait, she want to lick your butthole, or she want your her butthole licked?
Rim
she was
job.
she was crazy about it. She had I mean, like I couldn't walk around the house without her going for it. I'd never seen anything like it. I
Oh
mean,
Oh,
wow.
that's weird.
like a real serious fetish with it,
That's
like that.
weird. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it kind of was. I mean, You
Did
know,
she
You
have
want to kiss
stinky breath?
her.
being
Yeah,
playful is one
did
thing,
her
but
breath stink a lot? Like, literally, you'd be
cost me a
like, thanks,
cost
for
me
your breath
cost me
smells
a
like ass.
cost me a goddamn fortune in mints. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh, ooey, ooey, ooey. Nah, like, I am not tossing the salad. I'll get my salad tossed, but I'm not tossing it. Nope, 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 nope. Not gonna happen. No way.
Tossing salad is rim jobs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was just the whole act of anal.
no, it's
Uh-uh.
usually the mouth on anus thing.
Not that anybody's ever
Yeah.
like said, "Hey, want to toss a salad?" and I just got fooled. It wasn't like that. I just was
You know what?
watching like a
Hey,
comedian who, like Dave Chappelle, I think it was, talking about tossing
Survivor
Yeah, I
Girl's
like
got
mine
more.
done, but I'm not
Sur-
gonna do it to anybody.
Survivor
I'm
Girl
selfish.
Tracy has more salad dressing in her house than a supermarket does. Come
salad. Oh
on,
gosh,
Tracy.
you're so funny. I do not. I do not. He's too funny. And then he uses my real name
Wow.
to yeah for it too. He's like, here's your address now.
Hey,
Too funny.
I can get undressed.
No, that was so stunning. Not stunning, like stunning, like wow, but like stunning, like oh my god. I was like,
So
Mr. Rourke, is
what
that
I
you?
just saw the update. What actually happened? I mean, how'd that go down?
It was like Mr. Rourke says I prefer Greek salad.
Me too.
He would. Rourke was in the
Hold it
room.
for Janet.
Rourke was like here, and so when somebody tries to get in the room, I'm like, Mr. Rourke had been in before, so he was in the back room there, and I click, and then immediately, like in my looking back now, I kind of should have thought, okay, usually this is not his avatar that used to be was the blonde Beavis and Butthead, whatever, right?
Mhm.
The
Hmm.
blonde one. And when he would come into the room, it would be some other black and white picture. But now it was the Beavis one, but it was so quick. It happened so quick.
It
And next
does.
thing, it turned like it changed from the Beavis and Butthead to a penis. And it was like, like the guy live, like he was like turning the camera on himself. He was live with his penis and then like looked like he maybe dropped his camera or something. And I'm like, what? I work? Is that you? That's what I said.
Oh
and
my
then
god.
came back and I was like, and I like, removed from stream, of course. And then
Yeah.
everybody was like, what? And Rourke is
Wow.
going, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. And then Vlad comes in and goes, nice one, Mr. Rourke. Jesus Christ.
Uh-uh. It
All I can say,
does. It happens so fast because
all,
they
Yeah.
go under a name that you are like. Mine, they used Willow
Oh,
as
they
the
did?
person. Yeah, Willow was devastated. She's like, why couldn't they use anybody else but me? But yeah, they used her avatar, everything, and I was like, that's weird. Willow's coming up, but she once in a while Willow would come up, but she'd only last for like maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and she'd get back off the get off the live. But so I thought, okay, well maybe she's got something to say real quick, and so I let her on. Next thing I know, there's this guy, butt naked guy, right? And
Hmm.
he starts to step back real fast from his camera. He's got a t-shirt covering his face, right? And he starts
Mm.
fanning his little penis. Like you really could
What do
see
you
his
mean
penis.
fanning it?
Like he was acting like he was whacking it, but instead you could tell he was just kind of pretending like he was whacking it, but
Oh,
it was really really small, so he wasn't doing anything really. But and then so he was trying to cover his face, and the next thing you know, he takes his shirt off to peek at the camera to see that he's on it. It shows his
oh,
fucking face, and then
did you
covers his
know who
face
it
back
was?
up. No, no. And that's the 6 hour live, the one that I actually got drunk on. So I didn't even remember it happening until the next day when I went
Oh,
back to watch the live. I was like, oh, that's the porn people are saying about. I'm like, I don't have porn on my show. And that was it. Yeah.
so it
Um
wasn't secular.
no, no, no. This guy was he looked like he was shorter and stockier, like a little bit of chub around his waist and stuff. Like Secular looks thin. Well,
So
I've
not
seen
nine
Secular's
months, like
body,
not
so
burned, like 9 months pregnant or nothing, right?
oh, definitely not Vern. No. Vern wouldn't be able to move that fast like that either. But no, definitely not Vern. fucking Lord for that small favor. But um,
Yeah.
yeah, it just, I mean, it literally came out of nowhere so fast. But the guy didn't want to be seen, but yet he peeks out of this shirt, shows his face to make sure he's on the camera.
Mm.
I'm like,
See,
what
I
the
was
hell?
put under
And
the
then
mindset
he
that
goes running
somebody
off
could
of the camera.
record, that somebody could
Mm-mm.
record somebody doing that, like, without them knowing, or maybe it's a recording of somebody and then play that so that the person who's doing it isn't even the one whose, actual, like, member it is, whatever, penis, you
Yeah,
know?
you got to be
Right.
so careful though
Member? Did
now.
you just call? Did you just call a
A,
wang a member?
a member. Their member. Yeah.
A lot of the big sites, a lot of the bigger sites will get porn bombed a lot. So they say before, like, since they're a lot bigger and they can be more choosier, they tell people, I'm not letting you up on the live until you could show your face in the
Right.
backstage, but then
Yeah.
turn off your camera before you come up. But I want to make sure that it's you, you know.
Mhm. Perfect.
So
Right. I'll have to
I've
try
been lucky
doing
it
that.
hasn't happened again, but I'm guessing that guys are too afraid to do that on mine because of the simple fact that they
Oh,
would
they're
get
all
so
afraid.
peen shamed afterwards. I wouldn't even care if it was
I
big;
know.
it'd still get peen shamed. You know,
I
we would
know,
all
right?
we'd all have a blast making fun of the person.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This one, like, kind of like, not like I recognized it, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
we've done some studying on it, and it was like they were wearing a shirt that Secular was wearing the same color, right? So Secular was
Hmm.
wearing the same color shirt, and it was a white chair, and we made Secular show what color his chair is that he sits on all the time. It's white.
Do you still have the screenshot of it?
I do. I'll have to show it.
Yeah, email it to me. The babbling at bobbles at Gmail. Email it to me. Maybe we could like figure it out. If it's secular, we should be able to tell because
Yeah, I
remember
feel
the.
like they're as pale as Secular,
Hmm.
and like Secular. Yeah, I feel like they're as pale as Secular. We did some studying on it. Yeah, me and Rourke, me and Rourke did. I was like, and then Vlad was like, well, I wouldn't even be showing that thing, even if I was porn bombing, and so, and he lives in Florida, so he'd be tan. This person's pale. Secular was kind of
Yeah.
pale. And I'm thinking, I wonder if at some point Secular was in. Oh, and then he said he does do that cam to cam.
Hmm.
So we were saying, oh, there he is. Shut up. Shut up. Fucking
Well,
Secular. He's having a
did
fucking
it
fit.
did it have
No, but Secular.
did it have
Secular.
pubic hairs
No, they were shaved. And Secular talked
like
about, like,
baby ball shaped?
like, you know, looked shaved, like he manscaped or something. Like, yeah, pretty bobbish, right?
Okay.
Secular. All I'm saying is this. I don't think that you did anything like malicious. I think maybe it wasn't you. Secular, I think that if it was you, it was done to you without your knowledge. So if you've been flashing your penis around, all I'm saying is it looked like the shirts that you wear. It looked like the chair that you sit in. It looked right.
I
See,
so
you
gotta
do
see
mutual cam
this.
to cam. That's what
I
I'm
gotta
saying
see
is
this
somebody, I
photo.
think, ripped your video and is sharing it and cloning people and using you. I'm just saying
I
it
gotta
was as
see
pale
this.
as you
We should
were.
be able to judge like the age of the guy by his nutsack, right? I mean, like it's like a, you know, you
No,
drop
that's
them and then
not
they
always
keep dropping over
true.
the
That's not always true.
years.
Trust and believe. There is, like, it's a quality that people have to be cocksure. A man who is cocksure, right, is like, that's a quality that will follow them through life. So no matter if they're 50 or 60, they'll probably always be good in bed if they can maintain and not blow their load and then they're limp dick. You know what I mean? If they're like
So I
somebody
mean,
who,
was the
yeah,
nutsack still pretty high up and like tight?
it's fine. It's never.
You can measure on
I
this
mean, I've
thing.
never looked at like a 80-year-old man's balls. I would, say then they're both looking pretty. But as long as they can slap your ass at the right moments, then you're doing all right.
Here.
Well,
Are
did
we
this one
okay?
look like it could slap your?
I'm 50, so here we go. Look at.
No, no.
Like, did this person's nutsack look like they could slap your belly button too from behind?
No, I wasn't looking at that. I was not
No.
their belly button from behind. Oh no, 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 no. They looked like they were whatever. I'm not gonna say like I was studying.
Did they look like those
I'm
clacker
saying they
balls from the
were
70s?
pale. Huh?
Those clacker balls from the 70s, those things that pow, pow, and you went like this. They
Oh,
were
but looking, you see how fake it looks like there's a pin, thing there. That's what happened was that bar kind of showed up, blocking a lot of the view. So that's good at least. But
You could see the
unfortunately,
chair
it had
behind
Mr.
them.
Rourke there. It was like Mr. Rourke.
so I was going to say, so this guy claimed to be Mr. Rourke. Is that how he got in?
Yeah.
Okay, so technically, Mr. Rourke is not off the hook yet. Mr. Rourke, where were you last night? Where were you, Mister?
He was in the live stream. He was actually on the live.
That's what he wants you to believe. I got a tablet and a phone too.
He said he told his mother, and his mother said, "You need to get off that YouTube. You got to get off YouTube." I can't believe he would tell his mother that he got cloned and somebody put a penis up.
That's what
Is
happens.
that Lori? Wow, she's pretty.
If I've used the clone experience thing on my mom once, I've used it 1,000 times, really, even to bail me out.
Oh, your mother?
Mm-hmm.
You call her up. Somebody
And
cloned me.
every time I say I'm a clone, she says I should have aborted that one too.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Go, Mom.
Okay.
I should have aborted that one too. That is funny. Tommy comes up with some fucking line, as I'm telling you. When he said one night, he's like, his boat stalled, and his freaking girlfriend that he was with was like, "Oh, well, can't you row it?" And he goes, "Well, this is a 24-foot boat. So unless you've got a pocket full of Hebrews, we ain't going nowhere."
Pocket full of Hebrew.
Hebrew slaves.
Oh my
Then you
God.
got a pocket full of Hebrews. That's so
Oh my
funny.
God.
Mr. Rourke has an alibi. Thank you. Oh, that YouTube. Good night. Oh,
That YouTube.
secular. Come on. Oh, look, Through the Veil Paranormal. Hi. Hi,
Hey,
Nicole.
honey.
How are you?
How you doing, sweetie?
I like her. You know Through the Veil, right?
Oh, sure.
Oh. She has a paranormal channel, Bobbles. Bobbles expected
Okay.
to come on and talk about penises, and we kind of are, but hey, Through the Veil Paranormal. Did you hear that I got porn bombed, and so did Bobbles? And apparently Tommy keeps wanting to, but thankfully I'm like, no.
Oh wow, I was on this woman named Sherelle's channel, talking about 90 days and stuff, and all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you have this woman on her knees on a bed sucking dick, and then a friend of hers, like a week later, got porn bombed, and it was a black guy doing a white woman against the bed, and all you saw was like the light glistening from his butt and her moaning.
I
But
can't
yeah,
believe it's become so common.
Mm,
That is
yep.
just insanity.
Oh, you saw that too, Lori? Yep. It happened to her, and then it turned around and happened to Geo, and then didn't it happen to didn't it happen to somebody else that we know? I wouldn't say
I don't
Jolene's
know.
channel.
Oh no, what's he gonna do? See, somebody could be on your channel and then you know them, and then they could just be like, "Ah, man, they're talking about it too much. I just have to do it. I just have to do it." Was hearing Clown Paranormal has someone on his panel and he yanked his pants down. We was that's the thing is now when I'm thinking about it, you're talking about being in the live stream and seeing it, and I can't imagine what the people in my live stream saw at that moment.
The
You
same
know?
as you. What the fuck, Mr. Rourke? Like, why are you showing us your penis, Mr. Rourke, but you won't show us your face?
See, and last night when I had a live stream, I still kind of found myself having a hard time being trying to figure out, oh, Uncle Herbert was all hanging out. That's what happened last night too, through the veil of the call. Yeah, it was
Yeah, you
like
can't blame her, Lori. All About the Tea, she's pretty popular too. They like to hit the popular ones. I don't know, like the real popular ones. Mine was like just starting off because that was like 2 months ago. I'm almost only at the like 3 month mark. So I thought I was, safe. But
that's got to be
apparently nobody's
somebody.
safe.
That's got to be somebody who we knew. I think. Yeah. Have you done any lives recently, Nicole? Because I haven't. Veil, yeah, Veil. That's what it's on. Veil. I haven't seen you do any lives lately. Yeah, I thought you said you might be doing one, but now, Tommy, I thought that, yeah, right. No one's safe.
They're not.
I heard they did it
But
in like church ones and stuff.
if they do it on mine, I'm having a ball with them. We're going to make them feel so
I
stupid
know you
and
would
have
too.
reservations about showing their little peen ever again. Like, I will make them become celibate for the rest of their life.
I wouldn't mind seeing Tommy on your screen with a blobby.
Oh no.
Sorry, what?
A
Oh my god. A
blobby.
blobby
I
would.
feel like they would kind of have a sexual chemistry.
Well, how are you pretty thick skinned, Tommy? Because she goes for the throat.
Yes, she
Well,
does.
yeah, that's great. It should be just like mom. No shit.
I know, right? He is like that. He was like stunned. But I do. I feel like he'd give her a run for her money, but then they would kind of like be. I don't know. I feel like there'd be
Hey,
some like sparks generating through the air,
introduce
and
Oh
he
us.
likes them like
no.
her age too, right?
She's in her 20s, late 20s.
Oh,
I
perfect.
know,
Introduce
right?
us.
Do you like black women?
But she looks
Um,
pretty though.
yeah, sure. I mean, I
Well, then you're fine. As long as you can hang with her, because she, like I'm telling you. Okay, so we're going to do tomorrow night. I got I don't know if y'all saw the title, Tracy. It's about Chosen One, about making, it says Chosen One, is he making celebrities out of addicts? It's already got some thumbs downs already as he became
Maybe
on.
you should change
But
it.
those are the addicts.
nah, yeah,
Maybe you should make
right?
it about like Tommy Highway gets pounded by a blobby.
Well, no,
That's gonna sound good.
Saturday we're gonna try to give away a blobby to somebody on Saturday.
Yeah, but he has his live stream on Saturday night. See,
From
Yeah,
what
but
is it? nine
how
o'clock
long do you
Eastern.
go for?
9 o'clock
he's
Eastern time. It's usually to let's say 10:30, 11 o'clock Eastern time.
yeah, but I saw you go before
Oh,
like the morning.
Hmm?
yeah.
You
I mean,
know
I'm
that
on
Tommy
for
has 30
hours and
places of
hours.
restraint on his new bedroom set.
Oh yeah, I saw that one night.
30 places of restraint, Bobbles.
36 points.
Mr.
36?
Bubbles found me. He's in the chat. He found me. $10.
$10.
Tell me
I'm
the code.
giving away,
I'm
huh?
not. I'm
I
not the.
suddenly feel old, LOL.
I'm not the cult leader. I'm not the cult leader. I'm just his representative. I represent
No,
tonight.
no, not you,
I'm his Jew and
Tommy.
Tom. Oh,
Yeah.
Tom, it's
No,
Tom
you were
Reed.
talking.
Tom
Yeah, we're
Reed.
talking about Tom Reed.
oh.
Yeah, now here's
Yeah.
$10 Tommy, the cult leader. Look at you.
I thought, I thought that shit was a secret. I thought I was okay. My lawyer said I was fine. That's all I know.
No, no, I think that's funny, but I feel like Tommy and a Blondie, Tommy Highway and a Blondie, they would be an interesting mixture.
I did have a
Well, she
black.
comes.
I had.
Come in tomorrow, like tomorrow night. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays, and see if she's on there. If she's on there, come up on the panel and
We got to tell him what he's to expect. Listen, make sure you show your face and wear that hat, because I think she'd like that, don't you, Baba?
yeah, and she likes older white guys, so
She does, doesn't
he
she?
might he might have a
Older white
chance.
guy. Look at him. I'm an older white guy.
Hmm.
He
Yep,
didn't
That's
even
not.
know he was an older white guy, Bobbles.
he's an older white guy. He's older than
Now
me, but
JC would like him. JC would like him right there.
I
are you
Burgundy.
recently.
bi? Do
No,
you like guys?
no, I
Mm.
don't. I have a
But
couple
he
of
did
Jesus.
vogue like one,
I have
didn't
a
he?
couple of close friends, but we just slap each other's asses on the golf course. That's about as far as it goes.
But
Okay.
you did vogue
I vogued it.
perfectly.
Oh, she said
It
she
was just
dates up to 50. So, yeah,
I'm
you might want
50.
to come and check on the live streams like Tuesday and Thursday. And then after you get done on Saturday night, she'll definitely be
You
there.
know, I during the pandemic when it first started last year, I decided to
Mm,
take a second job because I felt like I wanted to do something, to help out. And as it happens,
yeah.
I took a job at a supermarket,
Mm,
like stocking foods at night and that kind of thing, and put the headphones on, get high, and whatever, no big deal. There was a black woman, very, very attractive black woman, about probably 30, I'd say, that worked there, married woman.
mm,
And one day she made it very clear how she felt about me.
mm.
And she wanted to go to my place, and she didn't care about her husband and all of that. And she just wanted to
Whoa, she
fuck.
was married?
Married to a white guy, younger white guy.
You don't,
She's like 20 years younger than I
you didn't do it right because she's married?
am. No, that's yeah. I mean, otherwise,
They'd have been on.
the team may have taken the field. Okay, I'll just say it. But yeah, then so yeah. I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm a Jew Indian, so let's just
she might like
A
that.
Jewish Indian
and a redhead.
and a redhead. It looks like you don't got no hair at all.
Well, I don't,
I don't
but
think he does.
put it this way: when I'm naked at night, I don't need a nightlight. So it's
Oh,
kind of.
wow.
What does
You
that
can
mean?
tell. You can tell a blobby
Well, here, look.
your bald head
No.
is a you can tell a blobby that you're bald because it's a solar panel for a love machine.
Perfect. Well,
What?
actually,
Hmm.
She doesn't like ball guys.
tell her that I'm nuclear powered
Yeah,
because
she's fine with
I'm
bald
accused of
guys.
that.
Ball guys, not by
Um,
guys.
Mr. Rourke said though he said
Look
he
at
might.
you. I like that nose. See, you've had your nose broken, right, Tommy?
Crushed
I like
several
that.
times.
I like that. That's hot to me,
Mr. Rourke said that Tommy should probably watch some
Mister.
of my
Yeah,
channel a little bit
or
before he decides he wants to come on though. Like, cause my
everybody
show
kind of
gets
thinks like
really
round for
rough.
round, Bobbles, round for round. So
Hmm.
far, what I've seen is I've seen a Blobby. She kind of tore up secular,
Hmm.
but Mr. Rourke, I don't think there was a winner or a loser there, but he just kind of shut up and got silent.
Yeah.
Spaceman, he talked to everyone, so he talked everyone to death. So that's where his winning was.
Oh,
Spaceman.
I mean, Spaceman,
Bruce, I
he
love
hung
Bruce. Don't get
there.
me wrong. I love Bruce to pieces. But she
He hung
was
in
trying to go
there.
hard on him, but he did good.
Yeah, he hung in there like a champ.
He
I
yeah,
was
he hung in.
impressed with him. I was
Yeah,
very
but
impressed with him.
Tommy,
Can't wait to
I
meet
feel
her.
like he'll give her the run for her money. You think
Mhm.
so?
I was a champion in high school at like insults, like the
Yeah, he
whole
did. That's why I'm saying
tapping
he
on
hung
each
in
other. I was the
there.
champ. I was the champ. I was the king.
He's
Hmm.
yeah, he hung in there. He did good. I was very impressed by him. I like the guys that can. I like the guys that can hang and take it all with like a grain of salt
Hmm?
and kind of pop it back to her too. I like that. I don't like, but I
Yeah,
don't really like people that are very sensitive. Will not. She's not for them, and the channel is not for them.
And
you know.
and if she does win, if she does beat you, just show her your wang. And that's apparently.
they would make. She would. I don't know. Depending on how it looks, I mean, it'd have to be top notch.
But she'll definitely be on for sure Saturday. So, and she's single, and we're trying to find her a Mr. Right. So, um, Lori said Spartan Dan was a little irritated with Spaceman Saturday night. Oh my god, I thought Dan was going to freaking. I was like, Dan, shush, shush, Dan, shush. He was in such a bad mood. And I thought he was going to start. Well, him and Spaceman did start screaming at each other for a second. And I was just
Yeah,
like, oh
Spaceman, he
man.
forgets. He forgets. You have to
Mm.
remind him. You have to go, Bruce, okay. Enough of the story.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
mean, I let them get their little cat fight out for a second, and they got it over with. Like everyone thinks, why do you let people argue? Like, well, if I don't let them argue, if I don't let people have their opinions and then try to talk their opinions out, nothing in this world is ever going to change if we're all sugarcoating and keeping shit to ourselves.
Hmm.
So,
Right.
we don't all get along. We don't
But
all
here's the
agree.
thing, right? Here's the thing, right? That I wish that you had done the other night, because you know how YouTube mods were like removing comments from your live stream.
Hmm.
Did you know that?
YouTube was.
Yeah,
YouTube?
YouTube was. Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep,
I saw
yep.
people bitching, like, where did my comment go? I'm like, I have no clue
And they
because I
weren't
don't delete
even like,
comments.
look at this. Tommy said Oblavia has never been with a white guy. Tommy should be her first. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's funny.
Never
Yeah.
dance with the white devil, huh? Oh, well.
I don't know.
hey,
You guys might be a run for
2003.
each other's money. I
Hell
think. Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
We
I'd
should
love to
play date. We
watch.
should take bets. We should take bets. That. But freaking, I think that they did that right after you had the live stream that was labeled, that was titled about freedom of speech.
Mhm.
And
The
then it was
freedom of
the very next
speech,
day that
motherfuckers.
they came in and started doing the, whole removing comments. Like they even removed a comment when JC just dropped his own channel's link and they removed it. And
What?
so
They
they,
be- they
yeah,
being who?
JC, her like co-host,
Oh, I see.
yeah, JC, he came out
Yeah,
and
I have
dropped
a
his
gay
link.
man as a co-host, so there's that too. So if you're not
What's he?
into gay men,
What's he drive?
like,
What's he
was he
drive?
drive? I don't know. I've never asked him. He lives
Sugarcoating
up
and
in
participation
Canada. He's
trophies.
on lockdown right now in Canada, so
Mm.
sugarcoating and participation trophies have created
Oops,
snowflakes
sorry.
that can't handle straight up honesty. Wow.
Yes, Larry, it was funny seeing Dan irritated. Show Bobbles your bed, Tommy.
Oh, I've
Show
seen it
Bobbles your
before. Yeah, I've
You saw
seen it
Tommy's
before.
bed?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
is that
do
the
watch your
avatar?
show.
See, listen, the thing is this, I can't see people's avatars good. Because
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I
I
have
remember
glasses.
seeing it. I watch your show just because I don't participate, but a lot of times I watch it like the next day, like while I'm getting
That's nice of
ready, or
people to rewatch stuff like that. That is nice of people. I
yeah, like
rewatched
I
like
mean,
your show like that night when like we were all that was my favorite when we were all laughing really hard and stuff. By the end, it was the
um,
one that you did on your when you said at the end, you go, "Oh my God, this live stream's been 6 hours. Merck should be in Alabama by now." Or something. That's what you said, yeah. You should be in
oh
Alabama
my
by now.
god,
You
no,
can
you're
laugh
not
like
gonna
that.
steal JC Bear from me. You're crazy. JC Bear won't leave me.
No, he
Even whenever he
wouldn't.
wants to choke me, he still doesn't want to leave me.
Yeah, but she means like choker because,
Oh,
come on now. We have good hosts. I like mix my hosts up. See, look at Tommy has a diastema. Did you
I
see
have a
it?
I have a what?
A little
A
gap in
what?
your front teeth.
Oh yeah.
So,
What do you call it?
see? It's a
I
diastema.
thought you were saying I had some sort of VD, and I'm like, shh.
Yeah, yeah, diastema. Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
I'm
know
seeing
what
the
the
cool.
fuck
doctor.
that's
I'm trying to get rid of it.
called.
Okay.
No, it looks good though.
Thank
Nice.
you.
Yeah,
Well, you know,
I think
Yeah.
Tommy's handsome. Now, as like a 50-year, like he said, he just turned 50. Now, but see, this is
Mm.
the thing with Bobbles that I always forget. This is the thing. She looks so young that I always forget that she's actually a grandmother. She's 45. You
wow.
know?
Hmm.
Yeah, Bobbles usually does her shows like she'll do them live, just like you're doing, right now.
Yeah, I only do
Um,
live. Well, I record some videos, but
yeah,
mainly
but she does
lives.
like her face live, like the camera on her. She's pretty, you know. And
Thank you.
yeah, and you wouldn't think she's a grandmother. You look I would say in your mid-20s, like 26, 27.
What is your channel, honey? Can you throw that up there in the chat so I can take a look?
Here, I'll do it
Uh,
right now. Or Mr. Rourke could
he,
do it. He's a mod. Mr.
why
Rourke, can
can't
you
I
post?
put?
I've
because
had
you're not. Oh, I've got to mod you in here. That's what that. Did I mod
Wait, it
you
doesn't
or
even.
no?
Yeah, you did, but I can't
I
even.
did.
Why is it not letting me? Why is it not letting me? You know how you have the little thing where you can type into to go in the chat. My little thing's gone.
it's
It's not
not
there.
there. Yeah. Go
Yeah, what
to
the fuck?
go up. Do you see the little three dots on the upper right hand corner?
I
Mhm.
could probably get it right
Click
here.
click on that.
Mhm.
Mark could probably get it if he was like just
Or go. Oh, I'm sorry. Go next to
giant.
it on the left hand side, the top chat. Click on live chat.
See, I don't even have. Wait, hold up. Let me see if I
I
can.
got it right here. Hold on. I got it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not doing that. That's weird. That's the first time this has happened to me. My laptop
And
doesn't
why
like
don't
me
I?
tonight.
Why don't I
That's
have it?
weird.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's why, because I spelled it wrong. Might be. Might be. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. But your subscribers went up, huh? Can you hear
Okay,
me?
at two. Yeah,
Okay.
they're at what 233 now.
Yep.
Woohoo!
Mm-hmm.
I just want 1,000. I don't want. I don't care about
Me
monetization.
too.
Like I said, that I want the community tab. I want to talk shit on a daily basis on my community tab and
Yeah,
make
but
people
I
go, "What the
freaking
fuck?"
want to the 1,000 subscribers.
Hello,
Hey,
Ace. How you
Ace.
doing? How you doing there?
Hey, Ace, how are you?
There you go, Tommy. She
Oh,
dropped
that's
it in
right.
the
Mr. Rourke
chat.
doesn't know how. Oh my God, that's right. This is so funny. Last night, me and Mr.
Mhm.
Rourke were on the phone, and we were like
Mhm.
laughing, laughing, laughing. That link right there that I just put should be Mrs. Bobbles, Dabbling with Bobbles channel. Does it go
It
there?
looks like my link. It looks exactly like my link does, so it should.
Hello, mate. That's freaking Ace. I do people's voices. I don't know if you ever knew that. Oh, she's got
Woo.
housework to do. Oh.
Have fun with that, Ace. I did some of that
Mm-hmm.
today. That's
So
about all I
Mr.
did.
Rourke said that he didn't know how to drop a link.
Sex
Oh no.
Education Saturday, honey. Sex
Mhm.
Education Saturday. I love that.
Oh my God,
Oh
she's
my
so funny.
god.
That is true.
Oh my
She does
god.
too. She does.
That
Is
one
I
that
have to.
says that one's about Vern though, the one that says called Cunt by a Schizo.
is
If
that
you know
Vern
Vern.
Vern
Yeah,
from
it's
Truth
about Vern.
Network or whatever? Yeah, I know Vern.
Yeah,
He hates
that one's about
Tommy.
him.
Yeah,
He hates
he's
Uh,
Tommy. He hates us
yeah.
all.
uh,
Hate
But
away.
yeah, but Tommy even more. I have to show
I
you
think
guys
I'll like
something
Tommy
so
more than I'll
funny.
like ever like Vern ever. Like
Of course,
Vern
yeah.
never like literally. God, I could have choked him a million
He
times.
fucking
He,
rambles. He rambles like a fucking fool.
mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm going. Everybody lost track of what you were saying 10 minutes ago,
Yeah,
motherfucker. I mean, sorry.
I
Pardon
had
me.
him on my shows. Like when I first started doing lives, I had him on there because I
I
met
knew you
him through
regret it.
like. Yeah, I did. I regretted it. Like, and then he went around and told people that he helped me build my channel. I'm like, wait, I'm the one that went to StreamYard University. I'm the one that did this. I'm the one that did that. All you did was put my link in the chat a couple of times and do some shit on Kama Sutra, the Kama Sutra live. That was that.
Yeah. Who'd want to have Kama Sutra with that? Listen, I
I
just
was
want
gonna
to tell
say,
you
wait a
guys
minute,
that
wait a minute.
link
He's
that
not
I
a
just
virgin.
put,
He's not a
that
virgin.
link
Right?
that I just
Come
put,
on.
I want to tell
Mm,
you guys that link I put in the live stream. Mr.
mhm.
Rourke last night said, he goes that he didn't know how to drop a link, right?
Yeah.
So we were
Mhm.
on the phone and he said, he said something. I laughed and he said some like comment. And this is what we came with. That if you go to that link right there, and there's no way, Tommy, that you can face the camera towards it and play it like on the screen. Because I know you have two devices. If I made you like full screen and you played it, it's only like
um,
33 seconds long. He said
yeah.
this was me. This is what his security camera caught leaving his house after I came to Michigan to teach him how to drop a link, and then he dropped his link. And then I did the walk of shame down his driveway.
Let me go
And
grab
Oh
this
it.
is
wow,
me.
Let me grab another
Mr.
And
device
this
here.
is
Rourke.
me on his security cam. Are you gonna show it, Tommy? Let us know.
Oh
If
my
not,
god, I want to. Yeah, I want to see.
if you guys follow that link, I had tears rolling down my fucking face. It was so funny if you look at it. Can you see it, Bobbles? Do you have like two devices that you can at least look at it? Yes, you do,
Hold
Mr. Riker.
on. I'm trying to copy and paste so I can open another. Um.
Uh,
Uh, then hold on, I'm gonna open up another
it's
thing.
so
Put it
funny.
on YouTube.
Ace,
Uh,
I know you have another phone, Lori. If you got one, just go ahead and go out and then come back in and watch that link I put. It's hysterical.
Hold
And Rourke
on.
said that was me doing the walk of shame down his fucking driveway after he.
Oh my god, I've seen that video before. It's super
Watch how
cute.
it dances. That's supposed to be me
Yeah.
doing my little fucking chicken dance because I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Oh my god,
Isn't that
that
so
is so
funny?
cute. Yeah, I've
Isn't that
seen
so
that video
funny?
before. Yeah.
Mr. Rourke said she did the chicken dance. That is so funny. That's me leaving. Oh wait, we can't see it. Hold on, let me make you full screen. Hold on, let me make you full screen. If I could, hold on. I think I can. Where's Bobbles go? Wait, all right, hold on. Where did Bobbles go? Oh wait, you can do it again. Here we go. I'm all happy.
Jesus. It's got something up its ass, it looks like.
Oh my god. All right, let me fucking. I gotta find Bobbles. I think I by accident did something. I did. Let me put the link up again for Bobbles to come back. Oh, I hope she didn't just leave. I'm sorry. There she is. Yay.
You got
Okay,
me.
you back? I do.
Hmm.
I do. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, see, y'all
He
couldn't hear
said,
me laughing and
wrong
saying shit
hole.
the whole
Look
time.
what you put. Wrong hole,
Yeah.
Mr. Rourke.
Oh, now
He
we got
said,
Tommy sandwiched in between us. Poor guy.
yep. We knew he doesn't mind.
Not my first rodeo.
I did the chicken dance. Tap,
That's
tap.
such a cute thing, though. I remember seeing that video. People were trying to guess what it was, if it was someone's kid, but that's some really, really, super chicken
It,
legs,
it's
Like, I
it's
don't
It's
what
think.
weird looking, but it kind of looks
it
like a skinny person wearing a hoodie, doesn't it?
yeah, it
Yeah.
in ufology it's what we call too good to be true.
Yeah, it seems like
And you
there's
probably,
definitely some
what
editing
do
or
you think about
doctoring
this?
of
I'm going
that.
to find this, you guys, and I'm going to drop this link. What do you think these things are? Okay, hold on. Let me drop this link because this one always kind of gets me. Hold on. I like to talk about these things,
Why can't I find
like,
the friggin' live
paranormal.
stream?
Not paranormal so much, but like cryptid and paranormal. Anything, really. I guess paranormal, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Are they night crawlers or night walkers? The Fresno. Oh, I put earthworms. That's why I couldn't find it. Ha!
I'm
I
looking for
meant
the
like,
I'm looking for the chat room here, and I can't find it. But what I can find, Tracy, you really are cute, by the way. Just to let you know.
me?
Yeah.
Aw, thank you. That's so sweet of you.
You
Appreciate
are.
that.
You're a beautiful girl.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I
No.
wouldn't say it if it
Oh,
wasn't true. Trust me, I would not say it if it wasn't true. I'd be like, yeah, you're sort of cutish, in the dark,
in the
you know,
dark.
when I'm drunk from far away,
God.
you know.
I like to think so. Tell them about the pink onesie. He said I should have been wearing like frickin' the footsie pajamas, the pink onesies. He's so crazy, Mr. Roy. I talk to people sometimes on the phone and after, and I will laugh and laugh.
Mm.
Sometimes even on the live stream. Like, did you guys see the one with the Q&A with all the guy, some of the guys from the live stream? Tommy, you should be in one of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had like five guys. Five guys.
It's been a while since I've been in jail. You know,
You know that restaurant? Do they have restaurants near you guys called Five Guys?
yeah,
Yeah.
love those burgers.
Yeah.
Big greasy burger.
We ate there not too long ago too.
Oh, all
And
right.
Mr.
I
Bobbles
didn't
was like,
know
we're
if
gonna
you guys.
share. He's like, we're gonna share a bag of fries. And I was like, okay, what size do I get? He said the half order. I'm like, all right. So what does he do? He starts eating them from the restaurant all the way to the house. And half of
Oh,
them are pretty much gone. I'm like, but I thought you were supposed to be sharing these with me. He would give me like one or two. And I'm like, motherfucker, give me a damn french fry. I guess he was hungry, but yeah. Anytime he says we share, which means he eats the shit. Yeah.
It sounds like
Typical
somebody.
guy.
It sounds like somebody needs their toothbrush run up your ass.
What?
who's that?
What? What?
It sounds like somebody
What?
needs it sounds like somebody needs his toothbrush run up your ass.
Up my butt?
Who? Whose toothbrush?
Hers.
What do you mean?
Wait,
Why?
why do I gotta put a
He's
toothbrush up my
talking about
butt?
French fries.
I know we're talking about French fries, but he's not sharing with her. I mean, my God. I mean, you eat all the
Oh,
fries
all
and don't share
right.
with
He's
your woman.
not sharing with you.
Yeah,
She
take
wouldn't
his
get that
toothbrush,
angry. She wouldn't
wipe
get
your
that
ass with it,
angry.
put it back in there. There you go.
Oh.
She wouldn't be
Oh,
that
I
angry.
get
She
it.
kisses him. She kisses him.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why you got to go. Oh, honey, I got your new toothbrush here. Present. I
You
got you a
see,
Oh,
present.
it defeats the
you see
purpose.
his
That means
fucking
it just hurts
excuse?
you, Bobbles. It just hurts
His,
you
I
then.
know. Look at his excuse. It says, I don't eat cold fries. Hey, Kai.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he
Is
said
that what
it's in
he
the
said?
text. Said I don't eat cold fries. So
I
he
got
had
so
a he had
lost
a
with the toothbrush up the butt. It made me like so lost.
Well,
I said, what?
car keys.
Why?
Okay, car keys. Car keys. Okay, damn.
Well, that's even worse.
we
You
have
know what I
separate
was thinking
cars.
about is Mr. Bobble
We
said
drive
secular
separate
is the one that
vehicles.
would probably look
So
better with the lights off. It's like, poor secular. We're so brutal to him. And we
he's
love
gonna
him.
be
He
mad at
knows
me
we love
tomorrow.
him, though.
He's gonna be mad at me tomorrow. Don't worry.
Who, Bobbles or Mr. Bobbles or secular?
Secular. I'm not gonna say
Yeah, but
why on here, but if
uh,
he comes on my live, if he comes on my live tomorrow, he's gonna and he notices anything, he's
did it
gonna
have
wonder.
something to do with Debbie?
No.
You wouldn't tell us anyway, would you? But the other night,
No, it
ex
definitely
ex
doesn't have anything to do with her. No, it doesn't have anything to do with her at all. I mean, if he
ex
asks
ex
me about it
tore him
tomorrow
a
night,
new
then I'll
butt.
I'll definitely like he might ask me on the I don't know if he'll email me about it or if he'll ask me about it, but if he asks me on the live, I'll tell him about it on the live. And then you guys will figure it out soon after that. But um yeah, he's gonna probably be like, bitch.
Yeah, well, he was in here the other night, and XX was here, and she said, you were pathetic on Bobbles live stream.
What?
The
She told
secular.
him that?
Yes, she
Why?
said, you ran around, you were so desperate, you were running around after Debbie. Because Debbie was, it's funny. Tommy, I know you probably
Yeah.
think we're all crazy, right? But we
Yeah,
bounce
that's why I'm
back
here.
and forth. Huh?
That's why I'm
We
here.
bounce like back and forth, like on those nights that Bobbles has her live streams, so she does Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
Mhm.
And but me, I'm like fucking hooked, and I can't even stop live streaming. But I'll stop when
Oh,
Bobbles goes on, like.
I get
So,
to get like
and,
3
and
a.m.
you, the
Tracy.
other
Oh,
night I stopped when you went on. Don't make
Tracy
me
will
flip.
come on like 3 a.m. and Tracy's like, "Who's up?"
I know I am, and I'm like, come on now. Come on, I don't care how drunk you are, Tommy. No, sir.
I,
Get
I,
on the live stream. That's what I say. And so she says, okay, then having a beam now, waiting for the floors to dry. Anyway, see that Ace was like, I'm just popping in, and then I got to go do house cleaning. And now she's like, well, screw it. I'll
yeah.
just watch.
I'm kind
I'll
of
just
I
watch.
disappointed. I'm kind
stall
of
all the
disappointed that
time.
I'm sort of disappointed that Ace hasn't hit me up on Instagram yet.
Instagram. I don't even
Mhm.
have Instagram. Do you?
That's the only thing they'll let me have now.
What do you mean?
Freedom of speech, land of the free, home of the brave.
That's what I
I
was
got
trying to
kicked off
say.
of Facebook.
That's what I was saying to you, Bobbles. So the second night after you had the freedom of speech live stream, and then suddenly that you
His or
posted
mine?
yours, Bobbles,
Okay.
you had had a
Okay.
freedom of speech live stream. Then the next
Yeah.
night was, oh, she said Jim Beam. Ah, Ace of Beam. Ah, I didn't know what Beam meant. She's so funny.
I figured that's what she meant.
I didn't. I didn't know what she meant. I thought she meant she was just smiling, beaming at the whole screen at us. I
Wow.
sure think highly of us, right? Like we're just
Yeah.
making her day. She's beaming, right?
Yeah, right. We're that damn special.
Well, she's giving up house cleaning to start drinking, so that's cool. So
Yeah. Shit, cleaning the house makes you want to drink.
I know,
Oh
right?
God, yes. I can't do it sober. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right.
If I'm out of alcohol, I'll drink the fucking pledge. I'm sorry, I'll do it.
I don't do it either.
Gross.
I
It's
don't do
got
it
lemon in
either.
it. It's got to be good.
What is it?
Lemon pledge.
Lemon pledge? Ooh, I haven't used that in a while, but I did like to use it because I was like, oh, look how shiny. But now I can't even see my fucking dining room table. So much
Really
shit
good
on.
buzz, low calorie, really good buzz. You know, you have great breath. I mean, it just works. You know.
I don't eat it, but
Yeah.
I think Vern huff.
Ew.
Vern might huff some pledge.
Man, Vern is dipping. He's dipping his fucking joints in paint thinner or something.
Something. Something.
No comment.
He
Quiet
seriously
though. He might have
needs.
gotten some help, right? Lately?
Nah, no, he's just he definitely hasn't. I thought his mom was in the bed in hospice, but she was sitting on the front porch or his back
When?
porch when he was out there cleaning.
Oh
He
wait, you
made some
saw her?
video. Yeah, she was on the back porch smoking a cigarette with her feet up on another chair.
Get the hell out of town.
Was she playing a fucking banjo? That's what we got to know.
No. But it was the one that he titled that it said something about my mom being really sick, but then it showed his mom on the back porch with her feet up smoking a cigarette.
Was it a real person or was it a guy dressed up in a wig and a dress, like Norman Bates?
Oh, knowing Vern, it
Norman
could
Bates.
be. I
Mother,
was starting.
mother.
Like literally, he's starting to give people the Norman Bates vibe about his mom, but she was on the, it's for like a, Mr. Bobble says embalming fluid, but she literally, it was a split second. You only saw her for 2 seconds, and then the camera went off. He was like passing her by or something
That's what I
before he put the
mean. Like,
camera on top of the
yeah, that could
house.
totally be like a mannequin or
It spoke.
spoke.
I mean, yeah, it spoke.
Really?
It said
What
something
did it
to him.
say?
I couldn't understand. I couldn't
Vernon,
understand.
Vernon.
Get out.
But it's just like, is she
Out.
supposed to be on? I thought couldn't get out of the bed. That she was on hospice. So I'm so confused by that. Like, is he trying
Mr.
to
Rook.
get?
Mr. Rook.
You know
That's what
what?
Mr.
I'm not.
Rook.
I'm not. I know him.
Maybe that's who Grandma is.
If Bird's mom ever dies, he will shellac her and
Yes,
preserve
he
her.
absolutely would. Absolutely.
Yeah, because he don't want anybody to take that house from him. Because he always
Yeah,
told me
exactly.
when she dies, he loses the house.
We're
So
all
he's
like so
definitely.
dipping our toe in like the worst water right now,
I
talking.
know,
I don't mind.
right?
Aren't we?
Wait, maybe that is what's wrong with him. Maybe he's been preparing for his mom to die, so he's keeping tons and tons of tins of bombing fluid, and it's starting to seep out into the air, and that is what's
Mm-hmm.
causing the extreme mood swings.
Yeah, but this isn't new. This has been a gradual thing that everybody, like Tommy knows, we've all been watching it like unfold, right, Tommy? Like we were some of the first victims.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say is that I did not have a good experience with that person, and for whatever reason, I mean, I tried to like the guy, I did, and
I did too.
it
He
is what
put
it
my
is.
fucking phone number on the internet and told guys to come find me to have
That's
sex.
why you can't give him none of that
What?
stuff.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
I didn't. He accused me of putting his number out. He's like, "You put my number out, didn't you? Didn't you?" And he's saying
You
this
know
on a
what?
live stream to himself.
This is the
That's it.
thing, though. This is
Tell
the
him I said
thing.
this.
No, no. This is the thing. Like, what happened too was like he actually had gotten some friends after losing them all, like losing Tim, losing all that group of people, Q, everyone. He
Sure.
had
Yeah,
actually gotten some friends with Bobbles and the people who were going to his channel. But at that
yeah,
point, then his mindset was now, now all these people are here. Why did you send all these people to my channel? Now I have to, you blew my cover. Now I have to make a new, um, a whole new personality. You've blown my cover. You've blown my cover. And that, his mindset now has gone to that point where everybody was a Russian spy. Everybody
yeah.
was,
He said that that Tom Reed came to my
yeah,
house to
yeah,
make sure that I
exactly.
was going to keep spying on Vern, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And
Like,
at that point, then it was more than just, people having a bad experience with him. It was where he literally was believing his delusions, I think. Believing his own
well,
delusions.
he pissed me off that one night, the very last night that I ever went on his live or he's ever been on mine. Whenever those people were on in the chat, like getting like jumping my ass, calling me ugly, calling me like all these names because of how I feel about addicts, you know.
Yeah, but he would
And
sit there in your chat in the middle, like, on your panel, and then,
mhm,
like, say this was Vern instead of Tommy on here. Vern would be making faces. eh, Worse
playing
than
around, yeah. It was bad. Like he was doing the most
worse
stupid
than that,
stuff.
Tommy.
I'm
I
sorry.
swear.
I'm sorry. I got this tick. I'm sorry. What can I say?
You couldn't even you could. Now that's kind of gross. But do you remember the night when Bobbles, his friend was there, and his friend sat in his
Yeah.
chair? Like it was like all of a sudden it was like dark burn, and then when it came back in the view, it was dark, but it was somebody else. And you go, "That's not you, Vern."
Oh
You remember that?
yeah,
It was his
yeah.
friend
I remember
Chris
that
or
guy.
something.
Yeah, they were grilling out steaks and shit that
But wasn't
night.
it creepy? Like you didn't know that guy was there, and all of a
Uh-uh.
sudden
He like
it was
leaned up or something, and I saw in the dark the glow off the computer something lit dude's face up, and I was like, "Whoa, you are not
yeah,
Vern! Like,
yeah.
why
And
are
then Vern's
you
out there
sitting
cooking
there?"
with that fucking dirty t-shirt on, with the dirt, the
Oh
holes
my
in it, that
god.
dirty t-shirt, and fucking he was like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Just I saw it all unfold. I was like, you didn't know who I was though, Bobbles, like Survivorgirl,
Mm-mm. No, he kept mentioning you, and he would start talking shit, and I would
and you
just
never
tell him,
like looked me up or anything,
I was just like, I don't know who she is. You know, I was literally,
and you would
trying
say that.
to,
Yeah. Yeah.
I would just tell him, I don't know who she is. He tried to tell me one time um, that,
Oh my God, you
well,
look so creepy.
oh wow, that kind of looks
He
cool though.
doesn't look like
Um,
himself, does he?
uh-uh.
Oh, that's a bike burn. See? That's freaking me out, Tommy. You're scaring me.
but,
You're
um,
scary.
but he told me
All right,
that,
go
Nacho
ahead.
Concern, uh, doesn't like
That he's
me.
stupid.
And I
I
was
know, but
like,
then
but
that night,
how does she doesn't know me. So why are you saying that she doesn't like me? If she doesn't like me, so fuck her then too. And she
he
came on, she was
really
like, I
lost
never said
his
that.
mind, though.
She said, I
No,
didn't
I
say
know, but
that.
he said that
And then he
you
was like, that's a
had
clone.
stupid. Yeah. Everything was. Yeah, everything's a clone to him, but nobody, people don't care that. They did care, I think. They think they did. They did think that he was lonely. You were scary in that first picture, Tommy. I didn't like it. See, even A said Tommy's scary. See, she even forgot
I
like the
don't know.
Tommy. She was so scared she couldn't get it out. She was like, Tommy's scary. I
It's part of the
agree.
it's part of the cloning process.
That would freak me out.
Yeah, to him, everybody was a clone. But
At the
no, I
end,
mean,
in the beginning,
you know,
I was like the possessed woman.
I tried to leave him alone after he pissed me off. I didn't say anything. People asked where he was. I said he's got some personal problems he needs to take care of. I kept saying that and saying that. And then all of a sudden I hear he's putting my fucking phone number out for men to find me to have sex and calling me a cunt and stuff. And I was just like, well, fuck
You
this
put it
shit.
to
And
me, yeah.
Look,
then
He
I
ran
was,
a live stream with a dick superimposed in my mouth.
I'll level
oh,
with you.
wow.
I'll level with you about something. I just had an issue with someone making a claim about me on Twitter, and I just authorized my attorney this morning to sue that person. So
Yeah, but Vern ain't got
I
no
don't play
money for me
that.
to sue.
That's the problem with certain folks. When they don't have anything, then it's almost a moot point. But this one is,
Mm-mm.
yeah, I'm not going for it. So
You're frozen.
I'm what?
What
Who's
happened?
frozen?
You're
Who's
frozen, and
frozen?
your face looks like Tommy.
He's not frozen. Is he freezing up for
And
you?
he's
He's
not
not
frozen,
freezing,
you said?
frozen.
No, I'm good.
Uh-uh.
Let me go out and come back in. I'll go out and come back in.
I
No, wait, now. All right, move, Tommy.
now your sound is off.
Yeah,
Not off like,
she's breaking up a little bit.
yeah.
So we'll take over at this point. Well, now news for the week. My co-host Bubbles. I'm Tommy Highway. In sport, everybody sucks.
Will Tommy survive Bobbles' channel?
Will Tommy survive Bobbles' channel? What are his chances? Folks, we're taking bets in Vegas, and it's not looking good for Tommy Highway.
No, I'd probably put money on a Blobby, actually. Like, she's that tough. She is very tough. I don't know, like, she does it just to get a kick out of things. Some people take it as she's trying to tear the person down. Other people are like, she's just doing it for shock and awe, but she's just a really curious woman. Like, she has always been that way, very inquisitive, and um, so it's not like she has anything against these guys. She's just literally that way, where she just continues to ask questions, and, and if they don't give the right answer, then she wants to know why you're not giving the right answer.
Who
If
is
that makes
a
sense.
Blavy?
Hmm.
Yeah, she's a tough one.
Yeah, I was just telling him I got money on a Blobby.
I don't know, Tommy. Now that you're prepared, I want you to think about this. First of all, in your mind, picture that I'm Burgess Meredith and you're Rocky because you've got the hat.
Mm.
See, he's
Vegas,
frozen to
Mm.
me.
do I have any
He just
credit
froze
left at
with
all?
him.
He's on a.
$3 of credit in Vegas. You put it all
A
against me.
cell phone?
Oh, he's
Oh,
calling
you're
Las
talking about
Vegas.
Betty?
Oh,
He's
okay.
Yeah.
confusing to me.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting money on a Blobby.
I
But
say,
He'll knock you into the tomorrow rock. You can't win rock.
why does like for me, he freezes in the middle.
Oh, I don't
He keeps
know.
freezing to me.
You think your
Not
Wi-Fi is
you
going
though?
bonkers right now? He's fine. He's moving around just fine.
Nipples aren't hard or anything. I'm good.
That's so weird.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
there, now
fine.
no froze.
I think
I
you
wish
have
I
a
could post
wacky
those like
Wi-Fi connection.
I just went out and in though. Oh my god, look at April Donna's clothes are at the front door. She has clothes.
Excellent. I love pets.
Seriously, real clothes. Huh?
Are you feeding him, Ace?
You see those pets? They
To
fly
like
in and
your
they say, I was just saying, that's so mean, Mr. Rourke. Look what you wrote.
And why do we even need Tracy at this point? You know what, Tracy, get the hell out of here. That's it. We're done.
I know. I'm going out and I'm gonna watch from the freaking pan. I always wanted to and see if he's not frozen there. All right, I'm gonna do.
Uh-oh. She did leave us again.
Oh, gosh.
Damn it.
Come back, Shane. Come back. It's an old John Wayne movie.
Oh, Ace, that's so cute. That's awesome that you feed them. I love animals a
Me
lot.
too. You know, when I moved into my apartment like 7 years ago,
Mm,
I'm moving my crap in, and it's like fall, right? And I go and I have like
yeah,
I'm on the ground floor, and I have like this big patio, kind of thing.
yeah.
Walk out there, and there's this little creature, about that big around, about the size of a quarter, maybe $50.
Mm.
And I didn't know what it was at first, but it was still alive, and it turns out it was a squirrel. And I took this squirrel in, and I had to
Oh,
feed this squirrel
wow.
every 4 hours, every day for like 3 months. Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he grew into a full blown squirrel with the biggest setup. Anyway, I mean,
Yeah.
I have photos. Okay. And he grew this beautiful squirrel, and I let him out, and he lived for 3 years. He'd come up and hang out with me and things like that. I mean, he was like, I touch him and, pet him and all
Yeah.
that crap, like a
Aw.
cat, really. And
Yeah,
then
people have squirrels as pets.
the 3 years is about their lifespan. So in fact, he was a smart squirrel to live that long.
They only live that long?
Yeah, they don't live very
What if
long.
they do dodge the cars and the bigger
That's
animals?
it. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, about 3, 4 years. That's an ancient squirrel.
Yeah, it's definitely your Wi-Fi Survivorgirl because when you're
Mhm.
talking, your microphone or you keep going in and out and kind of being distorted. What can we do?
What can you do?
I was gonna leave in about 10 more minutes anyway. I thought I'd stay on for like an hour. I have to watch my shows like I recorded and all that other crap. I have an MRI I gotta go to on Wednesday morning, way too early. So I think tomorrow night I'm gonna try to keep my live at 2 hours. Jesus Christ, that's
Well,
hard though.
if you wouldn't mind, would you mind if I stop by? Maybe would that be okay?
Oh yes, definitely. If you want to come up
Okay,
on the panel, the more the merrier for me.
great.
Oh yeah, definitely. Um, just just know that I do. It is offensive.
Good.
I'm not all tame like I
You
am
know
on
what?
here.
I'm not even going to shower.
Mm-mm. Yes, come with the stinky ass. It makes it better. The stinkier the ass, the better the show.
I can stick
Yes.
an ass up like you wouldn't believe, Mister.
Well, I took a shower earlier, so I'll be coming with a semi clean
Just
back end.
a hint of a stinking ass. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
bush league
Yep.
stinking ass.
Yeah. Just a little bit of a sweat butt. That's about it. Hey,
Oh,
I was glad to find out that men actually get like stinky under their nut sacks. Like, I'll get like swamp balls.
well,
And
you gotta wash it.
well, yeah, but like, how like men always say that women stink, Um, and so I always try to remind the guy that if the girl stinks, well, you shouldn't touch it, but that, just because she stinks doesn't mean that you don't have swampy nuts. It's like it's a 50-50 thing.
It's an equality thing, really. I mean, if a
Yeah,
guy can have
definite
swamp balls,
equality.
if he can have swamp balls, there's no reason a woman can't smell like panfish. I mean,
Exactly.
it's one of those things that we need an amendment to the Constitution, no doubt about it.
Yes, it should be. It's definitely an equal it's just equal. It really is. That is true equality. Stinky cooches and nasty nut sacks. Yeah.
That's what your next show is about?
No, hey, I should
I'm
write that down
sorry, I
though.
missed it because I was trying to get my
Yeah, I'm
Wi-Fi
gonna write that
going.
down. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow night's is chosen one making did he really make celebrities out of addicts? That's what mine is tomorrow. But
I was
Thursday
thinking
night,
about
what
putting one name, chosen one, not inspired.
stinky cooches. Yeah,
She's writing it down.
yeah,
We've gone
hell
to stink,
yeah.
we've gone to stinking cooches. We've gone to swamp balls. The only thing left is to talk about that stuff that like gets underneath your toenails. Um,
Toe
Toe
jam,
cheese, toe jam.
kidding. I'm kidding.
toe
I'm kidding.
jam,
Trying to make a joke. I'm half drunk.
toe jam, swamp ass, nuts, etc. Stink palm. Remember stink palm from that movie Mallrats?
I never saw that. I've always meant to, but I never saw that.
It's older,
Yeah, it was
definitely an
alright.
older
It wasn't
one.
the best, but it was okay. I mean, I always liked that movie Chasing Amy. God, it's so weird. Your shit's like flipping out on me, Tommy.
I
Your
I
Wi-Fi's crazy.
That was like so
I
weird.
mean, I smoked a little hash earlier, but I mean, I should look fine. I think I shouldn't be
No, you
pixelated.
do right here, but like just then, like I was touching on each picture and you were like flipping upside down. What's a good movie to watch? Like, what
Woohoo!
kind of movies do you like? He's
I'm
freaking out
even
like
on the
Vern. He's
I'm
like
even on the
Vern.
thumbs up and the thumbs down, and the show hasn't even happened yet.
Oh, Vern?
Hell,
Yeah,
oh
we
no,
get.
for my live for tomorrow night for I named the chosen one. Did he make celebrities out of heroin addicts? And it's got 4 ups and 4 downs already. Half and
That's
half.
what's good.
Woohoo!
Yep, that's what
We
I
let
go through. Too.
we
I'm
let 4
actually, my
members out.
ratio is 50-50. 50-50. Thumbs up, thumbs down for the last year almost.
Are
Isn't
you
that crazy?
serious? I
Yep.
always get
Isn't that
more up
crazy?
than I do down, but shit, I haven't even did the show yet, and they're already fucking doing that.
We get one every single time at UFO Man Channel, no matter what. We think we
Uh,
know who it is.
Yeah.
Uh,
yeah.
but anyway, that being said, that happens. So it's going to happen. It's just people being assholes because
I
they
mean,
have
I
their
have
own issues.
50-50 though, Tommy. When have you heard of that? Like, that's unheard of that somebody sits there.
I saw you got a bunch of bad ones, and I was like, wait a minute here. That's I
Is
can't
that
go on.
That's
I
nuts?
can't go. I can't go
crazy.
on this chick's show anymore after that.
Isn't that nuts?
You do know that YouTube
That's
takes even
crazy.
the thumbs up and thumbs down and treats them
Yeah, but the
exactly
thing
the same
is
with the
they
algorithm,
don't
right?
start recommending it. Like, I mean, when somebody puts that much dedication into having that many stock, like, it's like if I had 15 thumbs up and,
Mhm,
uh, no, say I had 14 thumbs up, 15 dislikes, okay?
mhm,
If somebody
Mm.
went and put the 15 thumbs up, somebody actually literally takes the time to go and put that 16 thumbs
yeah,
down.
yeah.
Yeah, like they
Mhm.
wait. That's exactly, I mean, this person
Oh,
has
I thought
enough
I didn't
stock.
have a life.
You
That's
Right.
crazy?
truly not having a life.
Exactly. I
That
mean,
is.
your mom's paying your internet bill at that point. Sorry. Mm.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. That's what they
No
do.
shit.
Even Grant, my friend Grinch, he said, "Oh my God," he goes, "That's crazy." He said, "Like that
We
means that
need to
you
go
own."
find what
Yeah.
basement these people are in and go knock on their door and
It's
ask their
the same.
parents if we could have a word with them.
Make
I
sure they
think
don't
it's
have
the
a
That's
one
some fucked
person.
up
make sure they
shit.
don't have a teenage hooker tied up down there.
They probably
Exactly.
No.
do. They probably do.
Save the
3 down
teenage
on a
hooker.
beautiful peacock was sad. That beautiful peacock.
Like,
So she said she got 3 down on a beautiful peacock.
like
I'll
literally
have
right
like
after I made.
37 down on a cancer vlog. you
Wow.
know? Yeah. It's like,
um,
okay. Yeah.
I had like literally just scheduled the live, right? Hadn't even been up there for 5 minutes and already had like 2 down,
Yeah,
like
that's Vern.
already.
That's Vern. They were doing the same thing to him and Tommy and UFO Man. They have like a pretty big state. They have like 35,000 subscribers, And
Yeah,
so they were, they'll always have like a guest and then they show maybe some videos that are pertaining to what they're talking about that have to do with UFO or something. And
yeah.
for a while there, I mean, right in the middle of their or live stream when everybody's like really intently watching some video they're showing,
Hmm.
they'll shut down. Remember that, Tommy, when that was
Yeah,
happening?
that
Yeah,
was a bad one. We don't know if that was YouTube, the government,
I
or
think that was
who.
him. I
Oh
think
Um,
at that
wow.
time was when he thought that you sent him some email. Somebody used your name. Yeah, somebody had used your name, and like he kept showing this thing and saying, "This is Tommy Highwayman." Do you remember that, Bobbles? That wasn't that long ago.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, and he was
if
saying
anybody ever does anything rude under my name, it isn't me because I'm pretty much a
it was a
class
letter.
act.
It was showing it. It was showing it on a screen. It wasn't an email. All right, it was different. It was like you knew that you would never. It was like, come on, man, somebody's messing with it. Sometimes I thought some people were messing with him. I literally thought people at some point were messing with him just to keep
Hmm.
the drama going. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really did.
YouTube's gonna they're talking about getting rid of the thumbs down button because it
Oh,
makes people depressed. Um, you know that video I did where like of the it said if you start a YouTube channel you need to have thick skin,
right,
right?
Hmm?
There
right,
was actually people thumb downing that video when it was a video to uplift people in my
right.
way, but it was a video to uplift
That's
people,
a
and
recent
there's
one. That's
still
Vern.
yeah, there were still people doing thumbs downs, and I was just like, "Are you serious? It's an
People,
I think at
uplifting
some point
video."
Vern like believes that his sock accounts are actual real people.
there are actually people out there in this world, in our planet. It doesn't even have to be in the United States. It could be anywhere, that actually get off on doing something to harm another person's idea
Yeah,
or harm another person's dream, and that's
yep,
just the way
they
it
do.
is. And I mean, and
Mhm.
it's because they're pieces of shit that are incapable or unwilling or too afraid to stand up and do anything for themselves. So they want to tear everybody
Mm,
else's shit down. And unfortunately, that's the world, especially in the internet, because you can hide behind a keyboard.
Yeah,
You
you
walk
could
up
be
to me and say,
yeah,
anonymous.
say that shit to my face, I'm going to kick your ass. But then you're on a keyboard,
yeah,
you can hide behind
yeah,
it.
definitely, yeah.
Right. But what's
Like,
scary is when it's somebody like when it was happening to me, and probably still might even be, who knows. But I'm saying that went on 3 years with that Vern person. And I'm saying it's scary because, like your husband was saying, Bobbles, he brought up
mm,
that case when the astronaut wore the diapers and drove all the way across country to
yeah, 'cause
kill the
that's
girlfriend.
what I envisioned Vern doing to come to my
Yeah.
house would be to do
Mm.
that, you
Imagine
know.
3 years. Do you know why he's even in this community, Bobbles? Do you know why? Because he was stalking me. It wasn't about me stalking him. Because if I was stalking him, he wouldn't have
Hmm.
been in every live stream that he knows that I frequent. You know?
Oh, I thought
And
y'all
then
met
Tommy
off of
knows because he was there from the
Tom
from the
Reed's.
beginning 3 years ago, right? But see, Vern wouldn't be in Tom Reed if it wasn't
Mm,
for when I first initially went to Vern. It was when Tim
mm,
was still there and Q, and he had a semi-normal thing going on, but he was angry about the whole thing with his ex. And then
who
at
has
that
like
time,
an updated restraining order out on him again.
recently,
She
yeah,
just updated it. Yeah, she had one for a year, and the next one
right,
is
he
for
was
10
blaming
years.
Sergeant Phil for that. He
Oh
blamed Sergeant
wow.
Phil for that.
See,
But
Do I
what I'm
know
saying is,
Phil?
I was in shock when I found out that he was literally making these clones. And that was
Mm,
like just, I mean, he did that Wither Away and Die Bitch video. He had that up for 4 months,
I never
the
saw
new.
that one. That was nice of him to do. Martin's such a nice
Nice of
guy.
him. It was Wither Away
Yeah,
and Die Bitch.
yeah, he's a great guy. I
No,
mean, you
nice.
can't get no
That's
better of a
bad.
guy.
No, Wither, like die. It was a
I
die
can't
bitch.
beat a smartass. I beat a smartass
Oh,
saying
oh,
he's such a good
oh,
guy.
I was like, maybe he doesn't know what Wither Away and Die means. I don't know, but I was like, what? No, it was horrible.
No.
I was in shock when Chosen One. Like, have you heard of him, Tommy Highway?
Mhm. Yes, I have.
Okay. Chosen One, that's where, like Bobbles and I were at, but not at the same time. But what happened to
Yeah.
her was kind of the same. But Steve Vern was at that point infiltrating, in his mind, infiltrating this ring of people. So he thought Chosen One was the leader of them. That's where his mind went. And that's how he ended up in this circle of
You know,
Chosen.
what he did though? Like he literally was going off. Remember, I played the recordings on my
Yeah,
videos about
yeah,
Vern talking about shit about Tom Reed,
yeah.
saying about his doggy and being drunk and all this stuff, right? He says all of that, but then turns around and like last week sometime he was on Tom's channel being all cozy, nice and wonderful to Tom, and Tom was all being nice back to him, and I was
That's
like,
what makes me curious. Like,
whoa,
how
like
long?
what the fuck?
What did DeVern do to be normal? But then again, Chosen One isn't normal. They're both haters of women, so you know.
I wonder how much hate I'm gonna get tomorrow night because of this shit. Because of my title. I can't wait to see all the haters come out. I hope the haters come out.
I'm coming just to hate. I have come. What color sheet would you like me to wear?
Oh
Are you gonna
no!
come on? Oh, definitely come
Wrong
on
night.
time. 10 o'clock is when Bobbles goes on. 10
Wow.
p.m. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
it's
this is
always at
good.
10.
I'm doing my best to get
Always at
kicked off of
10.
Tracy's channel. I'm sorry.
Off my channel?
Yeah,
Why?
I'm just kidding.
No way. I would never kick you off. I
She's
don't do
always got
that.
the VIP after show though. She's always got
Never? You sure
the
about?
VIP show.
I wouldn't. Why? I don't dislike a lot of people. I don't dislike people. I get like stunned. Like I'm like, why? Like would people be so weird?
We're going through some drama right now. Yeah, off the record, we're going through some. I can't get into it, but we're going through some drama right now.
On your
Just like
channel?
that. Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, do you think it's that person?
Oh yeah, we had to make a change, and
That guy? Yeah.
we didn't want
That
to, but
well, he wasn't still on your channel as like a producer, was he?
who are you talking about?
V.
No, we're not talking. I'm talking about somebody else. I'm talking about this is
Oh,
recent.
okay.
Like this is like real recent, like today.
Mm.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought maybe that guy was messing with your channel again. Cause
Oh, again, we think he may be the guy that's doing the thumbs down every. Well, again, we don't give a shit. Whatever.
right,
That's just.
right.
If you have time to do that, then you are a pathetic scumbag. I don't know how else to put it. I mean,
Well,
you
what
know.
I had seen one night, right? Okay, now Bobbles. I don't know if you've ever been over to UFO Man and Tommy's, but Tim is UFO Man, and he's very nice. He's a nice person, right? Doesn't look to me like he would hurt a fly, you know? Like he's very nice. He actually has the same voice as Chosen One, right?
Oh
They
wow.
talk a lot alike, you know? But just in like the tone, not really in what they're saying.
You talking
So
about myself?
anyway,
Talking about me?
no, to Tommy the Chosen One and
Oh,
Tim
oh, Tim. Okay.
sound kind of, the same, like
Mm-hmm.
their voice, the tone of their voice. So
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so I was on V's channel one night, Vern's, and not Tim was there, and he had just done like some video on his channel and had gotten a lot of views on it and everything. And he was proud of it. This was like maybe over a year ago or something, when Tim finally just cut it off with Vern altogether.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he gets a notification from YouTube saying that they took down and removed his video, the one that he was like really proud about. And he goes, "Oh
Oh
my God,
no.
somebody reported it." Yeah. And Vern was eating something and real nonchalant said, "That was because of me." And Tim said,
Oh
"What?"
wow.
And he said, "Yeah, that was me who
Wow.
did that." And Tim was like,
Wow.
"What?" And he had like provided, Vern with a computer and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They were friends. And Vern
Mm,
had a role in his channel and stuff. And people were a dislike to Vern. And so that's when Tommy came in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that really chapped Vern's ass. So, but Tommy's a likable person. And this guy was,
yeah.
so he said, "Well, you did that without my okay, and I'm a producer on your channel, so blah blah blah," and that's why he did it. And Tim said, "Wow," he goes, "Now I have to like go and fix that and start all over." And that was pretty much
Wow.
around the last time that Tim said, "I gotta just get away from this guy." And Tim is a nice person.
Mm-hmm.
He was a
Very.
good
Mm.
friend to him. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
nice person. He was a good friend to him. He's got a good channel. And Vern was just so nonchalant about the fact that he had
Vern needs
gotten
a
that video.
job.
When I came
Fucking A,
along,
get a job so that you have something else to do.
when
Just sit
Right,
around and smoke way too much weed. That
right,
shit's making you paranoid worse and
right,
worse. Get a fucking job.
when
right.
um when I started with the channel, and Tim and I had been friends before. When I wrote my book, how Tim and I met actually was I was out looking for places, to be honest with you, to pimp my book. Okay,
Yeah,
and in other words, sell it. And UFO channel seemed to be the place to go. So I started contacting people. Again, this has been 3-4 years ago. And Tim responded and we hit it off and all that. Now, we started doing the live streams. I didn't want to do that for the longest time because of my position, what I do for a living, things of that nature. I wasn't ready to take that leap yet, let's say,
Yeah.
into the world of paranormal ufology. You
Yep.
know, I have positions in my career where I have to be like absolutely trusted, right? So anyway, then Vern, they started doing live streams. Finally, Tim asked me to come over for the live streams things, and Vern and I got along fine. Other than I didn't really want to be on camera with him, to be honest. But and then it just went downhill from there. I mean, he and Tim got into it for some reason. I don't know why. I think I probably have something to do with it indirectly. Other than that, you know,
I
um,
remember the day that got he lost it with you was when uh General was on. Remember him? General from England. And then Alex came on. And
yeah,
then you came on, and Alex was just yelling and yelling and yelling over you.
yeah.
And you brought out like a gun. You remember that? You clicked
Oh,
it or
I,
something.
honey, there's guns all over my
And it
house.
wasn't like he was
I mean,
threatening you, but
they're
Alex was
everywhere.
saying, you know who I am, like kind of like bullshit. And
Mm.
you like came out with that shit, and then Vern had walked away from the channel, but he heard Alex like yelling, like, but he wasn't even letting you speak. You know, when I recollect it, it was Alex was just yelling and not even letting you talk. And
I don't even remember, to be honest. It was so
yeah,
long ago. And it was just kind of thing that, I mean, I just kind of got to the point where, I mean, I if I'm going to be on someone's channel, if I'm going to be on someone's show, let's say, it has to be something that's not ridiculous. Okay. I mean, because
yeah.
I have to maintain a level of credibility as a professional person in the world.
And
Uh,
I think you were
and
just on there just to fucking, like, it was not like a topic. It was at that point, Vern was and
it was a
and then he
clusterfuck.
was always yelling at Tim about, you know, him still liking you and being friends with you. And Tim was just like, look, he's always been a nice person to me. He's, so, and then finally Tim was just like, I'm done. And I really wonder if he like smashed that computer that Tim gave him because he's been saying, and Tim put a bugging device or something in the computer.
That's what it is. Tim is CIA all the way,
Yeah,
NSA.
that's what he said.
Tim even, I heard he's working for God. What I heard.
Forgot. I mean, he's convinced, and he said Jax put a stuff up in his attic. Alex gave him a phone, and Alex put a recording device in his phone. And I think maybe he might have destroyed every electronic equipment thing he has. I don't know.
Well, that, wow. What can I say? That he had said some things to me. Look, I'm a ufologist. Okay, I mean, I'm a UFO guy. All right, and let's not bullshit each other. The people that I talk to on a regular basis, a lot of folks are really out there, and they're just not credible. In fact, it's about 90% of the people, to be perfectly honest, and 10% are the credible people. Well, then there's those people that are just so far out there that it's almost, you almost have to wonder about them in certain ways about them. Let's just say, I don't want to get, crazy, but,
I just
and
sub to you.
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem at all.
I'm a political guy, just to be honest with you over there. I've been putting so much emphasis into the UFO Man channel that I really have been neglecting my own. I get a lot of death
But you
threats
like
over
the
there.
subs, right? You
I
like
like
having new subs.
I like the subs, and I like to get my message out. I don't appreciate the death threats and things like that, because then I got to give my address.
I'm so giving you death threats on your channel. Just wait.
We
It'll
don't
be under my name though when I do it.
we don't have a lot of fear here at Team Highway. I'll put it that way. We're pretty well defended here.
I'm gonna put his other channel too up right here,
All
Bobbles, so
right.
you can see
All
the other
right.
channel. And you guys have another live stream, right? You do Saturday night and what night?
No, actually, it's just Saturday night. However, we are doing a special interview on Thursday night at, I believe, Oh boy, let me check. Hang on, I'll tell you right now. It's going to be at 7 p.m. I guess that's Eastern time. I think. I'm
Okay.
not really
What are
sure.
you on? Are you an hour behind us?
What am I on? It's like this isn't about me. Um,
You know what I mean?
no, it's UFO Man channel. It's just type in UFO Man on the search.
I put the link in the
Oh,
in the chat
yeah.
room right there. See
Yeah.
it? I just put it right under Aces. They are craziness right there. So
Yeah.
there it is. Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you though, I'm not into all this UFO shit.
It's okay.
But
Hey,
just check it out. You know, it's
if you're
cool to
Mr.
give
Bobbles
support. You know.
is.
I'll put it this way: if
Oh,
you're
is
not
he?
if you're not a believer right now, spend a couple of
Mm,
hours with us, and you will be.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
you
I
never?
don't
He does have a
know.
nice smile, doesn't he, Lori? He does have a nice
So
smile.
which are you on more, UFO man?
Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that, again,
Yeah.
that's every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time.
YouTube doesn't
All
really like
right.
Tommy's channel, so he'll have a channel. It'll start picking up speed, you know, and then YouTube
You
will,
don't do
you
live
know,
chats? Like you don't do
crash it.
panels?
Yeah, I have. In fact, we did one fairly recently. But again, it's just one of those things that there's only so many hours in the day. I want to support Tim and to support his effort, his channel, because I'll tell you, again, I've
That's a
written a book
good,
about this, but I've
yeah.
had two experiences, excuse me, that absolutely, and again, I'm an engineer. I'm a very smart guy, very educated. I've had two experiences with exotic technology that was not made on this planet, period. And that's what got me into ecology.
Right.
It
Mr.
answered your question.
Bobbles, yeah, Mr. Bubbles might actually get into your stuff way, way more. Like, because
Mm.
usually when people start talking about that, I'm thinking about what I got to do, what you know, what my responsibilities are the next day. I'm
Now, see,
thinking
this
about
is the
what
thing,
I got
like
to get at the
Bobbles.
store.
If you ever like had seen one, right? Like, say you weren't even expecting to or looking, and you didn't believe. But if you ever
Hmm.
saw something that you were just blown
Of
away from,
course.
you
Yeah, of
know,
course. And I recorded it and stuff, and nobody to this day could. This was like a year ago or whatever. Me and my friend Josh were standing out on the porch, and there's nothing, there's no way anything could have been causing this like pattern that kept going on. Anyway, me and him like we're watching it, and there's literally nothing in the area that could have caused this shit.
Yeah,
But I mean, so I do believe, but I'm just saying, like, when people start to talk a lot about it and they start getting all technical and all that other crap, I
yeah,
go off
I
into my
really
own
should.
little world.
Mm-hmm.
it's a
Yeah.
lot. It's a lot to handle when you like in my case when I came to the realization, absolute realization that we are not alone in the universe.
Hmm.
When I had that experience, it changed everything for me. As a matter of fact, the girlfriend that I was with, I came
Hmm.
rushing home. Long story. I came rushing home to try to tell her about this. I was late to pick her up from work. She was pissed off. And when I explained to my woman, and I was like 19 years old, I explained to her, I'm like, listen, this is what just fucking happened to me. And she didn't believe me.
Hmm.
That was the end of our
Yeah.
relationship. Done.
Oh, wow.
Well, if I'm
Mm-hmm.
okay, if I'm late to pick you up from work for the very first time, and of all the excuses in the world I can come up with, I landed on
Hmm.
UFO experience. We're done. I'm sorry. I get more respect from that than my mate. I do. Or from my mate, I should say.
My mate,
Uh,
my mate.
She's without Tommy to this day because of that night. No Tommy. It's just none.
I'm just saying, like, sometimes, like, guys will go off about it, like, on and on and on. And you're just like, this bitch is never shutting the fuck up. I don't
You
know what the
mean
fuck
about
they're saying.
Spaceman? Do you mean about Spaceman?
Oh,
Spaceman?
Spaceman talks a lot too. I like him though. I like
I did
Spaceman.
too. You know what? I feel like, you know, they're talking about Spaceman Australia, Tommy.
Mhm.
You know who that, right? And he's a
Yeah,
nice
sure.
person. He's very sweet.
Yes,
And
sir.
I feel like he's just so happy now to have like people to be talking to on live streams and everything. Like we all are kind of in a way. I feel like I like the live streams because you feel like it's kind of like a family. You know, the
Mhm.
people who come back and show support, like Bobbles and Tommy, you both have live streams. And what I feel myself is like I would miss you guys. They become our circle of friends.
It's a
You
community.
know,
It really is a community. It's a relationship that we all share with our channels. We all support each other, and because we're
Mm-hmm.
not NBC, we're not CBS or CNN or any of those big networks. We're very small people doing our own little thing, and the more of us that
Yeah.
support each other, the bigger we can grow.
right? And the people who
And I
come
just,
into your room without a channel that are, are regular to your room,
Yep.
and they say
hmm
beautiful things about, like it's like it becomes so
oh
much,
yeah.
yeah. Even for all
I
the
love
drama that's
my,
on,
I
yeah,
love
for all
my
the drama that's
viewers.
there, we are just like,
hmm
here. Yeah, is it UFO man, Tommy? So I can drop your link, or you can. Yeah, I just
There we
did
go.
up here, Ace. So you could scroll up here to where I am if you want to drop it again, or I think it's
I
probably
just
the
dropped
last
it.
one I put. Yeah, and
I like totally adore every one of my subscribers. Like I appreciate them, you know.
Well, we
Like
do what we do. We do what we do for them. That's why we're not getting paid like big money for this. We do
oh,
what we
but
do
for
for
us
them.
too, I find like
I don't
even
get
for
paid at
myself,
all. I
I
don't get
feel like
paid. I'm
even
not
for
monetized
myself
yet.
though, it's
I'll never get
I do it
monetized.
for me. Oh yeah, Tommy
Yeah.
Highway, that one. Yeah, I'll do that one too. Yeah, because that's I'm sorry. Yeah, because you know what? I'm sorry, Tommy Highway. I didn't mean to do that and call like UFO man your link, but I feel like it is. Aren't you guys in it together? It's a joint
Oh,
venture,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah, yeah, and I will absolutely defend Tim to the absolute ends of this earth. I mean, this guy's
Oh,
been
he's
my
a
best friend
sweet
for years.
guy.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
a
and
sweet guy.
like I say,
Oh,
we're
you're
kind of.
going up in subscribers.
Oh yeah, it's the channel is really growing a lot. We're real happy with where
But
things
I'm talking
are.
about your own. Your own channel is going up
Oh,
too.
oh yeah, I'm getting more subs, and I need to start cranking out more videos. Again, it just comes down to hours in the day, and I've got a lot of stuff going on, personally, like all the
I
time.
mean that
So
Tim's must be kind of hard because he's got a lot of subscribers, and even with sometimes I even find it hard to like keep track with 20 people in the room, and you guys have a lot of people in your room,
mhm.
so and you do notice people though and say hello, and that's a nice gesture.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely,
Always say hi to your subscribers and your
sure.
viewers that are there.
Oh, they took the
Call them
time to come.
out.
They took the time to come to the channel. That's the very least we can do, and we do cool
hmm
little things if they donate money, the super chats, and all of that, to thank them as well. And we always make sure
Hey,
we
I got
call
a
that out.
question. I got a question real quick. Okay, so if somebody's monetized, which means obviously not talking about myself, but if somebody's monetized right now, but they don't have a super chat option for people to give them money, why? I thought as soon as you get monetized, you get that super chat button.
I think it's like
Uh,
your prerogative, right?
I think you have to have so many subscribers to be able to do the super chat thing, and it's possible that you can get monetized with less subs. I don't know. I'll be
The
honest with you.
It's like
AdSense, though, I hear
4,000.
you gotta like apply for that. You should apply for the AdSense right away, even
Well,
before
they have
you're monetized.
AdSense. They they
AdSense,
they 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 have that. Um, but
right? I
they
know they have
don't
AdSense,
have
but you gotta
the.
apply for that, right?
You have to pay for AdSense. AdSense is something that you actually pay for. You're putting your advertisement on someone
Oh,
No,
else.
no, no,
really?
no, no. AdSense meaning like the what pays you, the monetization that
Yeah, that's what
YouTube
I
gives
thought.
you is through
AdSense is
Oh,
something really
AdSense.
important. That's
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
yeah,
not.
like once you're
Yeah.
AdSense is.
monetized, like once you're
You should
monetized,
get
you get
AdSense
to.
so you make more money.
I don't
Yeah.
really. To be honest with you, I don't know that much about it. I'm just the has been 3-time loser that's on the channel to try to get
Oh
money to get
wow.
my kids back.
Uh,
Aw.
uh,
Aw.
what do you mean your kids
Uh,
back?
um.
I thought you didn't have
Yeah. I
any kids.
just.
I don't. I was kidding.
Uh,
But
uh.
I was gonna say, go over to the pay your child support, motherfucker, or whatever it was
I saw
that I
that
put in
one.
mine.
I saw that one.
But yeah, I was just wondering because there's a certain person that just recently got monetized, made a huge deal out of being monetized. But
Yeah, but that was
when I
the
was,
AdSense too. Did you see? She said she had gotten her AdSense, and that's
yeah,
what
and then
that
she
was.
got her estimated earnings
It was
from.
what? Yeah, I saw that. But that's because YouTube, from what I saw, would pay you $5 to each 1,000 views. But if you get AdSense, then you make more because then people can, you know,
You
more
have to make
people
them watch
will.
your. You have to make them watch ads. So,
You don't
um,
have to make them, and you can, I guess, like, schedule like you don't want them all the time through your ads, or just
yeah, but
certain
people
fun
that
to get.
put them on there and for play an ad every minute and a half,
That's
or
why you
you
make
know,
playlists, because you make a playlist so that even if you have AdSense, if somebody falls asleep to your playlist, then
mm,
that AdSense can play through, and those ads will play through, but they're asleep. So they don't even notice it. But as long as you are making a playlist, then that's what people will, like I myself, I'll pick a a playlist that I will skip ads, but I'll pick a channel that doesn't have a lot of ads throughout the video either.
I
They might have
hate when
some ads.
the channel owner plays too many fucking commercials.
Some
It's like
do. I found
stop,
some do. But the
because you can
longer you
choose
watch them, the
it.
more it seems like they lessen out, like those absolute oddities or something. I like him. He
I
reads
don't
like
know.
these freaky stories about like people in the past and everything. He tends to use a lot of ads, but I'll fall asleep to his voice pretty quickly. So
I'd
whatever. But that's the
rather,
thing. You pick somebody's playlist to sleep to, you're doing them a favor. You know?
yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I just
Even
don't
if they
want to
say I
put
fall asleep to
people.
you.
I don't want to be one of those people that chooses to play an ad every minute and a half.
No, but
You
what
know,
I'm saying
they're
is they'll
playing
skip the
ads.
ads
That's
during
rude
your
to your
video.
viewers.
No, but listen,
Yeah.
they'll skip those ads because they'll skip the ads. But here's where it works out in your favor is if you've got a playlist, they'll
Mm,
usually, they'll go to sleep. They pick somebody that they
mm,
like that they can fall
mm.
asleep to or whatever, and that's
Yeah.
who they'll pick to use for their playlist. And then, even though there's ads, they're asleep. So you're getting paid from the ads playing and the people who's your friends and they're supporting you, picking your playlist to fall asleep to,
Yeah.
know that those are the ads that'll count because, they'll play through and you pick them. It's kind of also a kind of way to support somebody is picking someone's playlist,
Yeah.
watching their videos all the way through and stuff
Mhm.
like that,
Well,
giving them the time to watch them.
I need to
Not
find
only
out
are
why
you
this
watching their ads
person
all the way through,
is.
you're giving them watch time minutes and,
Yeah.
you
Mhm.
know, picking their playlist. So it's like in another way, always make a playlist. If you've got anything you can make a playlist from, make a playlist because people will watch. Like Tim should. You guys should. You guys have playlists,
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm
Tommy?
sure we do. I'm
Yeah.
sure that
I
we
do.
do.
It says I have 4 videos on it, but I have one. I just want
Yeah.
to find
There's
out why somebody is monetized, but they don't have the super chat button. These people, the person I'm talking about, she doesn't
She'll
need
get
a
it.
super chat
The,
button.
the the super
She'll
chat
get
is
it.
such a rip off anyway. I mean,
Yeah, it
you
is.
can.
It's a wicked
Yeah,
ripoff. They take
it's a
so much
total.
money from people.
Yeah, you can.
It's
You can do
thirty
so
Yeah.
much better.
percent. Yeah,
You can do so
Yeah.
much better just by putting up a PayPal link, and pretty much everybody has
Yeah.
PayPal these days, and do it that way, and then you keep all the money less the taxes, and that's what I'm trying to push Tim into.
well, I'm not concerned about like that part because I don't even have Cash App or any of the other stuff for people to send me money. But I'm just saying, this woman or this girl, she just recently got monetized, but she has no super chat button. And I'm thinking, why doesn't she? Because if she did, that would
She
be even
will. She just
more
got her
people to
AdSense.
donate more money to her.
I think
Look
it's
at her.
subscriptions, the size of her subscriber base. I think that's how you.
She's only been on for like a month or two. She already got over 1,000. It's because fucking Chosen One
She's
is
been on
helping her out.
since January. Yeah,
She's
chosen
already
one.
monetized. She's doing well.
She's
Yeah,
got like
Chosen One.
1,500 subs. But when she came out in January, Chosen One kept saying, she kept singing her channel name.
I know.
Every
That's what
single
I'm
live
saying.
he
Chosen One
did,
is because of him.
he was singing her
Yeah.
name. So
That's why
she got a
Tommy
thousand
Highway has
subs
to
right off
start
the
doing that for
bat
me. And then
for no
UFO
reason.
Major has to
I
start
mean,
saying, I want to say
she did
thank
not
you
earn
for
her
Survivor
subs.
Girl sharing our link. That's what Tommy has to start saying.
I would love for
We got to
someone
start doing that more
to
for each other because Even though, like, you guys, but more, like, how you said tonight I could drop the link. Well, now I know that, but I didn't know that before.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, always. Anybody can drop
yeah,
their link, of
even if we're
course you
small
can.
channels, I find that even like at some channels, it does help,
Yeah.
helps each other.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Mhm.
I try to support the smaller channels,
and you
but
never, not
there's bigger
any
channels that
channel
I'll
at all,
shout
even the big
out.
ones.
To be honest, that's why
Yeah.
I come to Tracy's channel. I want to. I mean, she has a great channel with great guests and all that, and I want to support her channel to help her grow.
Yeah.
That's the reason I come by. And even when I'm not here, I'll come by and harass the chat room, things like that. And again,
Yep.
that's all about support.
I
That's
always
why,
do
like,
like
even before
drive-by
I had
thumbs
my
ups
channel,
too. Like I always like on the
I would go
smaller
to
ones.
UFO Man. You didn't have your channel then, I don't think, Tommy, or maybe you did, but I just figured you and UFO Man were, like, together, and I'd come in and say, just stopping in to give thumbs up and, support,
Yeah.
But
I
then I
call
would
them
usually end up
drive-by thumbs
staying.
ups.
Yeah, then I would
Yeah, you
usually end up
gotta
staying.
support.
Yeah.
That's what got her on my shit list because Secular had told her. And I finally told Secular, you're the one that started it all. He tried to blame me for starting all that drama. It wasn't me. He started
Oh,
it
what,
on
Sharon?
hers. Yeah, he put a long time ago. He put babbling with Bobbles. Y'all should go check out her channel. And she's like, she saw that. She's like, I am not promoting that girl's channel, and that's what
Mm.
put her on my radar, and that's what made
Yeah,
me
but in a
eventually
way, you
start
both promoted
to.
each other's channel with your feud.
I know, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't
Yeah.
care. Like she's in it for the money. To me, this is a hobby. This is to talk to people. This is to get to know people. This is to learn stuff from people. It's like
Yeah, but it's
everything but
definitely frustrating
money.
when you see somebody, like, there's that channel now called What's Going On, and
Yeah, she got
this
subs
lady
like crazy.
actually has been on YouTube since 2018. So all it
Yeah.
is that she struck a you know
Yep.
subject that hit, and
Well,
and
she said
she's
Maddie and Gerald, and it took the fuck off because their
right
channel has a lot of subs.
that she
You
took
have
a
to know, like,
town.
yeah, so she got, oh god, she got a whole bunch of subs at first. And then you've got other people like us that are clawing our way, just clawing.
But
Hmm.
But we're not trying to use our viewers. We're not trying to get shit from our viewers, like money, 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 gimme, 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 we're not trying to
Yeah,
do
but
that.
Tim's channel and Tommy's channel is like a real channel. That, not saying me and yours aren't a real channel, but they
Yeah.
actually, like, have where they're like like, I just picture Tim to be like, he wants the best special effects,
mhm.
merchandise. They've got merch. They've got merchandise, Bobbles, and I feel like
Yeah, I'll
Tim
never do
would,
stuff like that. I don't have
yeah,
the
Tim
talent
must
for that.
invest a lot into it as well,
Hmm.
and the time is extensive, right, Tommy?
Hey,
Oh yeah.
Rochelle.
Hmm.
Yeah, like I can't. I don't even know how to edit. I wish I knew how to edit because I would put up, like I have videos that I put on private because of the shit that's in them. I would like to be able to take chunks of it and put those chunks out because they're the ones that people go, oh my god, at and want to see.
I
Yeah,
think we
and
lose it now. Tommy, when you did that cow, when you guys were doing that video with that cow, remember
yep,
that cow? And
yep.
everybody was, like, intently watching this
Hmm.
fucking episode of their live stream. Okay, we were into it. Everybody was into it. They had a lot of people in it. I think they had like over 100 people in it. And
Hmm.
all of a sudden,
I
boom.
appreciate you going over there, Ace, because did they tell you? Did they threaten you? You better go over to Bob's channel.
Yeah, and so it ended. Now I'm wondering, could Tim put that back up or no?
Once, well, yeah, probably. I mean, it's hard to say. I think that was probably more of a technical issue that evening than anything. I mean, sure, it would sell more, put more tickets, or sell more tickets, put more asses in the seats if I were to come out and say, I think it was the government doing it, but
No, no, I don't think it was the government. No, no, I'm not
or,
saying that.
or
I'm
even
thinking it
aliens. I
was
mean,
like, somebody like copyright striking you. But I'm not asking about who did it. I'm just asking when something like that happens and
Mhm.
it disappears, and you have to make it private. Like me, for instance, and Bobbles, when you get porn bombed, and you've done a whole long line, and then that you get porn bombed, and you got to remove it or make it private. Like
We would
Or
just
cut it out. Yeah,
we
you
just
gotta
go and
edit
cut
it
it out.
out.
Yeah, we just go in and edit stuff like that out. And there
because
have
you
been
guys
times.
know how to do that, and
Mhm.
we don't. Yeah,
But YouTube doesn't, the editor doesn't go over 6 hours. And that live that I did that I put on private was 6 hours and 4 minutes. And YouTube wouldn't let me edit out the porn,
for
and other shit. But I wanted
real.
to, because I
Wow.
wanted to make other stuff public. Whenever Deep Brooklyn was about to get killed by his wife in the background, I wanted to put that back on. And there was parts that
Who
were
was
funny as
about to get
hell.
killed by his wife?
Deep Brooklyn. It was, you didn't see that video. It was a really, that video went all kinds of million directions,
Yeah,
and it was crazy, 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 crazy. Um, but I'd like to take bits and pieces of it. But yeah, YouTube, after 6 hours, they do not let you use their editing tool.
and you know what? You might have a hard time with a lot of editing tools, especially any free one for 6 hours. That's something that
Hmm.
it's a little bit more than what most editors are designed for. Talking an hour or something like that.
Yeah,
Um,
this one, it was trying to let me, but it kept doing everything against me that it could.
to take a step back to the subs thing, what Tracy was talking about earlier,
Aw,
you know,
Ace, I love you over there.
it's the sub thing. You want a lot of subs, but there's kind of a double edged sword here because with a
Ugh,
lot of subs, you also get a lot of weirdos, and as you
yeah.
folks, I mean, the whole flashing thing. There we go. And so the bigger
Oh,
your
I get
channel
some
get, the
major
more
weirdos.
yeah, the more weirdos, the more undesirable side of society that you're going to attract. And I don't just mean
Hmm.
American society; I mean worldwide. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so in other words, there's plenty of shit bags on this planet, and sometimes you're going to have to deal with them. And that's what's
Oh, yeah.
unfortunate about this. And everybody wants to shit on you because you're doing something they're not doing, and
Right.
you'll get
Yeah.
a lot of that. A lot of that.
Well, guys,
Right.
I got to go. I've meant
Okay.
to stay an hour,
I'm gonna stay.
and
I
it's
know,
like two
right? I appreciate it. You gonna
hours.
stay on, Tommy?
I'll stay on for another few minutes. Sure.
All right, cool.
But
I'm
yeah, I gotta
thinking
go.
about
I've
this.
got a couple of shows I gotta watch before, at least by like 5 o'clock in the morning, so I can get some sleep.
Listen, it was very nice to
Okay.
meet you, and thank you for letting me intrude into your chat this evening, ladies. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
definitely,
gonna stay though,
ditto.
right, Tommy? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you guys.
Tommy's gonna stop in your channel.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah, I subbed.
definitely.
I subbed.
Okay, good, good, good. Definitely do. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Bye, guys.
Definitely.
Take
I
care.
appreciate
Nice
you
meeting
Bye-bye.
you,
coming on.
Tommy.
You too.
All right,
Bye.
Pablo.
Bye.
So I was reading, so I've been dying to talk to you because I had done that research on those blue people.
Mhm.
Okay. And they were talking about the fugue or the fugue. You know what I'm talking about? The fugue of Kentucky or something like
You saying feud? Like,
fugue, like FUG. Hold on, I'm gonna look for it. I took note. Hold on. See, I wasn't expecting you to come on tonight. It's so funny because me and Prudently were talking about you. We were saying, I
my
wonder
ears are
who he is.
burning.
Yeah, I guess so. Because we were like, I was dying to know how your date went. And good night, Mr. Bobbles. Good night, Mr. Hey, Spaceman. Hello. Spaceman, he met a Blobby. Can ask Spaceman about a Blobby.
He used to come on our channel a lot. I don't think I've seen him in a while.
Oh, did he come on?
I've seen that. I'm pretty sure I've seen that avatar. I think it's him.
You probably saw him on here too, right?
Oh yeah.
Because, yeah, the Vern person used to tear him apart. Good night, Mr. Bobbles.
Good night.
Yeah, they were Kentucky.
Mhm.
Now, they said that they had, in the 20th century, okay, that
Mhm.
there was some last of the family that still had that blue hemoglobin. It had something to do with the circulatory system. And I was just wondering how old you were when you said that you saw that person in the hospital. that time? The little girl?
I was 14, so figure must have been 84 or 85.
And it was a girl, you said?
Yeah, a little girl, about
Yeah.
8, 9 years old, something like that.
And they said that there was like,
Hmm.
certain, doctors somewhere that and a nurse that
Yeah,
started to really do a lot of work with these blue people and try
mhm.
to give them some kind of something to the hemoglobin, doctor a Dr. K wine or something.
I got the impression that by this little hospital that was, I'm telling you, in the middle of friggin' nowhere. I'm talking about 30 minutes, 40 minutes on a gravel road to get there. And I got the impression that the place was probably there just to serve those people because
Really,
there was nothing else around, no other
I,
civilization.
I was like he like developed some kind of a not a vaccine, but it was a pill or something that they would have to take, but it was to change the hemoglobin.
Hmm.
It went back to the Huguenots. Like, remember when they used to call people blue bloods?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, that it had something to do with inbreeding, which a lot of the royals used to do.
Yeah. And that would not surprise me that maybe that's a component of this. But I will say that, I mean, to look at this little girl, compare her to another, let's just say, I don't know, a white girl, for instance. She had like white features and all of that, just that she was blue. And, but they're definitely backwoods people. She was wearing a homemade denim dress like the Amish do, that sort
Hmm.
of thing. So, I mean, inbreeding, and yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. These people are serious xenophobes. That's why you don't see them like on the street corner somewhere. That's why you've never heard of them, because that's how secretive these people are. Again, our lives were threatened just because we discovered the existence of these
Because
people.
some,
Straight
yeah,
up.
that was the thing. They were like trying to hide, you
Yeah.
know, this guy that was doing a certain. Because when I was in school, I remember in high school, they would talk about people who would have blue babies, which had something to do with the oxygen
Right.
and stuff when they were born. But
Hmm.
now, as I'm older, you don't hear about that happening as much. And I really think they were kind of using these people as something to test them on. Couple, like it was just,
I
I don't know.
don't
I
really.
was just trying to figure out the timeline, like, because they said the last one was a boy in 75, but there could have been more, that you saw or something,
Yeah. What the nurse said, and she kind of let it slip, I think. Again, you have to understand this nurse was probably in her late 80s, maybe early 90s, and
Yeah, they were like
looked every damn day of it. Okay,
Ruth
real.
Pendergast was the name of the nurse that they were talking about this pill. It was called methylene blue.
I don't remember her name, but she was just such a complete bitch. It was unbelievable. They wanted to get us out of there. We weren't supposed to be there, and the only reason we were there is because we were all incredibly bee stung. I mean, like ravaged. Okay, and we had to
Right.
get medical attention. But I don't remember if the nurse, when she let this slip, she said either there were two small colonies of them in Kentucky and one in Pennsylvania, or if it was the other way around, a big colony or one colony in Kentucky and two in Pennsylvania. I don't remember, but it was
Well, they
definitely three
started to
colonies.
spread out. Like by that
Yeah.
time, I would
Mm-hmm.
think, because like they said they had 7 children,
Mm-hmm.
and then some of them went on to marry. You know, it says they mutated genes. Something about an Azar clinic in 1982. I don't know what that was. The family charted that they were still blue, no heart and lung disease. The something like some kind of a gene, a recessive gene.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
had 7 children and went on to marry first cousins, but eventually the gene pool thinned out because of more population and choices. But the first person who started it was a French orphan, which is so weird to me, like I'm like, how would a French orphan get here, you know? And
Lots of
then,
lots of people came through Ellis Island, but I mean,
well, this was back in, they said the early 19th century at Troublesome Creek in a remote place called Hazard, Kentucky.
Hazard, Kentucky, which ironically is where my dad is from.
No way.
Yeah, I know it very well.
Isn't that weird?
Yep,
That
I've been to Hazard, Kentucky so many times in my life that dozens of times.
that is strange. Yep, Hazard, Kentucky.
Hmm.
It said that this
It looks about like it sounds.
yeah, and that there was a lot of inbreeding there, and he married somebody named Elizabeth Smith, and some of the children were blue, some weren't, but they went on to marry cousins, which kept the gene going on.
The
And
inbreeding would explain my father.
oh my God, you're so funny. Did you talk to? Was he married to your mother for long?
14 years, and now they're back, I guess, back together after
No way.
35 years. Yeah, and so I had to go through a bunch of crap as a kid for no goddamn reason. I'm not real happy about it.
Isn't that crazy? So they got back together.
Yeah,
How long were they split up?
35 years, 30 some years.
They were split up for 30-something years.
I think they got together every year or so and did the wild thing or something. But other than that, I mean, they were completely divorced and living separate lives, and yeah.
And then couldn't live without each other.
Well, I think I don't think it's that. I think they couldn't find anybody to put up with each other's bullshit after all this time, is what it was. They said,
Yeah,
"Fuck it,
but
let's run up the clock together."
hold
My
on,
theory.
token and choking.
Are you toking?
You know how I am.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not just saying me when I don't choke. We all do. Um, I've got some stuff on my phone for evidence. When you have experience, it really changes things up.
Yeah,
Oh, let's.
please email me anything that you have. I would love to see it. Absolutely.
So, did you, Ace? Like, you saw a UFO? And you know what? Anything could be an unidentified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean. But the thing is like, what I found like crazy was how it disappeared. That was
Well,
always weird.
there's that F-18 video that the military just released that was taken from the weapons officer, the guy that sits in the back of the aircraft with his
Hmm.
cell phone. And this is like a big video. It just came out recently. And I'll be damned if this isn't this big silver object, the weirdest looking thing you've ever seen. And I would have bought it as a UFO. In fact, I did buy it as a UFO. And then somebody came out and showed us the Batman balloon kite thing.
Well,
And
let
it
me tell you, my
clearly it was
friend,
that.
he releases those satellite balloons. You know what I'm
Mhm.
talking about?
Yeah, sure.
The foil ones.
Yeah.
And he released one. It was just about dusk. And as it got further and further away, I'm telling you, if you were to film that, it could look like something that you didn't know what it was. So,
Most UFOs are not alien spacecraft. The vast
right. But
majority.
what I'm saying is it was pitch black outside. It was nighttime.
Mhm.
And I usually would stargaze, like me and my friend Walter, he worked for a towing company. So he'd be like, that was his area. So we'd just sit and, smoke a bone and shit while he would wait for get a call. And then I'd say, okay, bye. See ya, usually in my drive, my parking lot,
Mhm.
and just fucking just smoke. And so we're sitting there and he's stargazing his way or doing whatever he's doing. I'm looking my way. And that thing all of a sudden was just in front of me, like big enough to count the lights. They were white and there wasn't many on each side, but it was V shaped. And then it swung like a pendulum. So that at first I'm looking at it thinking, oh, it must be a plane, but wow, it got here pretty quick and silent. And then after looking at it for probably what feels like minutes, but it's not, it's just seconds.
Mhm.
And then I realized that it's just swinging back and forth. It's not flying anywhere. And that's when I said to Walter, I go, Walter, what would you say that is? And he looks and he goes, well, I'd have to say that's a plane. And he said, I was going to say plane if it didn't just disappear right before my very eyes.
Mhm.
And that's what it did. It didn't fly away. It didn't, not, it didn't even turn off its lights and fly away so that you would still see the silhouette against the sky. It didn't do
Mhm.
that. It just was gone, then disappeared.
They're rumored that there's some. Here's the thing. I mean, when you think about UFOs and when you think about alien spacecraft that may be coming, well, but may be coming here to this planet. Tim put this best and better than anybody I've ever heard it put it. And there's different. The reason we see different kinds of craft is because we'll think about our own situation here when it comes to vehicles. You got Ford, Chrysler,
Right.
General Motors,
Right.
Toyota,
There's
whoever.
different species. There's all
Different
different.
species, different makes and models of their equipment, and all of that. And that's why sometimes we'll see the same kinds of UFOs in videos, and then sometimes we'll see something completely different.
Just
And
like that Star
that's the
Wars
reason.
movie when they went to the bar and there was all different aliens.
Exactly. It's exactly
Right.
an intergalactic,
Yeah.
consortium of people
Right.
of
And
civilization.
some are weaker, some are stronger. And
Yeah.
I recently, within the last couple of months, I'd say, not even months, probably 2 months, discovered the Sumerian tablet.
Mhm.
That is completely mind blowing to me.
Sure. Well, you can look at some of the carvings and stuff that were done, prehistoric carvings, and there's a guy in a spacesuit. I mean, it's clearly a guy in a spacesuit. You can't
Yeah,
make
but
it out as
those were
anything
like
else.
hieroglyphics, but the tablets, and they did have those hieroglyphics too, right?
These are carvings.
But when they're talking about the earth and mining it for gold, when it's,
Mhm.
that is where you're like, oh my gosh, wait a minute. Now, then everything is kind of related, then it seems. Like when they start talking about Greek mythology, like the gods mated with regular people, even like the Bible said, when they start talking about that, then that makes that whole in the Sumerian tablets when they're talking about um, like a hybrid of different, like you said, of species of intergalactic kind of thing
Mhm.
to mine the gold, to come to Earth and mine the gold. They were going to make they were going to do the work for it.
Mhm.
And now it's like, so, okay, so they probably have already done that. That probably got done. And now it's like, now we're sitting here thinking we're getting so far advanced. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to do this. But they've already come to the Earth to mine it for shit.
Well,
Like,
I mean, I've heard the stories and of the Sumerians and the gold mining and all of that. And to be honest with you, again, and this is coming from a UFO guy, I've always sort of had a problem with it. And the
the
reason,
Sumerian tablets, though, did you read those?
yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
familiar with them. Yeah, and they do tell a very interesting story. But the thing about it is, if they were going to mine this planet for gold, they did kind of a shitty job of it.
but maybe
And
that's why there's no gold because it was done so long ago.
and then,
And we found gold, yeah, but what? Little tiny
but
bits, I think.
here's the thing: it's actually gold is actually a fairly common element even in our own solar system. There's an asteroid sitting out there somewhere right now, I think, right past Mars, if I'm not mistaken, that is supposed to be. I mean, it's like a small moon, and it's basically made out of gold. So much gold that if we were to bring it, drag it back here
Yeah, but
somehow.
that's out there. I'm talking about.
But
Look
my
at
point,
okay.
my point being is that there's easy to go grab an asteroid, full of gold kind of thing. Then I'm not sure if mining it from a planet would be. I don't know. Would it be easier to just grab an asteroid full of this stuff?
I'm just saying, like, even the fact that they were talking about mining the earth for gold
Yeah,
that far back is
hmm
amazing to
it
me.
is. It is
That
amazing.
is what's amazing. Whether it happened or not, it's amazing to me that they're talking about something that they couldn't see as if it's another place, another planet, and we think we're the first ones to come up with it. You know?
Well, there's never been a great explanation for the reason to have uranium in the ground. There just isn't. It's not something that you would normally find in nature.
I hear
And
it's like the evil, like to release it is the evil.
well, could it be that other civilizations have lived and died on this planet before the human civilization? Is that remnants of their technology, their energy sources,
Right?
things of that
Yeah, like
nature?
they collapse upon themselves.
Right. I mean, because every
Yeah,
every empire falls. I mean,
yeah,
we've seen
that's
it
what I
happen,
think
and
happened.
it'll happen to us too. So
Yep.
yeah,
That's why they find these cities underneath cities. And
yeah,
they're like
exactly.
those whole like a mosque, and it's got the whole with the glass and the big
Everything.
dome.
Yeah, I mean, just
They
super,
putting out a
super,
picture.
sure,
Yeah, well,
super,
like how did
super
they do
architecture.
that? How did they do it? I mean, because they were so far advanced that they collapsed upon themselves. That's why I think like the World Wide Web is almost read between the lines, like come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. You know,
I think that
like
the
this
inter-
way.
I think that the internet forced humanity into a level of evolution that we may not have been ready for, in my
We're never
opinion.
gonna come out of it. We're in the web. We're stuck.
It's over now, yeah. But think about it,
Yeah.
like if you think of, like, let's say 30 years ago, and you wanted to, you have an idea and you want to collaborate with someone and say, I don't know, Minsk, Russia, for instance. Okay, how did you do it? Well, you could send faxes, but you can only send so many faxes. So then you'd have to actually send text back and forth via like FedEx and shit like that, right? It's
Mm.
that took time. That took a lot of time, and we didn't really do 30 years ago. 24-hour delivery could be done, but it was
Yeah, but
major
any of
expense.
the research that we want to do now is also is monitored by this this whole thing,
Oh,
and
sure.
they can limit it to what they want us to see. They've allowed us to have only one source of information, and now with this COVID thing and the libraries being closed, the whole written word is becoming just like those futuristic movies when they were like the great book, and it was underneath a dome.
Go and rent a movie. It's probably a late 70s, early 80s movie called, let me think here. Shit. A Brave New World. A Brave New World.
Hmm.
And if you watch this movie, or it's also a novel, read the book or see the movie. But when you see this and you look at what's going on in the United States right now, it's absolutely shocking. It's like,
Same as Atlas
really,
Shrugged.
it's. I mean, you can see that that's where we're headed. Um, if
Well, look
things
at
keep
the
going the
book
way they are.
Atlas Shrugged. I mean, and they talk about, I don't know if you ever read that, but they talk about the steel tariffs and all that, and that was written in the 40s, and I feel like, you know, the the whole Bill Clinton thing. I mean, they even go on to talk about a blue dress in the book Atlas Shrugged, and a president with a very strong wife, and the whole thing that he was put through. It's almost word for word a prophecy from the 40s by Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. And I just feel like the more I see it, like we watch these things go on, and they're futuristic movies all through our lives, and the future has never looked bright. They always portrayed it to look so, you know, bad, and it's sad, and that's how it came out. Like we see it and we believe it, and then they act on it. It's almost like a mind game of once you see it, you'll believe it, and so when we do it, you'll believe it because your mind has seen it. Yeah.
We have a very weak-minded portion of our population in this country, and we've seen this politically now for the last 10 years or so. I mean, if you've noticed, anything and everything has become somehow racist. I mean,
Somehow it doesn't seem to even matter like what we think.
well,
It's so
it's
behind the scenes and skull and crossbones,
well,
you
it's the media.
know.
It's the media being the
Yeah,
influence in the minds of the weak. I mean, you can tell if there are people in this country that if someone that's better than they are, if someone that they deem to be one of their better, someone higher up than them, like a politician or something like that, tells them something, they will take that information, absorb it as and take it as face value, and that's it. That's
and that's
how it
it. Yeah,
is.
right.
They don't. They and
Well,
they
and
don't.
the thing is though, that's what at the end of the day it comes down to once again where they've got us in this web where we can't even look at the written word anymore, except what they've approved to put in their within our reaches, and that's what we look for. We're lazy. We aren't because that's and the people who weren't lazy have been limited now because of this COVID thing, this quarantine, this whole the libraries being closed, schools, things where the education that's where our future lay too. I mean, look at our future. It's missed out.
I'm so disappointed in how we as Americans handled the pandemic. I'm so disappointed. I mean, I've never. I mean, this is like
That's
there's
going to
been
come up.
there have been a couple of times in life where I was ashamed of being American. Only a couple, but there were a
Hmm.
few things that we really dicked up badly. That being said, how we handle this, and I mean, to see people like in line at the bank, like they're so frightened that they're in their cars in line at the bank, driving up to the teller to do whatever
They
they're going
can't
to
go
do,
there anymore
and there's
inside.
there's social distancing in their fucking cars.
Right, with their fucking masks on in their car. And the thing is this, I saw people like even walking around outside with
Right,
masks on in their cars.
right.
I mean, not in their cars. I mean, outside masks on. Which not there was, and we put our masks on because we felt like this particular place you have to wear a mask. Every person we saw outside, where like maybe days before taking a ride, and we saw somebody outside with a mask on, which was like only one person. We thought, oh, what do they think? They're going to catch the disease. But then we conformed, looking back on it, we conformed to what everybody else was doing the following week when we were, out
Mhm.
taking drives and people at this other place were all wearing masks. We wore them. Um, it's the point of the conforming. Like earlier when I was talking about Bobbles, she had done a live stream about freedom of speech. Then the next night, there's the Google mods there deleting things. Now, if I was her, I would have said, I want to just say thank you to the Google mods that have taken part in this simulation of what it feels like to have your freedom of speech taken away. You know, they've taken part in showing people about what it feels like to have something taken away, just like somebody dropping their channel link, nothing offensive, and say how we all reacted the wrong way. We should have been outraged, but instead we conformed and accepted it. That
Right,
and
right.
all suddenly forgot that the night before we were taking part in a live stream about taking away our freedom of speech.
Hmm.
The Google's mods were there, but then they showed up the next night and deleted things that weren't even offensive. And I find it I find it that we should be more aware of the fact that they do say, "Oh, it's 1%, 1%, probably 2% now that are the richest." Controlling things and it's going across long ways. But
If I could respond to Ace there, you know, uh, it, that's true, and it is ridiculous and all of that. But I mean, at the end of the day, think about it like this: what we've done here worldwide, not just the United States, but
yeah,
worldwide, what we've done here is we've taken the sick people, okay, and instead of isolating the sick people like you're supposed to when people get sick, and let the people that are not sick do their thing, live their fucking lives, pardon my language, we took everybody and put them together with the sick people, and then we
yeah.
got
But what
more
they
sick
did
people
too
getting laid.
was even in their calculations of how many COVID deaths they were, they included deaths that weren't COVID deaths and said
Right,
COVID related. Like
sure.
they inflated the numbers,
Hmm. so
and you
so they
get
get more
some people.
funding, more
Yeah,
money.
exactly, to get more funding.
See,
Exactly.
see how it worked was how it still works is let's say as a theoretical example here, let's say you got person A right here, he's standing right here next to me, okay? Now person
Mm,
A either had COVID and got over it and he's good to go, so he has the antibodies, or he's been vaccinated, okay? Either way, this guy's got the COVID antibodies in his blood now, that's part of his
right.
body. Now he's
Mhm.
walking down the street, steps off a curb, bam, gets crushed by a bus, okay?
Mhm.
Now they're
Mhm.
going to do a post-mortem on him, on his body, absolutely. And it doesn't matter that he was just crushed by a bus or hit by a fucking meteor. He has COVID-19 antibodies. He died of COVID-19.
Right. They're all inflated to get more money, which is the
Exactly. It's
same.
a scam.
The same with everything. It's the same with everything. People will. It's like somebody I was dealing with that was stalking me in a physical sense. Okay, so that person I dated for 6 weeks. He was on probation with a non-harassment order, but his probation was unsupervised. probation. Now, how is that even probation? I mean, if you're unsupervised, and then when he did something, I broke that, he still didn't get anything, nothing. They decided, oh, well, big deal. Um, Bottom line is unsupervised probation, then that just like is basically a name in their caseload when they report their caseload to get more funding.
Right. Well, that basically means that this person screws up at all, they're supposed to go ahead and get whatever they were sentenced to originally. That's how it's supposed to work. It doesn't work that way, but that's how it's supposed to work.
Now, here's something I want to point out too, and I'm not a racist person, but here's something I want to point out. When white people start talking about politics and things that are going on and stuff like this, right? We don't get the views or the airtime or anything that if you watch like Officer Tatum, he's black, Roland Martin, he's black, and I know it's late, but they have thousands, like in their chat room and stuff like that. And they are, both black. And I am not a racist person, but I like Officer Tatum. I don't, like I like him. I'm not saying I don't like Roland Martin, but I'm just saying their presentation, however they are. But white people, when they do it, they're racist and they're this and they're that, and we drop down to 4. If they think we're talking drama, when we were talking about Vern, we were like, stayed up above the double digits.
Well,
right?
I've noticed that if 3 or 4 people get together, white people get together, it's called white supremacy in the United States these days. We have noticed that. Again, that's our media, and for whatever reason, it seems like the Democrat Party in this country wants to
Democrats or anything, because I'm a Democrat and I'm saying that to you.
Yeah, and so am I. Well, I used to be, but yeah, I grew up a Democrat.
So I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's personal feelings and the fact that most people are driven by fear, like they live in fear.
That's exactly what the Democrat Party gives them.
Oh, not Democrat. I'm Democrat, and I just
but you got to understand what that party's doing right now. Like the
no, because we just came from Republican. I don't want to take it there. I don't want to differentiate because we both feel the same way. What I just want to point out is that I think it has something to do with the media. Like the media does that. The media caused them that.
They're pulling the strings of the people that won't do their own homework. My foster mother lives in Des Moines, Iowa. I grew up in Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines, Iowa hasn't changed in 30 years that I lived there, and probably not 30 before that. It's like a snow globe frozen in time. She will swear to you that there is racism around every corner. She's never seen racism before. Has no idea. Never in her life she ever seen that. But because she's getting that shit from the media, she believes it. She's one of those weak-minded people that doesn't matter. She'll just believe it because, again, she's getting it from one of her betters.
Right. And I don't see as much racism as they're talking about. And I live in a pretty good city. There's
total fucking lie. And that's the thing. People from other countries that are.
If anything, I see more racism towards the other side.
Absolutely. People that are seeing this from other countries, you're probably hearing that we're this horrible racist country and black people are in danger. That's just not true. The fact of the matter is black people kill each other off left, right, and center every day in this country. Doesn't seem to be a problem. But if a police officer has to take action against a black person, that's considered racism. That's why the cops are going to walk off the job, and we are going to have a civil war.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is the media, at the end of the day, is the one that's allowing that. They know that whole case that with Derek Chauvin, that the reason why that was, allowed to happen, like him get convicted of those charges, is because of Justine Diamond. She was a white woman who got shot by a black cop. Now, but they don't mention her. They don't mention her at all.
No,
but they call it the George Floyd bill. They're calling it the George Floyd bill. Changing that law there. Mm-hmm. They're calling it that. And the thing is that the precedents had been set because of Justine Diamond being killed by a black cop. And she was a white Australian woman. She called. She heard somebody getting raped behind her house, and walked out to the police car. And this black cop shot over his partner. Shot over his partner. and killed her
He was
from
from
the
Somalia.
passenger.
The cop was from Somalia.
Yep, yeah.
Mhm.
And that was in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Sure.
And they do not even acknowledge
Hmm. No.
that that was her family that, you know, paid enough, paid enough for an attorney, a good one that set the precedent and, made it so that qualified immunity didn't, make, they broke the they set a precedent.
I I don't know if you could pay me $500,000 a year to be a cop of the United States right now, especially not in a major population center. I just don't think you could give me that much. I don't think it would do it for me because I mean these guys are targeted right now by every thug out there. They are, and now they're being stripped of their immunity to be able to do their jobs. Yeah, like
But
I say,
the
it's just a matter.
immunity, you got to look at each case individual. And
Sure,
that is what I tried to do when I was doing my channel originally, was to look at each case individually. And each case individually, at the end of the day, it all would end with united we stand, divided we fall. And at the end of the day, these cops just want to go home too.
yeah, it's
So,
they've been
yeah,
demonized. They've been demonized by the media. They've been demonized, and I'm sorry you don't want to go there by the Democrat Party. But they've been demonized, and again, they're walking off the job. There's a riot in Portland, Oregon, every single night, and there has been for like over a year. Okay, and this mayor egged it on. He when Trump was in power, this guy wanted the city to burn, and he's the fucking mayor. Now, after Trump lost the election, now he came out and said, "Okay, guys," and this literally happened. He said, "Okay, you can stop rioting now. Trump's no longer in power. They're still doing it every friggin' night."
all right. So look back to March 2015 and tell me who was running that city then, like who was the mayor, governor, or whatever. Tell me that, because I'm telling you that in March 2015, when there was, there was three officer involved shootings. Okay,
Hmm.
three. One of them was a guy that was it was a well being check, and um, they were showing up uh, just like 3 weeks before there had been a Brian Babb, and it was a well being check. And I'm really curious. I mean it. I mean it when I ask you what party was running it then in March 2015, because in my mind, one was a well-being check. It was a white guy. He got killed, and the cops were there within 7 minutes. And the accounts of it were really contradictory. But needless to say, they ended up killing this guy, supposedly through the couple of inch when you lift up your garage door, and supposedly, this sniper got him through there because he had a gun, but the guy was legally deaf. Okay, and um, they showed up with a Bearcat, those big armored vehicles with the turret and the thing out of it. They said the same thing to Brian Batt a couple of weeks before, killed him same way, PTSD. He'd served 3 tours in Afghanistan and was on his fourth when he had to give it up because of a brain injury. So then the next one was a legally blind black guy who was totally, I mean, he was visiting from California, visiting family. Ended up at the wrong house. I think he did suffer from some kind of schizophrenia, but he was lost. But he had been in the hospital. It clearly makes you're inclined to think he was getting some kind of help because he had a hospital band around his wrist, hospital like as if it would be pajamas, but no shoes on. But he was hiding, um, behind a chair on a porch. It was the wrong house that he went to. And the cop said that he pulled a knife on him, but it was the cop's knife that the evidence picture was the cop showing this how he would zip tie this knife to the front of his uniform and use it to cut sandwiches. Like, that's ridiculous. Okay? So he gets killed, this black guy, by the cop. And then the next one to get killed is a guy named Charles Landero. He was Filipino. He wasn't white. He wasn't black. He was beige. Okay? He was gay.
Mhm.
Recently, came out gay. Did have kids with someone from a marriage.
Mhm.
And he goes into oh, are you leaving, Ace? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Am I boring you, Tommy? Or is it okay?
No, actually, I do need to kind of go though, honey, because it's like almost 1:30 here.
Oh, all
Um,
right. But they shoot
we can.
him. The cops shoot him. If you ever look it up, his name's
Mhm.
Charles Banderas. And that's why I think to myself, if people who were black would have made more of a protest then in 2015, if it wasn't all about, because they kind of put him off as being, well, they didn't notice. Like in Portland, Oregon, the whole state, the percentage of black people to white people is very low.
Oh, it always is. Yeah, they're the minority race, and that's why starting a war with a race war would not end well. I don't think for black folks. I just don't see
I don't know.
any.
I mean, Portland, it's not the same no more. When they did that's where they did the Chaz Chop, right? Or whatever it was called.
To me, in my opinion, where the cops and went off the rails, where the whole thing, that the whole
They shouldn't have left. The cops should not have left.
well, my point being is that where we started hating the cops, let's say, was the beer summit with Obama. So you have to understand what
Mm-mm.
happened there. That college professor who is black locked his keys out of his house somehow and is trying to break in through a window. This is brought up in daylight. The cops drive
No,
by and they see
no, no.
they
I don't know anything about that. What I'm saying is, and did you, before that happened in Portland, be honest with me right now. Did you know anything that you're blaming Obama for right now? Because this is the thing. I did not see any rioting or anything. Now, the black people, some people, whatever side they may be on, may blame Obama, may not. Honestly, reality wise, let's just be for real, okay?
you're taking people and you're telling them you're bombarding them constantly with the fact that they're being discriminated against racially all the time, 24/7. They're getting
Right,
it
but
from
I
all
think that's been
sides.
going on. That's been going on forever.
That's been going on since probably mid 2000s when
No,
I've
no,
noticed it.
that's been going on forever. Okay, no, but maybe not forever. But I'm going to tell you, I would say whenever it became okay to say the N word and decide that that was a term of endearment if you were black to black. But if you're a white person saying that, then you're due for a beating. Them's fighting words. So right there is just about like saying you can drink from this water fountain, but you can't drink from this one.
Well, it's a double standard, is what you're saying,
Right,
that's
exactly.
exactly what it is. And you listen to black music, it's an inward, 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 inward.
Right,
It's constant,
right,
and it's just
right.
it's another ridiculous double standard that again it's all going to come to a head soon. And
It, but it's got to come out united. We have to be united because united we stand, divided we fall.
if we're
And
not
when somebody told me there's nothing more, there's no better way to control the people than by making them feel like they have a choice. To divide the people, sorry, no better way to divide the people than by making them think or believe that they have a choice. And that is true. Because if you think about it, remember when the electoral college came into play with Bush, the son?
yeah,
Now, if you're the same age as me, then but if you're a little bit younger, now I remember. Okay, so that was okay. So the father was the first
mhm.
presidential election I was able to vote in. You know, but I had already been voting. I think, but that was the presidential
Me
election.
too. The Clinton Bush, that was my first election.
That was that was the second term. Clinton, Bush, the father, right?
No, he ran against, but it was Clinton Bush at first. Clinton Bush Ross Perot was the first
Hmm.
election, and then
Right, right.
Clinton ran against who did he run against the next time?
Well, the first one was Clinton. Who was before the father?
Reagan.
Reagan, right? And then it was Bush, and I think Clinton won.
Reagan, Bush, Clinton, and he was twice. And then after Clinton, it
Yeah,
was Bush Jr. twice, and then Obama twice.
but Clinton got 2 times, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But right, so you must have just been 21.
Yeah, I was 21, and you
Yeah,
voted 18, but I mean, I was 21 the first time I could vote. First time there was a
I think the
presidential
first time
election.
you could vote was 21. In my state, it was 21,
Mm,
21.
18 everywhere.
But was it? Maybe they changed it. I don't know. I
Could be
feel like
18.
I was a little older past the voting age,
Mhm.
but I hadn't been able to vote in the presidential election. And I
Right.
remember the debate. So you must have voted for the father then, right?
No, I
Because
actually
he's
voted for
Republican.
Clinton. I voted for Clinton twice.
Did you? Okay,
Mhm.
good. Yeah. Hmm.
I
I
voted
feel
for
like
Obama
I'm
the first
lucky.
time.
I feel lucky to have seen that inauguration when Fleetwood Mac came together after 10 years and
That was
sang Joe
cool.
Stephanie. It
Mhm.
gives me goosebumps when I think about that. I feel like we were so happy. When I watch those presidential, it's always been 18. Okay, so I don't know. I feel like for some reason
Well,
I
we
wasn't voting at 18. But then again, I mean, I moved around. Who knows? 18, that was young to me.
we just had a president of the United States, a person that's supposed to unite us, come out and say that this country is suffering from systemic racism, and we all know that that's bullshit.
I feel
Now,
like it was a subject of contention for me that you could be drafted and join the army at 18, but you couldn't vote. That's why I feel like it was 21. At least
you couldn't drink. You could be drafted, but you couldn't drink alcohol. That was always the thing that I remember, and because you have to be 21 to drink, but you can go fight for your country at 18, and
maybe
that was always like the
yeah.
big thing.
But I do remember that in those presidential debates with the father and Ross Perot, he could have been good, but
Yeah.
he screwed up when he backed out. When he backed out, it showed somebody who would, and he tried to get back in. That was the whole breakdown of his campaign was him backing out. Showed
Yeah.
spinelessness.
He took a lot of votes
And
from Bush.
yeah, well, when there's a third party that always takes a lot of votes from both parties,
Yeah.
so it's the middle of the road, you know, and it takes a lot of votes from both parties. So you really don't want it. Nader did that for a long time.
Yeah,
Remember?
that's all he was worth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He never
Yeah,
had a shot at it. He just had enough money to get in
yeah.
the game.
It was the Green Party. He took the votes from both
Yeah.
parties for the middle of the roaders. And you never really want that. You don't want that shit. You
Mhm.
want somebody who stands by their convictions. And the presidential debate, because it was my first presidential vote, was the black lady kept standing up saying, what are you going to do about the recession? What's your plan for the recession? To Bush the father.
Mhm.
And he kept ignoring her. And then he answered back and said, I don't under. He was mad. He finally said to her, he goes, I don't understand what you mean by that question. That's like asking someone who doesn't have cancer what they're going to do about the cancer,
Mhm.
which was such a bad answer. You
Uh,
know,
Listen,
it
dear,
really was.
I do need to turn in, but I do appreciate you for having me. It's been fun as always.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
And I'll definitely try to come back again soon. And you guys, folks, just remember to come over and see us over at UFO Man. It's every Saturday
Yes,
night at
please.
9 o'clock Eastern Time. We really appreciate that,
Yes,
the
please.
support and the love, and thanks a lot.
All right. Bye, Tommy.
Yep, have a great night, honey. Bye bye, all.
Have a good night. Bye. I'm not sure whose channel that is, but it's somebody's. Hi, you guys. It's probably Tommy, or maybe you. No, it's would say it was UFO man. It might be Tommy Highway. Could be Tommy Highway or Bobbles. I'm not sure. One or the other of the guests that were on tonight. You guys are good. I like 2003. You're so nice. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And Ace was here. It says 8, but I think 8 people should say hello to me. Don't you think so? 2003? Because we know that the people on here on the screen. So there's 2003. So let's see now. We got 7 more people to go. Okay. Sometimes people fall asleep and you don't know they're still on your channel, but that's all right, right? So you're a surfer, 2003, correct? And what I see by your picture. I'm just saying. Whoops. All right. Did I go out and come back in? By accident? Is there an echo? Tell me. Let me know. Do I have an echo? Guys, I can't tell because I can't hear myself. Or home. Here, I'm gonna drop the link. If you wanna come on, man, or anybody. 2003. Anybody? Anybody? Any takers? I know, I'm a late nighter. I can't help it. So what, right? Who cares if people keep late hours? You know when they used to say the early bird gets the worm? I mean, that was when we didn't have electricity. People needed to work by the light of the sunlight and stuff. I know, right? Space Man, I'm all by myself. Hmm. Come on now. 2003, do you ever go on any panels, any live streams? Come on now. They're fun. For fun. For fun. Come on. I just posted my link. Spaceman? Any takers? Here we go. See? There we go. Hello.
Yeah, you going? I'm spewing. I missed this one. I was
Hello.
a bit busy. I
You
was
been
hoping,
busy?
yeah, I had things to do. But yeah, looked like it was going to be a good. Oh,
A good what?
I had a bloody echo going on. I forgot to mute my other channel.
Oh, how many devices do you have, Spaceman?
Mate, I'm on my PC now. I'm off the phone. But yeah, when you open up the YouTube and you're in the live stream, watching the live stream, it echoes
Yep.
from that.
Yeah, you can hear it echoing. 2003. I asked if he surfs. Is he on a surfboard in that picture? Can you tell?
No, I don't think he's on a surfboard. Maybe a jet ski or something. There you go, 2003 rant. What is it? What is it you're on? Actually, you may as well tell
I
us.
know, right? Yeah. That was nice to have Tommy on here and Bobbles, huh?
He straddled over it, see, so he's got like some sort of thing in front of him, like an
It
engine
looked
bay
like
or
a
something.
beach shot, some kind of swimming shot, but with no water.
Jet ski
That was a
with
table.
something.
I was
I
on the
think it's a
beach.
jet ski with
He's
another
sitting
one
on a
behind
table?
him.
He said it's a table.
Table. Oh, okay.
No, but key on the beach, a table on the beach.
Oh, okay. You've got a table between your legs, sitting on a chair.
He's on a chair.
Yeah, sitting on a chair at the table, maybe.
Oh, see, I can't see good. Know that? I'm just not gonna lie anymore. Everybody doesn't know. You know what? Listen, Spaceman. I need you to talk, and I know you like to. So talk about something 'cause I have to pee.
Fantasy. Oh,
Fantasy.
what did you say? Talk about
Oh, I
something
gotta
what?
pee. I said you can see the live
Oh,
stream,
oh,
right? Can you see the
yeah, yeah,
chat?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Bye.
All right. I'll answer questions. Question that time. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm spewing. I missed out on the chat earlier. Well, time travel and video editing. I did a 3-year or a 2-year multimedia course, so I could have probably helped out with me video editing. It's really takes a lot of power out of a computer though when you do video editing because it's got to break the film up into separate images, for you to do the editing. But yeah, it does take a lot of power. But computers are pretty good these days, so most people's computers can cut it. Used to only be able to use Apple years ago because they were the only ones powerful enough. Yeah, it looks like a lounge chair. That's what I was thinking, a recliner of some sort, because you can see the backrest is leaning right back. What beach you at? Is it at home or on holiday? Hey, where'd you say you were from? 2003 rant? Hawaii. Oh, yeah. Be pretty wild over in Hawaii, I'd imagine. All them volcanoes. Texas. Oh, yeah. Probably the best place to be in America right now, I'd imagine. I was going to say too earlier on when they were talking about the vaccines and all that bizzo. Did anyone hear about how all the people that got vaccinated in Israel are all COVID positive? And other doctors are also saying that the people that are vaccinated somehow are spreading the symptoms or the vaccine spreading through the people that are getting vaccinated. They're somehow, because they were saying about how these blood clots on the brain are so rare that a doctor would be lucky to see one in his lifetime, because they're just so rare.
That's what happens from the vaccinations.
Well, yeah, people are getting blood clots from them.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, and they keep on saying, "Oh, it's safe," and they keep on.
Which, what always kind of baffled me about that vaccine was how they had different companies making different vaccines.
Oh, they're all in on it to try and make dollars out of it.
Absolutely.
But they're all the same thing, right? It's just two of them are like RNA. They edit your RNA cells once you've got the vaccine.
Yep.
And the
your mitochondria, you like your mRNA,
your T cells and all that.
mRNA, yeah.
Yeah, and the Johnson
Mitochondria,
and Johnson,
ribonucleic acid, or something.
I think, and maybe the AstraZeneca one,
No,
which
it's
we
the
have in
other one,
Australia.
Pfizer.
Pfizer, and there's another one as well, but I can't remember.
Modesto or something like that,
Yeah, but they're all the same. But the Johnson and Johnson one, they actually edit the RNA cells first and put them into you.
Right, they change your DNA.
But someone just put that Pfizer or whatever it's called, that vaccine under a microscope, and they're seeing shit in it, man, that they have never seen before. They reckon they don't know what the hell it is that's in there, but they're living cells. They're moving
Oh,
around and
yeah,
swimming
I
around.
told people a long time ago. People, and they
Yeah,
love that phrase, conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory.
yeah. I hate that word.
Me too. There was a documentary
It,
I watched, and it was about how the media, it was called Operation Mockingbird,
oh
and
yeah,
how
yeah,
the government had wanted the media to tell people lies to see
yeah,
what the public would believe. Yep.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
to see
Oh,
what
oh
the
yeah.
public would believe, and they coined that phrase, conspiracy theory.
Well,
Very nice.
it was actually a guy in a court case that was being charged by a bunch of people for poisoning their town water or something like that, and
Hmm.
he was in court facing trial over it, and he claimed that it was a they were conspiring against him to get him in trouble, and
Hmm.
that's
Right.
and it
Well,
was
it was made popular from that Operation
yeah.
Mocking.
Well,
They
he
spread
got
it
off.
around, like made people. They use it all the time in the media for
Yeah.
anybody who.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Hmm.
he got off his court criminal charges by saying it was a conspiracy against him, and that's where it sort of started. And
Hmm.
now government uses it to
Yeah. It was
humiliate.
called Operation Mockingbird. It was this uh whole documentary about how Hollywood is also involved, in the media and
Oh,
Hollywood,
yeah. It's
all that
called
synchronism too. That you know,
yeah.
I
Well,
heard about.
it's what do they call that bloody um, propaganda? The government got caught out doing a propaganda thing.
The African
Like,
Israelites are kind of very violent. 2003. I don't know if you ever saw them, but there
oh
is,
hi Ace, Ace is back.
yeah, and those African Israelites that were pushing around those high school kids outside of the White House and stuff. They're very violent, and they need to
Oh,
understand that to be an Israelite and to, you know, be Jewish is about, I mean, I say I'm Jewish, but I'm really agnostic. Like I'm in between. But if I had a gun held to my head and they were like,
mm,
we've heard you say you're Jewish, are you Jewish? I would say I'm Jewish
yeah.
because, you know, for some reason, when you have that Jewish heritage through you, people can ask you, oh, what's your nationality or something or whatever. Jewish is always in it. Like for me, like I'll say, my mother was English and my father's Russian Jew. Like
Yeah.
it becomes a part of your nationality. It rolls
Have you
off your
seen
tongue.
those paintings in Russia that show they're apparently supposed to be from the 1600s or some shit, but supposed to be one of the first Jewish people. I don't know in Russia or what. I don't know, but they were all black people, and they were all dressed like royalty in these paintings. You know,
Yeah,
and
but the thing is that when you're to be Jewish, it doesn't mean so much about the bloodline. It's like about because it's been so
it's
thinned
the
out.
belief,
Yeah, it's the belief,
the
it's the
religion, and all
practicing
that.
of it. That's
But
why,
oh,
even though I would say I'm Jewish, but this is the thing, like those Jewish Israelites are not, they're mean. And if they read, there is Jewish Israelite. Okay, Ethiopians, those
mm,
I believe are black Jews. Okay,
mm,
because of Bathsheba. Remember Bathsheba?
not really.
Like
Is
I
he
don't
one
know
of
if
the
you've read the
leaders?
Bible, but and then they found
Oh, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. He was
yeah,
a black guy.
well, no, Bathsheba was the queen of Sheba, and when
Mm,
she went to see it was either Saul or Solomon, and he was the king of Israel.
yeah.
He was Jewish, not white, but he wasn't black. But she was black. She was from Ethiopia, and then
Mm,
he said she had brought him like gold and stuff from her village or whatever,
Mm. It,
and he said that she should stay overnight. They should stay overnight because, it was dangerous to travel at nighttime back
mm.
then, during Bible
Oh
days.
yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and
get
so
away.
she said, well, I won't have relations with you. So he said, that's fine, but just don't ask me for anything. And he gave her something very spicy, like for dinner, and she
Mm.
asked for water. So
Ah,
he had sexual relations with her. And they ended up
ah.
having a son. And so that's like, one of those
Did you
Bible
ever
things that they don't talk about.
did you ever get into the when you were looking into the Sumerian tablets? Did you read the parts or find out the parts about how that's what I was talking about the other night about how mankind their creations it sort of
Yeah,
started
from
off.
like a hybrid of different.
Well, because Enki was the first one sent to Earth. Oh, well, he didn't actually get sent to Earth. I might have you might have heard the story I was telling about how
Who?
he Enki.
Oh, the Book of Anki. Yeah, that
He
I
was
saw too. Was
yeah.
was
Well, he was an Anunnaki. He was from this other planet that circles the other second sun, right? And
yeah,
he was a hybrid. He was a reptilian Anunnaki cross, and he did have a lizardy skin sort of features on him, and that's why they talk about the serpent in the Garden of Eden. And the
right.
Garden of Eden was the laboratory where they were making all the creations. Not just humans, but animals, trees, all sorts of
Hmm.
shit.
Well, that's
And
interesting to
but back then,
learn.
humans could only had a like a caveman mentality. They had a very
Right, like a
limited,
Neanderthal. Yeah.
yeah, they had a very limited capacity of
Mhm.
free
Mhm.
will sort of deal. But they could be guided in that, and they were used as slaves. Well, um, Enki had ended up giving part of their own DNA into us. They put
Yeah,
it.
it said, it was a hybrid. It was a
They
hybrid like the
gave,
gods.
yeah, yeah, but he created an even bigger hybrid. He gave us the ability of free will and thought, right?
Right, which it's
Was
all a
against the
hybrid.
rules. And
I
his
know, I,
brother,
I know that people say, oh, flat earthers, oh, crazy, 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 right? Flat earthers. But
mm,
here's my thought, like say that they're looking at it and say all the apostles, like from the Bible, like I feel like there's a big connection. Say that they're
to,
looking and they're the
to
constellations, right?
to the
Because they're
flat
the
Earth,
same. Yeah.
you
And they're looking at it almost like, they're hoping everybody goes the right way. You know, it's like they want to be able to see it. And then you got these people, and a lot of people like to use that phrase, "Oh, they're bipolar, they're bipolar." But if you look at like, just like if you go into that word Mesopotamia, and when they go back to the first place where the written word like Og and everything, that okay, Mesopotamia, which is like a place between two bodies of water, okay, Mesa,
mm, mm,
Potamia, right? So say you've got the North and the South Pole; those are ice, and they never want us to go there. It's a big fucking secret, okay?
that's where
Those
the
people,
engines are.
yeah,
Have
yeah.
you seen Dark
And
City,
no,
the
but you've got the
movie?
four corners of the earth,
You got to
okay?
see it. It'll blow
But
your
then you've got
mind.
the two waters in between, okay? The
Yeah, yeah.
Atlantic and the Pacific.
Mm.
And when people, they say people are bipolar, but I think what it really is we all struggle to stay balanced because we feel the pull of the earth,
Uh,
like the low
yeah,
tide and the high tide.
yeah.
So if you imagine a plate or something,
That's the
flat,
moon.
yeah, if you imagine a plate, something flat, and we're in the middle and we're trying to keep our balance each time it tilts. And so we're just struggling to get by and keep, you know, our balance, right? So,
Society's a struggle as it is. I mean, that's
right, that's
always.
what I mean. That's what I mean. But if you look at it as a big picture,
Mm,
like flatter, okay,
mm,
that feeling of struggling to keep your balance would make sense because if you looked at
nah,
it with the changing of the tides and like a plate tilting one way, tilting the other,
they
that
did an experiment, Tracy, where they proved it. That the Earth curves, and they did that by putting a laser on the land, pointing across the ocean, and set it at a
and I'm
certain
not saying that
height.
it doesn't. I'm not because
Yeah.
they do dig deep into it, and I do believe in like when they talk about aliens being deep in the ocean. But I always try to make people who would buy into that idea of why they're always at odds within themselves gear
Mm.
towards no medication. I don't think people should medicate themselves to
No,
life. I
doesn't
think
help.
people should feel life.
It's a pity. It's a pity, that we stop. That we look at each other as uh, um, different people. Like even though we're all different colours and
We all have
whatever.
our own stories.
Well, we're all human in the long run, and
That's
we're
why I
different.
said the other night, like, if you look close up at a masterpiece, right? Put a painting and you look close up at it, it's every individual, you know, brush
Mm.
stroke. But when you back away and you look at it as a whole, is of a masterpiece. You know,
Yeah, well,
we
with
each have our
open.
own brush stroke.
Yeah, well, everyone's got the same. It's four DNA strains, and they say
Yeah,
if you
but we're
look at,
not talking about the DNA.
yeah,
Let's
but
not
if you
go
look
that
at
deep.
the people, if you
Let's
look at the
look at it
people,
like
wh-
easy.
whether they're black or white or Chinese
Right, we
or
all bleed the same.
whatever.
I say that sometimes when I go
Oh
on, like,
no, I'm just saying that you'll see someone with the same nose as you on someone else with your kind of ears, someone with your kind of lips, and it's all we're all the same. We're just different colors and mixed up differently. So
I feel like
what I was,
united we stand, divided we fall.
oh hell yeah, and that's why they divide us with their
Yeah,
different
that's why they
religions,
divide
different
us. And they
bloody
make us think we have a choice. They
countries,
put us
and
into groups like Democratic and Republican.
I mean,
They put
why?
us into groups. They divide us. And they make us think we have a choice. And
Oh
then
yeah.
you place your votes, and if it's not what they wanted, it doesn't fit what they wanted, then all of
Well,
a sudden, the electoral college comes out and says,
that's
yeah, but your popular vote doesn't matter. And that's when you realize you were fooled into believing that you had a choice. So if
yeah,
you're a young person, and I know you're not, Spaceman, and you don't live in this country, but if you're a young person who lives in this country and you vote and you're listening to this live stream, I want you to realize that the moment that the electoral college came out and played a role and
yeah. That's bullshit.
undermined,
I don't get that shit. The electoral
it
college.
overrode the vote of the popular vote.
Mm,
What
that
we
shouldn't have never been allowed.
all thought mattered
Yeah,
suddenly didn't matter. And reporters that were credible reporters came
that's
on.
just crazy shit, though, isn't it? I mean, that's like a handbrake on whoever you
Yeah,
voted
but I
for.
don't know how old, 2003, how old are you? Let me ask you. How old are
Who?
you?
Me?
2003. No, not you because you do not live in America.
Okay.
I need to tell
Oh,
you
2000.
and explain to you, Spaceman,
I think he's
that you may
46.
have
I
your
think he said.
views on American politics right now, but
Mm.
you're talking to somebody whose views on politics is passionate, right?
Yeah,
But I
I'm passionate
never,
about politics.
listen though, I never knew until the Electoral College came in and trumped the popular vote when, and not talking about Trump, I'm just using that phrase, trumped,
Yeah, yeah.
when you're playing
That's
cards
the
and
thing.
something trumps your
Corrupt as
card.
shit. It should
Like
never
we all
exist.
voted. Somebody won, right? Somebody
Mm,
won
mm.
that they didn't want to win.
Yeah, and they
And
can just
there was
block them.
credible reporters who came on the news and said, I've never had to do this before, but I have to retract my announcement of who won the, presidency.
But I guess what are they there for? To check to make sure that everything, all the vote
No,
counts were fair, or
no,
you
the
know?
Electoral College said, yeah, but we don't like that vote. So now we're going to take our vote so we can get it the way we wanted it. That's what appeared to me. It
It
appears
seems
that it
that
always
way.
worked out,
It
but
seems that way. But I mean, Trump wouldn't have won the
no, I'm
first
not talking about
election.
Trump. I'm not
No,
talking
but
about
he
Trump.
wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have won his first election if they were able to twist it that way. You know, they might
I'm
have
talking about
certain.
Bush the son and
Yeah,
Al
yeah,
Gore. Al Gore won the popular vote. Al Gore
yeah,
won the
yeah,
popular vote. And
yeah.
the
I
count was
guess it.
in.
I
Al
guess it
Gore won.
depends. I guess it depends on how many of them are Republican and Democratic. You know, if they're outnumbered each way or either way, you know, they might get the deciding vote and put it to their.
I'm just
So
saying that when he won, and all of a sudden the newscasters said, oh, this has never happened before. We have to
yeah,
retract who we just announced won.
yeah. But the point is though, because you may as well not vote. You may as well just have the
Right, right. May as well
electrical
not
college
vote.
bloody
Yep,
electoral college vote instead. You
that's
know,
what that
because
meant to me.
yeah,
Somebody who, at my age, had been voting and took it seriously. I did my research. If somebody was, even if they were a Republican, but I liked what they stood for, like William Weld, I voted for William Weld. He was the governor of Massachusetts. I
mm,
liked him. He was for the environment, you even if he was Republican, you
mm.
know?
Got to
But
watch
there is
out for those
Republicans that
environment.
have,
You got to
you
watch
know,
out for these environment people though, because they're the ones that are bringing in the Green New Deal and all that shit. You know, the
I, yeah,
sustainable living. Anyone that supports sustainable living supports the global government.
that's bad.
Mm. But you know, I
It's the
I
way they word things. Everything's the way that it's worded. But the bottom line is this: what I'm trying to tell you, Spaceman, is as a person who voted and it took it seriously,
mm,
on that day when they took away, they made a mockery out of us making time to go vote.
well,
They
they
made a
did that.
mockery out of
They
it.
the last election was the biggest mockery of
No, not the
American
last election. I'm
politics. Yes,
talking
it
about,
was.
no,
It
I'm
was.
talking about
I
Bush,
know.
the son, and Al Gore. I don't
Yeah, I
care about the
know, I
last
know.
election.
But
It was at that
that last
point.
one was a pathetic joke.
It doesn't matter. It was at that point that people who fucking took the voting seriously to heart got slapped in the face and they made a mockery of our voting, whether it was a Democrat, Republican, whatever it was something that credible reporters that don't even aren't even reporters anymore, but they had been for many, many years. And then suddenly this person got in office, George Bush's son, got in office.
See, there used to be laws that you couldn't, if you were an immigrant and come into the country, you couldn't vote for 10 years or some shit, you know, because
I
you
don't
had
care about
to
that.
prove
No
yourself
point.
as a valued citizen, that that you supported the society you were living in and not committing crime and all that kind of deal, you know. So there was balances and
I don't
checks that
know.
you
Did
know
you
kept.
ever watch the fucking inauguration of Clinton and it was fucking Fleetwood
Oh,
Mac?
it's disgusting shit, you know.
Clinton, you find disgusting? Oh my god.
But they swear on anything they want. They're not swearing on the
Listen to me. I'm
Constitution
not
or
talking about the inauguration like that. I'm talking about Fleetwood Mac.
yeah, yeah.
And Fleetwood Mac, they hadn't been, you don't even understand, man. The thing is
What
this,
about
we had been in a recession.
what?
We were in
What
a
about
recession.
Yeah, Oh,
and
back then.
everybody was stressing. And when Clinton came in and fucking Fleetwood Mac, they got together. They hadn't been performed together for 10 years, and they came in playing "Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow." Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone, and it was a new hope. It was a new day. And fucking everybody in the audience, there was people with turbans, there was black, there was white, everybody, there was dancing, everybody. And I get goosebumps when I watch it because it was a new day. And fucking, that's when, like he had a lot of peace talk, gas prices went down, people were happy. We were happy. And even when they tried to get him out the next time saying he fucking dodged the draft and smoked pot, we didn't care because we were happy for a change. We didn't have to decide between, using that $5 for lunch that day or for gas to get to work the next day. For a change. Gas was down to like a little above $1.
Yeah, but
And then you don't live
they
here, so you don't know Spaceman. And I know that sounds shitty. And I'm not saying the person who's not voted in doesn't matter to world politics, but you
no, I
don't live
wasn't talking
here and you
about the
don't
politics. I
know
was
how
saying
it feels.
of course I do. I know what it feels like to see, yeah, I have our votes stolen, you know, and
Yeah. And I'm telling you, and that's what happened after when Al Gore won and George Bush, the son, came because
but the whole lot's bullshit
they
anyway.
needed to do. Listen, I'm going to ask you right now, and I know you're going to tell me no. And this is the thing that kills me because people don't look it up. Look up Marvin Bush. Look up Marv Bush, and I want you to tell me who he is. See, it didn't fit their
Marvin.
narrative for Al Gore to win because the thing is Marv Bush, who was the younger son, the younger brother of the president, when they stole the election, when soon after 9/11 happened, he was the president of Securicom, which was the security department that provided for the World Trade Centers, for Port Authority, for Dulles Airport, for all those companies involved in 9/11. And then when 9/11 happened, he dropped that position and became the CFO for the insurance company that processed the claims.
Are you talking about Marvin Pierce Bush?
No, I'm talking. Yeah, okay, Marvin Pierce Bush. Yeah,
Yeah.
Marvin Bush. That's the younger brother of.
Youngest son of former
Yeah,
US
yeah,
President
yeah, he's the
George.
younger brother of the. I'm
Mm.
telling you, it didn't fit their narrative.
Oh
He
yeah, they're
held
corrupt as
positions
hell.
that were very, very suspicious. Look up
Mm.
Joe Birdie. You tell me
You know,
that if
did
you
you
were
know
me,
Senior Bush was
yeah, but he
uh
liked Clinton. I'm
he
not
was
talking about Senior Bush. Did nothing have to do with that. He was shocked. He was shocked and he was appalled. And that's what I have to say about the father. I think
mm,
he had nothing to do with that.
well, you got to admit that
But
it
I'm
doesn't matter
telling
who
you
you vote
now,
for.
look further. The babysitter of that Marvin Bush. Look what happened to her. I'm telling you now, it was worthy of investigation, and it got none because it didn't fit their narrative of what was planned. We were finally in the black. Our deficit was not a deficit anymore. Our budget, we were in the black. We
Mm.
didn't owe anybody anything. Our country
Yeah,
didn't owe anybody anything for a change.
we've been through the same thing. We were out of the black, and then next minute they're going to give out all this money and whatever, and next minute we're back in the
Well,
black again.
after 9/11, we were never out of the black. COVID didn't matter. We were never going to fucking stand upright again. After 9/11, when
Mm.
they stole that election and his younger brother held the place to do everything that went on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm telling you now, it was worthy of people bringing it up, and nobody does. People don't look it
Well,
up.
you don't want to
People
talk
forget.
about the last election. So what's the
I don't
difference?
care about the last election. Don't you
See,
understand? After that
that's right.
election, nothing mattered anymore. They made a
Well,
mockery.
yeah.
Nothing
Look,
mattered anymore.
I hate it when you get people in running for the election that you don't like any of them,
Well,
But
that's what happened too. There
in
was no
our
good candidates, and it happened after
in
everybody
our
liked Al Gore. You don't understand. He wrote a book. He his convictions. He stood by his convictions. Those politicians, they may have been accused of things, okay, but they stood by their convictions. And he Clinton was a rogue scholar. He even said that he would come back for when he was being, and they said no. They're the ones who said no.
yeah.
And it had not.
Well, no one would trust him
Listen, you
anyway.
need to read more because this is the thing. That was the last fucking time our vote counted. Was that last election? And if he would have been able to stay our president longer, regardless of everything he went through, I watched him in an interview. In his own words, he said he'd do it. If he could have stayed, he would have stayed, regardless of what he went through. His wife, Hillary, you say what you want about her. Did she ever break? Have you ever seen that woman who you've seen and you've been yourself in relationships when they
It shows
bust
you
up?
how important he was to her.
No, it shows you how professional they are.
Nah,
And at the end of the day, you don't want a bus driver doing your surgery.
they're both
So
doing the
they
same
both
shit,
went
so
to
they don't
school for
care.
political science.
Nah,
They
they're
both
just
went to
corrupt as
school for
hell.
political science. And that was their background. They were dedicated to political science. They were willing to, as a politician, put yourself on the line for what they believed in. And they went through a lot and they stuck through it. And at the end of the day, they're the poker faces that you want running your
So
country.
you like Hillary then, do you?
I like both of the Clintons.
Wow.
I respect both of them because, first of all, what woman, as people say, and I'm not, uh, a person who's like, chauvinistic or anything, but anybody, but let's say what woman do you know that wouldn't snap? Everybody's accusing her husband of fucking everybody,
He
right?
was. He
Now,
was
if you've
fucking
ever watched that
everyone. He
movie
was
Primal
doing it.
Colors,
There's no denial of it. He was doing it.
listen, there's a movie called Primary Colors.
Hmm.
And if you ever watch it, it has, it shows, it doesn't say it's about the Clintons, but it implies of how a politician can be spliced together in conversations with people.
Oh, I
There
know
is
all that.
listening
Yeah.
devices.
Yeah.
They can tap people's
They're
conversations.
as far as I'm concerned, all political people mostly are gangsters in suits.
No,
Any of them
no,
that
you
are
don't
in
understand.
control.
People don't dedicate.
Yeah.
Listen to me. A high school student that loves the debate team doesn't dedicate and take on school loans. Okay? School loans for
Right. Yeah.
political science if that's not something they love. So when you look back,
Oh,
and now I want you to look at it realistically, we all know if you're interviewing somebody for a job and you get a bunch of resumes in front of you and you look and you see these people went to college for political science, this has been their whole life. The best
yeah.
experience for the job, the people who have the backbone. If we're going to say that Ross Perot didn't
Look at the
win
pay
because he
though.
didn't have a backbone, then you can't say that Bill Clinton wasn't a great president because he went through a beating as well and he had a great backbone. You can't say Hillary Clinton isn't a good politician and a good person
I
at
don't
her
know.
profession because she has a backbone.
Weren't they still promoting war?
Listen,
Go.
it's not about that. At the end of the fucking day, it's about a backbone.
Nah, well, you got your views, I got mine. That's the
Listen to
good
me.
thing
Do
about
you know who Ross Perot is, Spaceman?
who?
Ross Perot.
Ross, did you say? Ross Sparrow.
Ross Perot. See, you'd
Ross
know who he
Perot.
was by his first name.
Nah, nah.
That's where I'm saying that now there you have the example of where you are in your country
Mm.
and where I am in my country. So
So
when I watched the presidential debate, when Clinton came in and he was going against the father, Ross Perot was the other candidate. Okay, now Ross Perot was an independent, but he was he was a millionaire, maybe billionaire could have been.
mm,
Okay, he wouldn't allow people to donate to his campaign. He said if you were going to, all you could do was $5. He was using his own money. He was good.
who
He had a
who
good shot. He had a
who
good
was
shot
that?
at it.
Who
Huh?
was that? Who was doing that?
Ross
Ross.
Perot.
Oh,
Ross
okay.
Perot. Okay. He had
Mm,
a good shot at it. He was Texas billionaire. Okay.
mhm.
What he did was he got accused of something, nothing real big.
Yeah, I think I
And
remember something about that actually.
yeah, and he backed out. Backed out.
Oh
Then
yeah,
people, when he heard people saying
he
he
backed
had
out
a
because
good
he
shot.
knew. Well, he backed out because he knew it was going to damage him. What they'd brought up,
No, no,
whether
no.
it wasn't
No, no,
on it,
no,
it
no.
wasn't
No, no, no. It
true.
wasn't going to damage him. No, he was going to win. What they brought up was nothing. It was nothing to the voters. When he heard the response of the voters saying he had a good shot, then he thought, then I'll come back in. Bottom line was, at the end of the day, what everybody called it was what he lacked was backbone. So, as an
Mm.
American, I'm telling you, as an American voter, that was prevalent in people's
Do you think
decisions.
do you think they cop death threats from each other?
I think that yes, each team has their people, it wouldn't surprise me if when Obama won, okay, when
Mm,
Obama won,
mm,
I feel like he was running against John McCain, and John McCain was an absolute American hero. Okay, he's a
mhm,
hero.
mhm,
He's a hero. His downfall. I remember the day that now looking back. I kicked myself. Now he's passed away, but looking back, even before he passed away, I kicked myself because I felt like I should have voted for John McCain. What
mhm.
blew it for him was when now I'm being very open here at the risk of whatever happens by being open of my political views.
I don't.
What blew it
I really think that voting should not be secret
right,
because
but
that's
it
how they get
doesn't change
away
the
with
fact that
corrupting
what
it.
you think is what you think, and what I think is also the same thing, that people should get freedom of speech in reality, but we don't, and that's the reality of it. But I'm saying it
Mm.
anyway, regardless. John McCain, true American hero, man with balls of steel.
No, he had a
And I
lot
don't know
of.
if you've ever done your research on him.
He certainly had a lot of. Like he wasn't scared of saying how it was. Like he
Right,
spoke
yeah.
out.
And he
But
was considered to
I
be
didn't.
Republican, but definitely middle of the road,
He was
you
definitely
know?
middle of the road. You didn't know which way he was going to go, and I think
Right.
that's what
Good
he's
guy.
down.
Good guy. And his four sons that he had were also military,
He had
and
it.
all of his background of his family. I mean, he was from a military family that went back
Mm,
many, 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 many generations.
he
His
had very
downfall was
he
when
had so.
this
Oh, sorry.
somebody's alarm is going off.
I was
Now what
going to
that
say he had a very socialist sort of a
hold on, no,
view
no,
on
hold on a minute.
something.
I just gotta see if that's my alarm. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. Oh,
Definite Democrat voter, this one.
hold on. No, he's a Republican. McCain's a Republican. That is mine. Hold on. How come mine be going off? No, it's his. No, it's the other the neighbor's. Not mine. No, he's a Republican. Middle of the road Republican. But here's where I remember the day when I decided not to vote for him, but I should have. I voted for Obama. But he had George Bush the son called him a maverick.
Mm.
First,
You
he
know,
came on stage and said, that like he's a man with a swagger. Bush was talking about himself, his son. He's a man with a swagger. And he said he's a maverick. And then he picked Sarah Palin for his running mate. And that was his uh, downfall. He was picking
I
that.
think all of them. I think all of them, though, doesn't matter who it's been. All of them are being forced to bring edge in this globalist agenda. To have a worldwide socialist international government.
Yeah, but
That
you have to
runs
understand
everything.
that Clinton and Gore were
Mm.
about the people. That was the last time.
Uh,
That was the
yeah.
last time that our vote mattered. It was the last
I think
time.
they're all puppets, really, and
No, no, no,
Pentagon,
no.
the
We were
Pentagon's
fucking
who runs.
happy. Our gas was $1 for a
Yeah.
gallon. And Gorbachev there, was it Gorbachev and
Mm.
Clinton? Stop it. Gorbachev, the thing, the little birthmark on his forehead, and Clinton, and they had their like discuss, talk, and people talked, and there was peace talk, and then Clinton would do his speeches, but he would sit down on the edge of the stage instead of stand behind a podium and like
Mm.
loosen up his tie and stuff, and
Oh, it'd
just.
be a stressful sort of job, I suppose.
But I mean, I'm just saying, he was a people's president. He
Mm.
was like Teddy Roosevelt.
I
Teddy
think good
Roosevelt was a
people,
people's president.
I think good people get a bit shocked when they get into those sort of jobs and realize how corrupt and evil they are. You
Yeah, but
know,
see, this is the
um,
thing, Spaceman. Unless you've like researched each president of America individually, then you need to say
I haven't sort of
maybe
gone back.
Tracy has researched each president
I
individually.
haven't gone back and deeply researched all of them,
See,
but
but I do.
I've
I do.
followed. Yeah,
Because
but
I like history and I was passionate about politics. And
I'm more focused on the now. Like what's
well,
going on
yeah,
in the
but see,
world
you live in a different
today.
country too. But this is the thing, I love history. And I can't tell you the feeling of watching your
But,
vote
y-
not matter.
but you can't trust history,
No, but can
and
you imagine your vote not mattering?
I mean, to me, right? Like now,
Let me
there's
ask you, has that
hmm,
ever happened where you live? Have you
what's that?
ever voted for a leader of your country and had all of a sudden
The other
your
party
vote
win.
didn't matter?
Yeah. Well, I mean, how do we ever know if our votes really
No,
matter?
but I'm just asking that because that's what happened here. I can't emphasize
Oh shit!
anymore
Yeah.
to you
Well,
how
it's happened again.
when you're voting and you're watching the primaries and then you're watching the results, okay? You're
Mm.
watching the results of the voting and it's all coming in. Oh good, okay. Okay, Al
Tell
Gore's
me.
winning. Al Gore's winning. Imagine, okay? Al Gore's winning.
Yeah, it
You're
doesn't
watching
matter
the
anymore
results
though.
and then
Th-
all of a sudden they
I know
say,
what you're talking about because it's just happened again, didn't it? But you don't want to talk about that because
no, it
your
didn't. They didn't
party,
say Trump won and
your
then
party
Biden did.
won. Oh
No,
no,
that's
I
not
know
what
they
happened.
didn't. They just
No, that's not what
ripped him
happened.
off.
No, that's
Yeah,
not what happened. That's not what
they did.
happened.
No, I know. I know what you're saying, but it still happened. Just
No,
because they
it didn't.
didn't
No,
know.
you're comparing
Ah,
apples to oranges. I'm
do you
asking
really
you if
believe
you know
Biden got
how
all
it feels
those?
inside
Do you
to
really believe Biden
realize.
got all those votes, more votes than any president ever in
All right,
history?
I don't care. So you know what? Then I'm talking. It's a mute point. You don't know how it felt in.
Yeah, it's like
Okay,
having
so
your
when
guts
was
ripped. It's
fucking
like
nine
having your
eleven? 2001. And then, so it was 92 when fucking Clinton came, and then it went to 2000. So he was a, 2 4-year terms, okay? 8 years of
yeah,
fucking kind, wonderful time. And then all of a sudden, and then we all vote and we're watching the primaries and they're going, Al Gore won. Al Gore won, and we know, and I remember this. You know why? Because he was just coming out with a book, and he had done this tour about the environment and global warming, and and so he was getting some heat, of course, but not from people who were fucking logical, and we
Mm,
knew it was happening, right?
mm.
People who cared about the fucking environment,
It's a bit
right?
like
And
back in
people loved
19.
him, and people loved him, Al Gore,
Mm,
and nobody liked George Bush Jr.
mm.
Nobody likes him. He had
That's
no
what I
good
mean.
personality. He was a little fucking prick.
Yeah,
And what happened was,
sleazy looking bastard too.
huh?
He looks sneaky,
Yeah, of
shifty.
course he does. And he didn't win. And we went out and we made time to go vote. And
Mm,
they looked at us and they laughed at us and said, "Are you fucking kidding us? You fucking people, motherfuckers. Fuck you." He didn't win.
yeah,
And we sat on the edge of our seat watching them count votes, say that things went the way we wanted. We wanted to stay happy. We wanted to stay in the black. We didn't want to have a deficit, a budget deficit. We wanted to stay in the black, and
yeah,
fucking it didn't.
and
It
make
wasn't
life
their
better
way.
for everybody.
Slapped us
Start.
in the face with their dick. They gave us a dog shot. They took their dick out and fucking slapped us on the face with it.
Uh, you'd
And
be
I can't
amazed.
express to you enough how that felt to me as a person who took my voting seriously.
You'd be amazed, Tracy. There's videos out there showing like all the money that these people get paid and the schemes that they run to just rip money from the taxpayer by billions of dollars, and it just goes all into their own charities and things like that. And people think, oh, aren't they good? They got their own charity and they donate money to blah blah and this and that. But all it is a tax dodge. You know what I mean? Because they have so
I
much
don't know what to
money.
say to you. All I can
I'm
tell you is
serious.
how it felt living through a time when there was a recession. And I
Mm.
remember the
I
recession
remember the
because I was
recession.
here and I was an
Yeah.
adult and I was working.
Mm.
And then watching the primaries when I said to myself, okay, this is my year to vote for president. And you didn't live here, so you don't live here, so you don't know.
We had a
So fucking,
recession here
and
too,
watching the
though,
whole Ross Perot thing
Tracy.
unfold, okay, so now it's the primaries. This lady keeps standing up. And what are you going to do about the recession? What are you going to do about the recession? And fucking the father, Bush father, keeps ignoring her. And he looks so pissed when finally, he turned to her and he said, "I don't know what you mean by that question. That's like asking somebody who doesn't have
Well,
cancer what
the
they're going
thing,
to do about cancer." So
what,
basically, he was saying since the recession didn't affect him, then he was like, "Why are you asking me that? I don't have cancer. What do I care about what gets done about cancer? The recession doesn't affect him. What does he care about what he's going to do about the recession? But the recession affected me. So when everybody voted for Clinton and everybody was so fucking happy, the feeling that I get when I even rewatch that video now to this day, I get goosebumps. My hair
mm,
stands on end because it
yeah,
was
it's
so happy.
frustrating because you can't
No, it
do
wasn't
anything about it.
frustrating. No, no, no. It wasn't frustrating. Oh, we were happy. You don't get it. That was the last. That's why I'm happy to be my age because I'm happy to have experienced the last time that our vote. That was it. When Clinton was in, but I'll tell you
Uh,
what, right now, when
in this country, you get
Al
fined.
Gore won in history, Al Gore won.
In our country, you get fined if you don't vote.
Mm.
So
Well,
everyone's
that's a
got to
way to make
vote.
people vote, right?
Well, no, I haven't voted, and I refuse to pay the fine too because I wrote to them because they sent me a letter saying that I'll be fined for not voting, if I don't have a justification, and I wrote
Wow, that's
back to
pretty
them and
fucked
told
up.
them.
That's like fucking jury
No, well,
duty.
I said to him, like, well, no, there is no candidate that I like. I don't
That's
like
how it was
any. I don't
here.
like any of the policies you're
That's
pushing,
how it
and
was here.
you
How
know.
about fucking
So,
Trump having a look-alike for the prime
and
minister in England?
well, me voting says that I agree with whatever that person does. Right, that's my go. You know, like gives them the
I don't
go
know.
ahead that that they
Fucked up. That's
the
like
people
fucking.
support
That's
them. But
fucked up. That's fucking forcing you. Yeah, that's
yeah, yeah.
forcing.
I mean, people should be allowed to not vote and
Right. That's not
have that
freedom. Yeah.
have that reason. You
Definitely
know,
not
like
freedom.
but but
Absolutely.
but then I realised, well, okay, I can just go. They didn't fine me, but I realised from now on that I can just go in and mark myself off the roll, and then vote for nobody. Just put a blank ticket in. But the problem is, any no votes go to the party that's already in power.
Really.
So yeah,
Wow, that's messed up. So you can't even do that. Then I guess you started able to
no,
start
that's
fucking
right. And
feeling
you're
passionate
probably
again. Because
your
you know
sister.
something? Here at the end of the day, if we let them think they made a mockery of our vote by putting in candidates we don't want or by stealing elections, then we do what they want us to do and
Oh, I
not.
reckon we should be forming our own breakaway society and pissing the hell off. You know.
No, because
Oh,
the best way to control the people is to make them think they have a choice.
no, I'm talking about a breakaway society. You know, like go and
Then you divide
build a
them.
new
Then you're
a new
dividing.
society.
You're once again you're dividing. You
No,
need to
no,
make
I'm
people
talking about uniting
remember
the
that
world.
they talk about a 1%. They talk about a 1% controlling things. And the amount of people who outnumber that 1% is
Oh shit,
outnumbering
yeah,
them.
I know. But that's why they break countries up into and we've got to have enemies and all that. But
We're
I
like
don't
a company
believe.
to them. We sell them. They sell us off like a company when they liquidate assets. We're like a game. We're like a big game.
This is all history repeating itself, you know. I mean,
Mhm.
in those
Mhm.
Sumerian tablets, they even talk about it in there how they divided up the world amongst
Right.
themselves, you know, to
Exactly.
control the masses and stuff,
Right.
right? And then
Mhm.
taught them different languages and all that shit, you
Yeah.
know.
They
Yeah,
divide. Yeah.
yeah,
There's no better way to like divide people than by making them think they have a choice. Like you
well,
give them a choice and then they're divided.
oh
That's all
yeah,
you have
well,
to do. Give them a
but
choice.
they ruled
Listen,
them
those no, stop
under
talking for a
gods.
second. Listen, spaceman, stop talking for a second and think about
Mm,
that. What I just said. When the person said it to me, it made so much sense. Listen,
mm.
no better way than to divide people than by giving them a choice. Once you give them the choice, then they're divided
Because yeah, because they all have their own opinion.
because now they have a choice.
Mm.
Yep. If you don't give them the choice, then they're unified. Just like almost like when there's a
Mm,
monarchy, like
yeah,
the
but if
British people, they all come together when somebody from the royal family gets hurt or something, because it's when the poor and the rich, it's the thing that gives them unifies them. It's the thread that holds Britain together is the monarchy, the royal family.
mm, mm,
They all love the royal family. It's,
yeah,
you know,
some do.
huh?
That's all.
No, I'm
Most
saying
do.
do you see what I'm saying though?
Mm. Yeah, I don't know why people give their allegiance to someone that's really hasn't proven himself either.
Listen to
You know.
me. Listen to me. Are
Mm.
you putting down the monarchy? Because
No,
then
no.
you're missing the point.
I think
When
the
you give
Queen.
people a choice, but
Mm,
neither one is good, like behind the scenes, maybe they're all working together. Maybe they're all threatened by the same people,
mm.
you know? Maybe
Maybe
those
it's yeah.
security
They're
people
just
behind them are holding a gun to their back. Maybe
they're
they're not
both just
protecting them. Maybe they're threatening them.
yeah, yeah, controlled by the same people. That's what I mean. That's what I was
Right,
saying. The Pentagon controls both parties.
right. It's all the same, It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. Once we give up,
Well, like 2003 was saying, it's all a game. It's just all a game. You
I
know,
think that's, the monarchy is, like I said, it's the thread that holds the country together because it's the same thing with, like, I'm sorry, I like saying, because everybody knows, but Ayrton Senna from Brazil, he was a Formula One race car driver. But when he was racing, they would put TVs in the windows of the shop in Brazil so that people would just stop their cars and watch the race, to see him win. And it was what bond together it bridged the gap between the rich and the poor. You know what I'm saying? They all wanted Ayrton Senna to win because he represented Brazil. Because
when you have a country that prints money out they don't have, right?
like
You'll
America,
always you're always going to end up in a bad way in the end. You know, it's going to catch up eventually, and you're
right?
going
But
to
when you have a
have a
country that
recession.
also limits the time that someone could put into a job, like imagine if you're a politician and
Mm,
your dream is to become president, but you're limited to only being president for 8 years.
hmm
So basically, you get in and maybe you make changes, but you don't know that the next person in is going to keep those changes.
Well,
And
yeah,
so you've done
yeah.
all that work for nothing. And what have you taken over after somebody who's made such shady deals that when you get in, you realize we're in the hole so fucking bad that you got to just comply and do what they say, or, this people could roll your country. They can roll your country because of the interest they owe. You
Are
know
you happy? Are you happy with how things are running at the moment?
what? No,
Are you happy?
I don't. Listen to me.
Mm,
Spaceman, I think of nothing but what is going on in my here and now, right
mm.
now, and when I'm talking to you right now about this stuff that, to be honest with you, I didn't vote in this election, not because I didn't want to. And if I'd have thought that what happened was going to happen, I guess I would have used the mail-in vote. But I didn't
I
think it
don't
would
think it
happen
matters.
because, listen, I ended up in the hospital with the
Mm,
diverticulitis.
mm,
Yep, I was in the hospital. It was
mm.
after my second treatment, and I ended up with diverticulitis.
What's
And
that?
yeah,
What
we
is
can
that?
actually end this live stream or keep it going. Do you want to and
What
keep
is
talking?
the?
Did you know this? Listen, Spaceman, did you know this?
Mm, what?
That after the live stream, right?
Mm, mm,
If we end it, but you and I didn't log off, right? Say you stayed
mm.
right on screen, we
Yeah.
can talk, and our live stream isn't on anymore. Did
How
you
do
know
you
that?
do that? How what? How do you do that?
You
What do
would
you mean?
stay on instead of like I would stay, you would stay after we said bye and everything, right?
Mm,
And I would
mm.
click on my end, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't click leave, and you don't click leave, so that
Oh.
way I've ended the live
How do
stream.
you
The
how do
chat,
you click end? Where do you
huh?
click end? Where do you click end? Oh,
I
just
would click end, but you don't do
oh,
anything. You
oh,
just sit
just
there.
oh, okay.
You just stay, and then I stay too, and you don't leave. Like sometimes
And we can
people
just
will
keep
leave,
chatting.
and then the end is the chat, which there's only three people. But I mean, if they want to stay, I'll stay. So is anybody still here? Or 2003? I mean, if you're still here, if you want, you could come into the panel. And I don't mind having like private chats and stuff, like all of us be able to talk. I didn't know that you could do that until my friend showed me the other night.
It just ends
Oh,
through YouTube.
yeah, it just ends through YouTube. See, 2003 knows. Yeah,
Hmm.
right? So you could come up 2003 and then we could end it and we could continue all talking, but it would be private then. Isn't that's cool, right?
Has 2003 ever been on?
No,
Livestream?
2003 has not, but I know that they're pretty, like I would say, loyal of a person, like that you
Yeah,
want
he's
on your
been around a
YouTube
lot.
channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you want on your YouTube channel.
Oh,
It's so
that
cool.
movie. That movie I was telling you about. Dark
Like
City.
the other night, Spaceman. Let me
No,
just tell you right
no,
now. Let me
no,
tell you
no.
this right
Oh,
now. I gotta interrupt you. When you were on Bobbles,
mm.
and um, you were being called a racist, and you were being called a racist. I don't
Yeah,
care what anybody says.
by that black Sheila.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah.
And then you said, no, you're a racist. And their response to you was okay. They said, okay, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
And
her
the
way of not
statement,
answering. That's her way of not
right? Not
answering the
answering.
question.
And
Mm.
me in 2003 said, wait a minute, let's revisit that. Like she does to people. Let's revisit
Oh
that.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
let's revisit that. And we were like, well, wait, let's revisit that. Let's go back to that. Does that mean that you're a racist? And still, once again, the answer was that she just said, okay, but we know what she said. We wanted to know yes or no, you know?
Mm.
And that's what I
She
like
to
about
me.
2003.
To,
2003 also will say his name, Tony Timpa. Say his name, Tony Timpa. That was the very, like, I've always liked 2003. I've never disliked,
mm,
but stood out to me. That was the first thing, was to say his name, Tony Timpa.
yeah, yeah.
And
He was saying. He's
I
just saying about how
appreciate
she avoided the question
she did. She
because to
avoided the
me,
question and never
to
answered.
me, because she kept claiming me to be racist because I kept
Yep, but
telling
when
her,
you said to her,
uh,
you're a racist, she said, okay. And that
yeah,
sounded like a confirmation to me.
she is racist
She is. It
because the
confirmed it.
reason I
That was a
said that,
confirmation. That was not a denial.
yeah,
That was a confirmation.
yeah,
I don't
oh
care.
hell yeah, she gave herself away anyway because when I kept saying to her, no, I'm not racist, just because I don't like someone's culture doesn't mean I don't like the
Well,
race
get
of
this. What
people.
somebody said to me was that somebody else on that panel said that they had had sex with a woman and they didn't like it. So they chose to be with a man. So that person said, well, then doesn't that make it right? Then that it's a choice,
It's a choice. That's right. You still
right?
choose no matter what.
It's where your heart, it's the heart wants what the heart wants. It is what
Yeah.
I was saying. So it's
Yeah.
what you're turned on by, but
Exactly.
you can't force yourself to like it because it's a choice.
Yeah. You might just like pretty things. You know what I mean? Like
You
when
might just
boys
test something out and then find
when
you don't like it, but
yeah,
it's
well
a
that
choice,
too. Yeah. Yeah. That's
right?
right.
And but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's nobody's
No, I
business.
didn't care either way what people
Yep, it's
do.
nobody's business
Yeah,
anyway. At
it's
the end of the day,
not my cup of tea, but it doesn't mean I give a shit about anyone else whether they like it or not.
right, right,
Yeah.
and it was browbeating, kind
Hmm.
of,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I said to her, "Oh, it's amazing how you young people think that you know so much more than us old blokes. You know, we've been
But they
around
can't use
twice
a
the life."
rotary dial phone. They can't
Hey,
use a rotary dial phone.
probably not.
No, I watched it on Ellen. She had them try
Yeah,
to have them use a
yeah.
rotary
No,
dial phone
I
and
saw it
read a
on there
map.
too.
Yep,
It's
did you
like,
see
oh,
that?
what the hell?
Yeah, yeah, and they were fucking like baffled. I've seen a couple of
uh,
YouTube videos like that.
they don't
Yeah,
understand how life was back in our day as kids. You know what I mean? They go, "Oh, it's like when I saw the two UFOs flying over me as a boy."
the longer
They're
you're
all,
alive, the
why
more
haven't you?
information you retain. So the thing is that they
Oh
may
shit, yeah.
think that they're more smart on the new things, but if you're an older person who's smart, then you're smart on the old things and the new things.
Well, the thing is, with being old, you've seen these
You're
things
seeing
get
a lot of
played
things, so
before.
you're smart with the old shit and the new shit.
Yeah, yeah, and I
When
mean,
she said
you
to you,
know,
when she said to you, what are your sources though? What are your links? And
oh, far out.
I said to
Well,
myself, are you kidding me?
yeah,
He has so many sources and links and information and stories that he has read to confirm what is the common denominator of his beliefs that he couldn't give you enough that you would look up to confirm are true. Like as
Yeah,
if she would look and confirm that each one that you have read through your
yeah,
40 or more years of being
on the internet.
interested and reading about what you're talking about,
Mm.
that she would exhaust herself reading if you listed every name of every article and book and
She'd be
every
as old as
subject
I
that you
was.
have studied on in your lifetime. She would
Yeah.
never be able to confirm it. So she
Well,
would, her asking that question
yeah,
is a moot point.
yeah,
Is
that's
she
right.
willing to go confirm that everyone that you are about to list,
Yeah,
and you
is
probably could,
real. Yeah, well, I
right?
could if I wanted to look
You
up
could
how
probably
real.
list even the last 15 that you read. You
Mm.
could probably say, well, look at this one just by looking at your last watch
Oh shit,
history,
shit. Yeah, I could. I mean, I could go on
right?
and lots of
What,
things. You
and
know.
not to mention the books you've read before the internet,
Mm. That's
right?
right. That's right. Like
Right.
there's science books. There's science books back in my
You've
day
read
that have
shit that
disappeared.
she's
You know what I
never
mean?
even delved into.
Yeah. There's books that
So
have
to ask
disappeared.
you, what are your sources,
Yeah. Well, that's what I
is a
say to people.
ridiculous question because she would never confirm them.
Yeah.
And her excuse would be, I didn't have the time. Then why
Yeah.
did you ask the
Yeah. I'm
fucking
too busy.
question?
Yeah.
Why'd you ask the question then? Because
And she
unless
kept
you want a list that you don't have the ability to confirm, because
and she
his
kept trying to
lifetime is
kept
double yours
and
almost.
and she tried to deflect it too by trying to tell me, oh, I like, oh, maybe I'm gay, maybe I like
Everything
dick, and
she
I
said
thought,
was
fucking,
deflection.
what the hell, girl? I
Bottom
told
line
you.
is, all you should have done was pull the old Medea on her, like that was on the fucking Medea has to go for anger management to Dr. Phil, and Dr. Phil was like, well, why are you so angry? And Medea would go, why are you so angry? That's what you
Uh,
had to do. I wish I had your phone number because I would have been texting you exactly what to say. All you had to do was say, well, what did your father do?
well, I
Well,
think
why
I
are
did
you
do
like
that
this?
in the end. I said to her, I said, maybe you like gay men. Maybe it's you
Right.
that's
And
got
when
the
you said, well,
fetish.
you're a racist, she said, okay, then you should have said, well, let's revisit that. Let's go back
Yeah,
to that.
yeah,
I want to
yeah.
know what you mean
Okay.
by that. I want to know what you
Yeah,
mean.
that would have been a good point.
You
I think
should
it would have
have.
been. Well, she'll
You
be
should have
back again.
turned
She'll be
tables.
back again. We'll set it up. we'll
Well,
we'll bring up
Tommy Highway said he's going to go on there tomorrow night.
we'll bring up the question again, and yeah,
Yeah, because me in 2003, and I noticed that no matter what 2003 said, I got blamed for it. Ha 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 ha. 2003, thank you. Yeah, but and
pulsating
then
door.
2003 would go, yeah, but she never answered. And they'd go, yeah, but Survivor Girl. I was like, what? I didn't even say anything. But they would like revisit it, but they would put my name in and never even acknowledge that there was another person saying also. So what's up with that? Because
Yeah,
and then you started
yeah.
going on about the Sumerian tablets, and I was like, stop.
I think she's anti-alien myself.
Is what?
She's anti-alien. She was attacking me. she didn't like. She didn't
Anti-alien?
like my. She didn't like my
No, she
belief.
doesn't like.
My alien.
She does that. That's her gig. She like
Yeah, piss people
interrogates
off.
the guys.
She tried
And
to piss people
2003
off,
hasn't
but
been up there yet. He stays safe in the fucking chat room.
yeah, I don't.
And then,
I don't get angry, so people can
no,
try
you
and
out talked her.
yeah, people can try and say shit, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll be witty back. I'll
I said,
always
I
have.
think that Spaceman is so happy to be back in like with Were you going to any live streams before I started my live streaming?
Only that dickhead.
Right. And that was the last one
That
you
was
went
my
to,
first
right?
one.
And you
Yeah,
were
that was
like
my
off
first and
them. You
last.
were turned off them, right?
Oh,
And then you started coming.
actually, I think I got invited on UFO Man's channel first.
Right. You went there. You
Yeah,
said you
and then
went there a couple of times.
he asked me to support Dickhead, and then yeah, that's what really annoyed me though. Like because I, honest to God, I'm not lying about any of the shit I said on
No, I
those
know. No,
that
I
thing.
know. Everybody knows.
And
Everybody
and
saw.
I can repeat any of it word for word,
No,
anytime, any
I
question.
know. No, you got a lot of shit too. Like, I mean, I
Oh
saw the
yeah.
one where he was offering people money to have pictures of you tied up to
Yeah,
trees.
yeah, but UFO
Saw
man
that.
actually was agreeing with him on stuff,
There's
and I was
another one that I
a
never
bit
told you
annoyed.
about, and it's like he's trying to like have people there like concentrate on you to have bad things happen and stuff, and it's in a different
Oh,
name. Yeah, it's in a different name. But he did that to me, you know. He used to pray for me to die. You saw that, right? Do you remember?
no, I
Well,
didn't
you
watch
remember
many
when
of
he was
his.
so vicious with me,
Oh yeah, I know he was an arsehole.
right?
He was an arsehole when I first met you on there. Yeah,
Yeah,
and they
all
were
the
being
time,
smart asses, saying shit behind your back and
right,
blocking you
right.
and all this
So what I'm
fucking,
saying is,
you know.
for me to go into what I started to go into from
Mm.
that bastard sitting there, it's saying he was saying it, and I had people listen to the language he was speaking because I thought it was Latin. They said
I,
it was. They said it was an Indian language, like
well,
Native American.
I think that's why they all left him in the end, though, isn't it? You know?
Right, but do you remember when he would chant?
No, I never saw him
Well, I
chanting.
could show you a video of him chanting, wishing bad stuff on you,
Uh,
and you would know what I mean of how scary it is.
yeah,
And
I
I
never
used to see
worry.
him do it for me. But listen, but then you ended up, you and your wife split up. Like he
Yeah,
was
but
wishing some horrible shit, but it was, yeah, but for
I don't.
me,
That's my own fault. I don't blame anyone on that. I mean,
I know, but I feel like what I'm going through with the cancer, that fucking pisses me the fuck off.
yeah, yeah, that would be a bastard of a thing. I mean,
And
I
that's what
really,
he was wishing for you.
yeah, but
I'm not telling.
he'll be trying to take credit for that, But honest to God,
That's what
it's
he was wishing for you. He
oh
said,
look,
everybody focus on,
I'm giving me
you know,
cancer. I
to
do
give you
enough
cancer.
stuff. I do enough stuff to give myself cancer.
Isn't
I
that
love
terrible?
I love sugar.
But he would
Smoked
say it about me
cigarettes.
too. He would
Smoked all
say it
my
about me
life.
too. And then, so it was the same thing he was doing to you, he was doing to me.
Maybe we need to do a video of us doing the same back to him.
I'd love to.
Get a couple of really witchy
I'd
poo
like to get
type.
a shaman or
Yeah, a couple of
somebody.
witchy poo people on.
Yep,
A couple
yep.
of black African ladies.
People who are white
Doing
magic,
voodoo.
because I feel like that's what happened. I'm not kidding, Spaceman. That I feel like so strongly about this right now and talking to
What
you.
worried me about you, Tracy, is that sick being stressed is the biggest sickness you could have. You know what I mean? It can really play havoc on your whole system. Because it really fucks with your mind, with your functioning of your body. So you actually are doing yourself harm by stressing
Yeah,
it,
but until Bobbles
in
came
lots of
out
ways.
and put fucking that out in the open, and she had people who were supporters of her, or for me, for some reason, people, when I got diagnosed, I ended up with very little support. Like you say, there's supporter. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm.
Bobbles, when she came out about that V person, then it brought to light what was going on. Even though I tried to bring to what was light, but people were, they
Shit.
acted opposite. He got a
If
hundred more subscribers.
if anyone, yeah, well, if anyone saw the way he acted. Like you'd have to be an arsehole yourself to be able to
right?
stay
And
a
I've forgiven
subscriber to
people.
him.
I've forgiven people for being over there
Mm.
and at a compromise of my conviction.
Do you ever see that other lad, the one that you had the hots for, who was hanging around him a lot? He was sort of like Vern's sugar daddy in a way. Like he was giving
Who,
him
Alex?
Alex, was it? He was Mexican, I think.
Yeah,
Was it?
well, Alex, see, that's what, where it, like, this is the thing that people don't get. See, Alex and I,
Mm,
we spoke on the phone for a lot of months,
mm,
okay? When I went first to Burns Channel, I looked up paranormal live streams. So it's like when I was pretty freshly new to YouTube. And he was always yelling about his ex. So it was only like maybe days into, maybe I'm not even gonna say days because I'm sure I didn't go there every day, but times wise, maybe 3 times into that particular live stream
Oh, Ben
where
wants
he
to
was
know if you
still
want him.
yelling, and Alex came in as DB Cooper, right?
Uh,
And um, he was very funny, extremely funny.
yeah,
Hi, Ben.
he was polite. He was polite.
Yeah. Ben, hold on.
To
I'll drop the link in a minute, but I just want to finish this
He's
conversation
always
with
been polite to us in the chat. Like
yeah.
we were chatting to each other one night, and he was commenting. Remember?
Who,
As
Alex?
well. Yeah. We were just chatting to a video you just put up or something,
Alex was here?
and I'd text a message on your video, and then you'd answered it back, and I replied, and
Oh,
then
that was a
next
long time ago, though, right?
Alex, yeah. But he
Right.
was,
That's what people don't realize. That see, this has gone on with that V person for
yeah,
years. Like me
he's,
and Alex, when we were talking, that was years ago.
mm,
And this whole thing with that V person keeping it going shouldn't have occurred because, me and Alex, we just figured, well, hey, things happen, what they happen, didn't work out. We didn't end up meeting each other. I will tell you that I feel like Vern is some kind of a fucking demon, and that Alex and I, we had months worth of telephone conversations
mm.
of
I'm
having
surprised
shit
you
in
didn't meet.
common. Huh?
I'm surprised you just didn't meet.
We didn't meet.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you just didn't.
We did. We had it planned. And fucking the
Yeah, I know.
weirdest thing was that Alex and Jack went to visit Vern to do a ghost thing at the Washout
Yeah, I
Club.
remember that. They were
Yeah,
hanging shit on you. Boomers the whole time. He's the one that,
Vern did it. Vern did
yeah,
that.
definitely.
Yep, he was the
He put a
coordinator
stop to it.
behind
He didn't
causing.
want he didn't want Alex
Nope,
to hook
be
up with a
happy.
girlfriend because he knew that he would
Yep,
lose him
yep.
as his sugar daddy. That's what I was
See,
saying.
I'm
Like,
so glad you're saying that. It's basic
yeah,
because this
I
is the
saw it
thing.
all. I watched it all.
You
I knew
did
what was
right,
happening.
right. It wasn't in my fucking head. It wasn't in my
No,
head.
fuck no. That's what I was trying
No,
to tell you to take it easy, forget
it
about it.
bothered me because you know what? Alex was a nice person. Is a nice person.
Yeah, he is a nice
I'm not
bloke.
gonna say was.
Seems
He
like
is a
it.
nice person, and we were looking forward to. I thought meeting each other, and then when I spoke to somebody who knew him, and you say, well, what did you think? Like you were a person on the outside, and you saw them personally. What did you think? And they said he seemed like he was looking forward to meeting you, and you know, and that's
Yeah,
a
but
guy's opinion. That was a guy's opinion on the inside. They're friends,
well,
and they even said,
they were texting each other through messaging on the
"I
phone
know," but when he
while they were
went
on
to
the.
see, listen, this is the thing. Alex, I think, knew that at some point in his life that he had drank and shouldn't drink, so he
Yeah,
has been not drinking, and for a long time. And
well,
so we didn't talk about it a lot. I just, I just knew that wasn't something that was even need to be. talked about. Like we had so much in common, like about history and this old antique Bible that he had these. It was like one of those family scrapbook old Bibles, and each page had stuff in it. It was really fascinating. And we
Uh,
would investigate things with each other on the phone at night. We talked from the time I would get home from work, which was like 2:30 in the morning, and he lived in California, mind you, till
mm,
daylight, and I lived in Mass. So, and that went on for at least 6 to 8 months. So finally he and we didn't. He knew what I did for work, but I never asked him. And he said, mentioned something about coming to visit, around Valentine's Day.
mm,
And so I was like, all right, well, that's fine. But I was used to not ever having any real big deal about a Valentine's Day. So I would be more apt to expect to be let down than to be let
I
up.
think I think Vern also tried convincing him about because you remember about your eye, he was going on about your avatar, and oh yeah, that's
Yep,
not her,
saying I
you
was
know.
old and ugly. But that
Yeah,
was me. I mean, that was me.
yeah,
We would,
yeah. I know you were telling him, but Vern
yep.
kept saying it to him though
Vern
over.
kept saying it. Yep, he did.
Yeah.
Said I was cat. And I said, I've never been accused this much. And Vern filmed that whole time they were there visiting. Do you remember that? Him and Jack?
Yeah, yeah,
Remember him
yeah,
and
yeah,
Jack were visiting Vern when they did that investigation at the Washout Club? And Vern had some camera going the whole time they were sitting in that living room.
yeah. Watching them.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. Oh,
And
definitely. He'd be
Alex
checking
did
shit out.
not
Well,
drink. And then he drank when they went to the Washout Club. They gave them a ticket each for like a free drink. And Alex drank.
mm.
And Alex hadn't drank in a while. And after that, Alex just changed, and I feel like Vern was just this fucking evil, jealous bastard.
He was. He didn't want to lose his friend base, you know, because I mean, I think they were giving him money and
Yeah,
smoko and all that
Alex
shit, you
had,
know.
yeah, and I never asked Alex what he did for money, but they had Alex thinking that I was using him for. I never ever asked him what he did for money or his job. I never
Mm.
felt like that. I felt like it didn't matter. I didn't care, but no. So when he said he could come, and I was like, yeah, but that might be kind of expensive. He was, but I was actually, I'm not even gonna lie to you right now. We had talked for so long. We had exchanged pictures.
Mm. Mm.
I
Oh,
thought we
right.
had established what each other knew. We
Oh,
looked like,
right. Yeah.
like real time pictures over text messaging and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh, that's a shame.
yeah, and hours. I mean, I would come home from work and we would stay on the phone till daylight. And I know he was ahead of me because he was in Cal, but this was months and months of it. And the thing was, when he first came on, and it was not long into Vern's channel that I met Alex. And he came in, and Vern was screaming at the screen, like he had a couple of computer screens, I guess, so that he would be looking at a different screen. And he was
Hmm.
yelling at it, saying he had gotten a ticket or a bill that was like $300. And Alex said, you know, oh,
It was.
oh, like we laughed and laughed, not at Vern, but we left the room because he kept yelling. And we left the
Mm.
room and went to different, like,
Chat.
YouTube channels together.
Yeah.
And we laughed and laughed and laughed. Like, I had tears rolling down my face. It was so
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
And it took
I'm
a
glad.
while before we finally, like,
I'm
exchanged
so.
phone numbers.
I'm so glad though that they're doing the same shit to him because they're sort
I
of.
know, me too. But I'm still, like, you know what? I think, and according to somebody else who was on the
Oh,
inside, the whole thing
yeah.
that went down, they said that he was looking forward to meeting me, Alex.
Mm.
And Vern kept
He
telling him
was.
I was old and ugly and I was catfishing him. And then he distorted my pictures, remember, and put that penis in my mouth.
Yeah, yeah. He was just an arsehole. He was just full on jealous prick. You know, like you said. You
Jealous,
know,
yep, jealous. He was so jealous.
he was. He knew that you would steal him away from him. Basically,
It
you
was
know,
more
like
about Alex than it was because I had people say they thought it was like a crush on me. No, Vern did not have a crush on me. It was
no, no.
about Alex.
He
He
had a
didn't
crush on
want
Alex.
to lose Alex. Yeah,
He had a
yeah, he
crush
didn't
on
want to
Alex,
lose
mate.
Alex. Yep.
Yeah, I think Alex comes from a wealthy family, you know, and all this sort of
Well,
bizzo.
you know, they
So
had that restaurant and stuff, but we never talked about like money and stuff, and
I
somehow
love
he,
I love how he showed the football game, Alex, on his TV, playing on his
I
TV
remember that.
on Burns live stream, and he said, yeah, and he just told him off about another one they did earlier, and said, oh, yeah, make sure you don't do that again. Yeah, I got a warning, blah blah blah. And then he
Who,
left the room.
Alex or Vern did?
Vern was warning him not to show anything on
Oh, and
YouTube that's
Alex did, yeah.
plagiarism thing, you know. And he left the
Remember that
room.
though when Alex went
Yeah.
through the withdrawal thing?
Oh, yeah. He was at his place, I think, and he was hooked up with
Alex
some.
was on his
Yeah,
place. And this is
yeah.
the thing. That whole fucking, it was, I swear to God, I'm not lying to you, Spacey. It was like 6 to 8 months that me and Alex talked on the phone. And
Yeah, that's
fucking,
what made me wonder if you still made contact back with him or not.
no, we don't talk on the phone anymore. I think he does have a girlfriend and stuff, and
Yeah, I
he
think
does
he
his
met
own thing.
some
Yeah,
girl
and
in the
he's,
end.
moved on. Yeah, we've all moved on, but I'm just
Mm.
saying that
Oh,
it
I just
was,
thought maybe he could have been still good friends anyway. Yeah.
no, we're not, like, he's not polite to me if I see him on UFO Man's channel because he's a mod there too. And he'll say, I hope you're doing well and everything.
Who, Alex?
Sergeant Chill brought up the other night about
Mm.
how the first time that he had seen me was in UFO Man's and Alex had like slept and was doing this fucked up shit. And Alex at
He,
that time was, and then I think he met his girl, and then he ended up like sending this email or something to fucking Vern, which Vern opened up.
he spoke to you then on UFO Man's channel.
He does. He does.
Oh, okay,
But the
cool.
first time that Sergeant Shill saw him speak to me,
Well, I think he's got a good upbringing. Yeah, definitely. He's not a sort of a scumbag in any way. Like
no,
he just has an
Vern
easy.
opened up this fucking email from Alex on his channel. This was months ago.
Mm,
And he was expecting Alex to be like, right on board, just like always, right? Like it was
yeah.
going. And Alex said, listen, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. He said, I have a girl. I do my art. I'm just happy. You and that Jules person. That's what he said. He said that Jules person are talking about calling the police on SG, and I don't want anything to do with this anymore. I don't even talk to her because we didn't talk.
Yeah, yeah.
He goes, I don't even talk to her. I just want
Yeah,
to be
oh, he
left
was so
alone.
obsessed. He was obsessed with the pair of us, but I don't
He
understand it.
was.
Like, I don't understand
He would
how.
talk about his ex, and then he would slip into me and you.
Yeah,
He would
yeah.
say, and
Oh
she's with
well,
that spaceman. And
I
people would go,
gave him.
man, in his live stream. And then he'd go, that Survivor girl, but he'd been just talking about his ex. And he'd slip into that
Mm,
fucking
yeah,
page.
yeah, yeah. It was like a bit over the place, wasn't it? Sometimes you sort of like,
Yeah,
what? How did
well,
we get
even
on
in
it?
his like descriptions,
How
it
did we
would
get
come to
into
me
that?
and you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You
I have
just
screenshots of it. It would
it's
go from
it's
hating
on
his
his.
ex, hating the washout judges, hating everybody, and
Mm,
then he'd go, and then her and that face
it was
man.
all rigged. I sent him when he blocked me off his channel, and then I couldn't chat anymore. Used to send him emails like was telling you. Well, I said to him, like after seeing the way you've acted, Vern, and and
Doesn't it feel freeing
your
to
men
talk about him
your
now?
mentality. Yeah, I just said to him, it's I.
But for a long time you've kept quiet, right?
Well, yeah,
But
yeah.
and you know the same thing with me. We've tried to let it out, but we've been quiet because we've been sitting
Oh,
back and watching what happens.
it
And
didn't bother
without
me.
Bobbles going on and making it public and having the
Well,
support she did,
yeah, yeah. I'm
that
glad.
allowed us to be public about it.
Yeah, well, I've always been public about it.
I
I
know,
didn't
but we kind
hide.
of avoided because we were in that mindset, just
I
ignoring
laughed.
it.
I got I just showed all my other friends, his channel. Yeah, so they could
I
click
know,
on,
me too. But what
so
I'm
they would
saying is,
subscribe to it, just so they could
but
get a.
basically, he got away with it for a long time.
Oh yeah, but my mates would get on there and hang shit on him and tell him he's a dickhead and all this sort of shit, and
Well, then
he'd
that was you. That wasn't
he
me.
would block them,
But he was
eventually.
blaming me for all that shit.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course, and me too. Reckon he reckoned it was actually me doing it. He even got onto this guy's because like when you leave a message, it leaves your channel ID, and my mate, one of my mates, had all these family videos and that of his kids and stuff, and Vern's got a picture of that guy on the off his channel and reckon that's him, that's Spaceman, blah blah blah, and all this, and carried on.
Yeah, anybody who would make a comment on any of his videos was
he
fair
reckon
game to
he
him.
reckoned I'd created a second channel, and that was
Right.
yeah.
Everybody who made a comment on any of your videos was fair game.
Oh
All right.
yeah,
Ben
yeah,
wants to come up. So
yeah,
let's
yeah.
have Ben. You
Oh, he
remember
wants a
Ben,
link.
right?
Yeah, yeah, he wants a link.
Yeah. A link. I'll give you a link.
Nah,
I'm doing it now. Hold on.
don't forget to
Hold on,
thumbs
Ben.
up, people.
Yeah,
If you,
thumbs up. I'm a
yeah,
thumbs up or whore.
no, you got 10 and one down at the moment. I don't know who the down would be.
Well, come on,
Oh
man.
well, yeah, okay. Maybe he was listening.
Right?
Suck shit
Who
ass.
knows? Who
uh,
knows?
you have got him blocked, of course, haven't you?
Hmm. I'm gonna let Ben come up, and then I gotta. You two can keep talking because I gotta pee. I might look at what's
Yeah,
there to eat
yeah,
too.
yeah. I couldn't believe when Bobbles mentioned his name in one of her videos. I thought, "Holy, what the hell?
I was
Not here."
glad because she
Yeah,
she fucking put it up there.
yeah, yeah. Well, she didn't
Yeah,
know who he was.
out there, and I was glad.
She didn't know who he was when she
No, she knew
uh,
when she met him. Oh,
when
on
she
Chosen One, I know.
in this one I watched. She didn't know who he was. She's like,
No, not
Who's
in
this
Chosen
bloody
One.
Ben Vision or
Yep,
whatever?
right.
Hey,
Don't tell
And
people.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We'll scrub
Hi,
that.
Ben.
No,
how
look, honest to God, anyone that goes there will
Don't tell
regret
people.
it,
Hi,
regret it
Ben. Say
for
hi,
the rest of
Ben.
your
Say
life.
hi,
you
Ben.
Hi,
hey,
Ben.
here, I'm here. I'm here.
What's
Hi,
up?
Ben.
Look,
What are you doing? Are you parked out in the driveway again?
I'm in the backyard.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
backyard. You're
All right,
progressing
I gotta
now.
pee. You guys take it over. Take it away.
Stepping
You
up. We're stepping
need to
up.
get a
We got a tent
caravan
in the
now, Ben.
backyard.
Need a caravan. We'll put it in the backyard. Plug it in.
We're stepping up. She made a fucking Krista. I'm not showing you.
Are you
Uh,
in the car still, or
no. I'm in the
oh, okay,
backyard.
in a tent,
I'm in
in
the
a camper
backyard
trailer?
with her best friend and her man, and they have a tent, and they've made a little world back here. It's cool.
Oh, tent city. Shit, that reminds me of when I first left home. Me and my mate, we had two 4-man tents, and we put them face to face, and then put a tarp over it all so that we could have a land room in between the tents. But yeah, and then someone else came. That's how I met my wife. She ended up moving in another bigger tent. So yeah, we used to hang out in there after that. It was like a big marquee thing,
All
plenty of
right,
room.
but for me, like
I was 13 then, though.
I could go just sleep in my car, I guess. But like I'm chilling out
Yeah, all right. Yeah, yeah, why not? Fucking
backyard.
party up while you can, eh?
Yeah, right.
Things, that's it. You never
I
know
was
what's going to be around the corner, mate.
for sure.
Fucking no. Yeah, well, it's better than the car anyway. You know, cars are pretty uncomfortable unless you've got a camper van. You know, something you can sprawl out in.
Well, my Honda sits pretty nice. If you put the seat all the way back, it's ergonomically correct. So I just passed the fuck out. It's Audi. It's an Audi 2011.
You
It's
know, I had this bloody 1963 um, Datsun. Yeah, it was a Datsun Bluebird. It was. And anyway, it looked like a little mini Chev sort of thing. It had similar taillights and shape to it and everything. Round front guards and all this bizzo. But anyway, I that was the first car I bought. I got it when I was fruit picking and bought it off these two dudes that were traveling around together that had a big Barney and decided to split up and sold the car. You know, sold it to me for $100.
you
After,
like
but that was after they kicked all the doors in and shit. But
the
anyway,
first
I didn't care.
car I bought was a Volvo. It was a 1984 Volvo.
Oh,
And
Volvo.
a Volvo, a
Mm,
Volvo.
they're not real reliable though, were they?
I had
I
to
had a few
fucking do all
friends with
kinds of
Volvos.
weird repairs on that car. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, modifications and shit. But
Fuck yeah,
yeah,
you
no, this
putting
this
that mouth
car,
all the time. It's a
this
bitch.
car, I bought right. Like it was just dog standard. It had a 3 speed on the column. The speedo went to 100 miles an hour, and it had a diff in it, like a bloody 9-inch diff brake. Like it was massive diff in this thing, full length chassis and everything. And my plan was to do it up, because as I said, I wasn't even old enough. I think I was 16 at that time and didn't have a license even, but I bought it and drove it home anyway because I could drive all right. I was driving from since I was 12. So anyway, I drive this thing back to my town and parked it away and just pulled it completely to bits to repaint it and do it all up. But I did a heap of work to it. I like cut the firewall out, I bought a Datsun Triple S, it was like a rally vehicle, a bit more hotted motor and all that sort of deal because this was only a 1200. But so I bought this Datsun 1600 Triple S, and cut the firewall out of it and cut out my one out of the older car and swapped them over so I could put the bigger motor in and 4-speed gearbox and all that sort of deal. But oh, shit, it flew, man. Like I actually chewed the 100-mile-an-hour speedo out, and stripped the thing in
What are
it
you
because it
talking
was
about? How
my
long is the
car.
story?
My car I did up. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just
I know how
chatting.
long is it. No, seriously, it does matter.
Oh,
I'm just
Ben's
wondering.
gone. Did you kick him off?
Kick who off, Ben? No, he said he
Hey,
left because you were talking so much.
oh,
Just
no, well,
I'm like
no, he
kidding.
didn't say anything.
I
No, we
don't
were
like joking.
talking about cars. That's all.
I don't
I was
even
a
know. I was in the bit. I didn't even know.
hi, Cheryl.
All I heard was you.
Hey,
All I heard was you.
yeah. I think he might have been having a bit of issues. He's living in the tent out the back
A
with
tent?
his yeah, and with the other. He said the boyfriend hangs or the son or whatever it is lives outside, out the back somewhere, and he's the one that keeps prowling around the house or whatever. Well, he's
Oh, jeez, oh,
living
please.
with him and some other dude now out in the back in the tent.
Oh my God.
It's like,
That's
yeah, it's
stupid.
a bit of a commune going on in the
I
back.
wanted to ask a commune. I wanted to ask him if like he lives in these certain like I was watching these shows about Florida and their towns and stuff, and if he lived near any of them. He disappeared. Then he got mugged,
He,
and they
yeah,
stole his iPad.
they stole his friggin' phone again.
Yeah, his
No.
iPad. What happened? Cheryl has a very cute dog. She was on here the other night. She showed us her dog.
Oh yeah, I saw that little white furry thing.
Yeah, Bandit. So cute. Spaceman does have some great stories.
Yeah,
He
when
sure
you've been around
does.
a
Somebody
while.
told me tonight about like something about a dog and some peanut butter.
Dogs like peanut butter, but not with the nuts in it, of course. Just the smooth stuff. Yeah, they lick it off. Yeah, it's yeah. I won't talk, we won't go there.
Exactly. Oh my god. My noodles are done. Can you like
Oh,
go ahead,
okay.
finish your story about your car. I gotta go get my noodles.
No, no, that's all right. He's gone
No,
now
I'm gonna let
anyway.
him sit for a minute. I'm gonna let him sit for a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah, yeah. I will.
I'm gonna let him steep like we do with the
Was
tea.
Cheryl, was your dog a bit sick the other night? Was it your
Oh,
dog?
he was cute. What do you mean sick? He didn't look
Oh, I thought
sick.
he was had chucked up or something, or maybe
Did
that was
she
your
say
dog.
that? See,
I don't know. I
sometimes I
just
miss
remember
the stuff.
someone's dog had chucked up or wasn't feeling well, was
I
hiding or
remember
something.
my dog did.
Hmm.
Roscoe did because fucking my friend George had him so like nerves. I think as soon as he came inside, he fucking puked. Oh my God. Somebody told me I dropped the F bomb too much.
Nah, F bomb. Nah,
Can't
it's
help
not a
it.
swear word. It's not a swear word anyway. It's a descriptive word.
That's what I think.
It
I
is.
think.
There's in the dictionary. It's not classed as a
I think
swear
so.
word anymore.
I mean,
It's
come on. They got
I,
these
I had
stupid
the
ass
coppers.
words.
I had the coppers going off at me one time. They followed me home, and I didn't even know they were there. But they'd followed me home. I pulled up in the driveway, and this copper's trying to tell me I was speeding. I thought, pig's ass, I was. Where now? I wasn't speeding. Where the hell are you talking about? He goes, oh, you reckon? As I was going through this sort of S bend, it goes down in a valley and up again. He reckons I'd sped through there, and I said, no, no, I never. I was watching my speed limit. And he goes, oh, I saw when you saw the police car, your front of your car dipped. I said, pig's ass. I said, yeah, I backed off and I saw your car to make sure, but I was fine. I just kept going. And he said, oh, I saw the front of your car dip down. And later on, I found out the reason it had dipped down was because there was a new part of bitumen where it joined with the old part, and it actually did dip down. It sort of like runs off the new stuff onto the old and dips down. And I thought, oh, right, that's why he said that. But anyway, I assured him, I said, well, I said, have you got a photograph to prove it or what? I mean, where's the speed camera bullshit? He said, oh, we don't have one in this car. And I said, well, what the fuck are you on about then? If I was speeding, you would have been able to charge me for it, wouldn't you? You would have pulled me up on the road somewhere. I said, I'm not fucking, I wasn't speeding, mate. Fucking go and get fucked. And he's like, you keep swearing, mate, I'm going to charge you. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I haven't swore. And
You
he's,
didn't even realize it,
yeah, well,
right?
I knew my rights, and I knew that fuck the fuck word's not classified as a swear word. It's classified as a descriptive word. So I'll fuck this, fuck that. The female cop in the
Yeah.
passenger seat smiling away, to try not to
Those
laugh.
people are assholes.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
I knew that I wasn't speeding, so oh fuck you, don't talk. Well, you got no evidence. Well, what the fuck are you doing here? So I
Hmm.
ended up. He wanted my license, right or wrong. You had to check my records and all this shit. Yeah, I said I don't have to fucking give you my license. I said I'm on private property now, mate. You wanted my fucking license. You should have pulled me up while I was on the road. I said, I know my rights, mate. No, you've missed your opportunity. I said, I don't have to give you shit. I haven't broken no law. And so anyway, I go to walk off inside, and he's, oh, yeah, well, I'll be, he was going to call up the station or some shit. He was a sergeant though, like an older copper too. Anyway,
Mhm.
he was sort of speechless, and I said, "Look," I said, "if you want my license that fucking bad, mate, I'll give it to you. Hang on a second." I got it out and I just flicked it at him like a playing card, like spun it through the air at him, hit him in the chest,
Mhm.
fell on his lap. I said, "I'm
Mhm.
going inside, take my shit inside. I'll be back in a minute." You know, I left him there
Right.
to look at my license. I come back.
Did you see that about what Cheryl wrote about her dog? Like she's paying for her dog. And do you remember the other night
I had
she
to
was
take
saying
him to
she
the
was
vet.
having like
Oh, the
toothache?
allergies. Yeah,
Yeah,
his
but remember
ears.
she was saying she had pain in her teeth, and
The dog.
but she's
Yeah.
been for a dog while she's denied dental coverage for herself. You know what I
Uh,
mean? Like that's how people live. Normal people live. Picking, 209 one get right, exactly.
had to
But
get
it
him an
takes
allergy
away
shot.
from you being able to include it and saving it towards the 700 and something. She said it was 700 and something for each tooth. It was like, like a ridiculous amount.
Oh,
Bottom
what
line,
for the pet? I
no,
guess
but
I.
for her pet, she has to pay cash as well. But for herself, who's on Medicare,
Mm.
you
Oh, and
know,
she still had to spend all that. That's what I mean. Your drug system over there is a friggin' rip off, big time.
right? Like she can't get, help for herself because Medicare
Mm.
will pay for,
That is
and
stuffed up.
thank goodness for the stimulus. Uh,
Yeah, but that's just putting everyone in more debt. You
more in
know,
debt,
that's
exactly.
just and
Absolutely.
the interest on it, the
Everybody's
amount of
so
debt.
broke because of that shit. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the younger generation gonna be paying for this COVID shit forever. This is all about drawing everyone's inheritance out of everyone. We'll all have nothing, because we're nothing but slaves to these people. And as far as they're concerned, slaves have no rights to own possessions. So when you die with your clothes only. You know what I mean? That's why they want to take ownership with this great reset bullshit, so they can basically tell you they own everything: your car, your boat, your house, your bed. They own you, and yeah, like this genetically modified shit they're putting in everyone too. They'll be claiming patent copyright ownership over you in that as well. So yeah, things are going to get real bad if we allow this friggin' one world government shit, mate.
I'm sorry, I walked away to get my cup of noodles.
Mm.
My
Yeah,
cup of
yeah, yeah.
noodles.
Right. Sounds good. A cup of noodles. But,
My cup of
mm,
noodles.
I'm going to make some rissoles again. I
What are you
really
gonna
like
make?
them rissoles. Minced with onion and carrot and stuff in it. A few herbs and
What's it
spices.
called? Risotto?
Rissoles, meat rissoles. It's an Aussie, pretty much a stable meal in Australia. Rissoles with mashed spuds and pumpkin and peas and that kind of thing. Simple,
I
quick.
just want to respond to Cheryl because, like, she said she put a link, but usually I won't click on links. But now that I know that you put it, I will. You could put it here, and
Put
then
a
I'll
link,
know it's on me.
Tracy.
It'll be highlighted, and you want to put it because Cheryl's a mod. So, like, you know, we went online tonight, right? 4 hours. I need more subscribers, you guys. Come on now, help me out.
Share it around. Bite you. Yeah.
Hmm.
They, people need to do a video and say, if you haven't been there, come over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
try to get me more subscribers.
Mm.
I'm
It'll
trying.
grow. It'll grow. It's growing already, hasn't it? Yeah. You already
Well,
got
I mean,
you got
I mean,
412. You got
400.
412.
Right, but I need more. I need 1,000.
Yeah, yeah, it'll get there.
It's 520 here, 2003. Ah, so who do you think will do better 2003? A Blavi or Tommy Highway? at the throwdown.
Who?
We all think that so far Spaceman has fared the better, out of all the guys. I mean, a Blobby is tough.
A Blarby. Oh, that girl that I was
Hmm.
debating with. Ah,
Yeah.
don't bother me.
No, but I'm
Bring it
saying she's
on.
tough though, right?
Oh, she likes to be center of stage.
She puts people on the spot. She'd be good for like an interrogator.
Yeah, but you deal with them by putting them on the spot. Give it back to them.
2003 says Tommy. I say Tommy too. I think Tommy might swoon her.
Mm.
He might be her type, right?
Oh, maybe. I'm not
Tommy?
interested in it, of course.
No, I know, Spaceman. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
Yeah,
now we're moving on to Tommy Highway.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I'm talking about?
Mm. He was, but yeah, he had a different purpose. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, I agree. He was
No,
sort
Tommy
of.
Highway hasn't met a Blobby yet.
Oh, okay.
And we're
Whoever.
saying, you met Tommy Highway, right? He's on
Yeah,
UFO
yeah,
Me,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Mm.
Right.
Yeah, he was.
So,
He wasn't he on here earlier. He was on here
uh-huh,
earlier today.
right.
Yeah.
When we were
Yeah.
talking about a Blobby
Mm. Oh,
and
righto.
how
Yeah.
you've fared the best so far against her.
Oh, righto. So Tommy's copped the same thing from her, has he?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
It's a
you said.
challenge.
Oh, okay. He's gonna have a crack.
Yeah, he's gonna have a crack. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
good.
So we're wondering which one would do better, like Tommy or a Blobby.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking that. It was yeah, I didn't think about any of that stuff when I was talking to her. I was just,
Well, we didn't either, so we've been watching it go on.
I was trying to
Right,
read the comments, but she just moved on so quick, you know.
too
Bloody
fast,
hell.
right? He needs to like hone up his skills. He needs to watch past live streams.
Oh, yeah, I do if I get time.
No, I mean like Tommy
Oh,
Highway is gonna
Tommy.
face off against her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
she
He's gonna
always on?
take
Is she
the
always? Oh, sorry. Is she always on Bubbles channel? Is she?
yeah,
Oh,
and she's
righto.
done it like 3 times to like Secular. She tore apart. Rourke, he got quiet, Mr. Rourke, and like made light of it. And I was there
I
for you and Rourke, like I didn't notice the Secular one till after it was
mm,
done. But Secular, he kind of does
yeah,
ask for it.
I don't know if I could handle her as a friend, like in reality. I don't mind
Hmm.
talking to the girl, but yeah, she'd be a bit too full
Right.
on for me.
You got it tough, but you talked her out. Like you talked her, you talked, oh,
Yeah,
you.
yeah, don't try and bullshit me. I won't
Right.
take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, she
2003.
asked a
I'm cooking
question.
some noodles now. See, we're all noodle eaters over here in America. That's
Yeah,
all we can afford.
I was thinking the same thing, just because it's quick and convenient and something tasty.
Noodles, like ramen noodles.
Chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, it's like quick, right?
And just boil the jug and pour it in.
Hmm. Yeah, heat it up in the microwave.
I'll still have my rissoles and all that. I'll just eat them later. I'll cook it a bit long.
What's it called? Spell that for us.
Rissole, Risroll, rissole,
Where's
meat
all
rissole. Yeah, they're just a meatball with a chopped onion in it. A couple of herbs and
meatball?
spices, salt,
Mm.
um, bit of carrot in there if you want. Diced it up, or and yeah, and an egg.
I like to
So,
add those cans of Vienna sausage. Sometimes I'll cut up the sausage or spam to my cup of noodles.
oh, spaghetti! I love spaghetti bolognese with real meatballs.
Not spaghetti
And
bolognese. I mean, I'm not talking like that. I'm talking like fucking cup of noodles.
No, I'm just saying, like when eating
Mhm.
meat, minced meat that way, like cooking it in a sauce, and it absorbs all the flavor and
We
yeah.
we use ramen over here, and we add shit. We put like spam in it or corned beef. Those cans of corned
Oh,
beef.
spam. That's not meat. I'm talking about
It's
meat.
meat enough for us, as poor people over here in the U.S.
Oh,
We're poor.
oh God.
We're poor over
I
here.
stopped eating. I stopped eating spam when shit.
Aren't you vegan? No, you're not
No,
vegan.
hell no. But I mean, I used to like spam. Like that's the one in the can where you roll the thing around
Yeah,
the top and pull the lid off.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I mean it's processed meat sort of thing. It's
we know what
still
it is. We don't care.
yeah in jelly and stuff.
We
Yeah,
eat it.
no, I don't mind it.
We add it to our ramen noodles and make big meals out of ramen noodles.
I've eaten it. I eat it with salad or something like that. But I've never eaten it in something like that.
But we add it like the cans of corned beef that will break up into your ramen noodles, the ones that you cook. Add some olives, cut up some onions. Mmm, so good. Garlic. Mmm,
Yeah, I love
fry it in the
garlic.
pan.
Mhm.
Ramen
Yeah,
noodles.
uh, I like frying chips in a pan too, not deep
We
frying
don't go
them.
through all that over here. You probably have a chip pan, don't you?
Oh, we have deep frying for chips, but I like to cook a steak and then put the steak aside to rest, and then put chips into the
In the
oil
grease.
that the steak's been
Yeah.
cooked in, so they get all that
The fat.
cooked blood and all that. Yeah, but the oil's hot, so it doesn't absorb it. The main
Hmm.
thing too, when you remove chips from oil, because I've worked, my mum owned a fish and chip shop for a while. If you ever cooking chips, don't try to drain the bastards too much. Just pull them out of the oil, go tap tapping onto the paper straight away. Because
Paper, yeah.
a lot of people make the mistake by holding it over the oil, trying to
They
get the
don't make
oil
their own chips over here.
out of it. Well, some
You
people
don't
might.
understand though. We don't make our own chips over
No,
here.
but you cook them.
Hi,
What you don't
TJ.
cook? What you don't cook your own chips?
Not over here. My
What the
mother used
hell?
to because she was from England, so she had a chip
Oh
pan
yeah, yeah.
with
Well,
the lard.
that's yeah. But yeah, you also cook.
Right.
People in England like cooking chips in a frying pan too.
No, no, not a frying pan. This is
So
a chip pan. So it's like a
must be
saucepan.
an Aussie thing.
No, no, no. I think it's more modern Aussie.
No,
I
no
think my
shit. No,
mother
I'm
is
talking
old
about when I.
school.
No,
So it's a chip pan.
I'm talking about when I was bloody like back at 6, 7 years old when we were down the beach
Oh,
and that
really?
we'd
Well,
catch
I'm just
fish.
saying, baby, it was, but it was more like a saucepan. It was called a chip pan, but it had the lard in
Oh
it.
yeah. That's what you put your used oil back into, and it would
Yeah, and you
filter
would
it
put it
out.
back in the fridge, and it was your chip
Yeah,
pan. And every
yeah,
time you made chips, you used the same pan.
yeah. And
Hmm.
proper oil.
Yeah,
Fat, rendered
and it would
fat.
hard. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was like lard,
yeah. That's what it
lard
is.
fat. Yeah,
Mm.
and it would harden, and it would have like still some little pieces of chips from the last time you made chips, but it was flavored like chip pan because it was
Yeah, yeah. It might have that little bit of burnt chip flavor in it or
yeah,
whatever. Mm.
exactly.
But
Yeah,
yeah, I'm just saying about the draining of it though. Like a lot of people make the mistake of bloody trying to get more oil out of it by holding it over longer, and that's what actually makes them fatty.
right.
If you take it and just tip it straight out onto the paper, and you can do a test to see it. You can do it one way and put it on paper, and do it
Gotta put it on paper.
the other way, and you can see how much fat's on the
Like
paper.
chip places. Cheryl
Mm,
says she cooks her own chips sometimes.
mm. Yeah,
Hmm.
I love frying them though. Yeah, like in a frying pan after cooking whatever in the pan.
I like to
Meat.
fry spaghetti when you heat it back up. Fry it in a pan with butter and let it like crisp up.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't tried that. Spaghetti.
Hmm. But I don't make spaghetti. I don't cook really any often anymore.
I,
Everything's
I, yeah, I don't like cooking for myself.
yeah, me neither.
It's
Like I
sort
said,
of,
everything's different.
but I don't like junk food either, like fast food shit. So I'm sort of forced to do it. But what I figured out is cook enough for two and put one away for a couple of
You'll
nights,
heat it
and
up,
then
yeah.
cook something else the next time, and then I can go back to the other one, and that through
Mhm.
a couple of nights or
Right.
whatever.
Right now, I'm
But
just eating like a cup of noodles. It's Maruchan instant lunch.
I'm going to go and put the jug on. Give me a second. I'll just
All
put the
right.
jug on because you're making me hungry. All
All right. Mm.
right, back in a sec.
All right. Everybody's eating noodles tonight. Big noodle night. Mm. Don't forget, everybody. Bobbles will be on at 10, and Tommy should be in there. Tommy Highway. I hope he like hones up on his skills and takes it serious about a blobby, because he needed deep fry. Same here. Gearing up for my big day at work. I'm not looking forward to. LOL. Well, I should get my lunch ready and head off. Have a good day, everyone. Don't forget that thumbs up, TJF. Woohoo! Sucks that your name doesn't apply for every day, right? Thank God it's Friday every day. That would be great. I know, right? 2003 noodle night. Mm, mm. I don't eat chicken tacos, but I like beef tacos. Beef tacos. Taco. You know how I feel about tacos. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be saying peace, love, and tacos if I didn't feel like they were a part of peace and love, right? It's peace talks. Everybody have tacos. Like having like a taco buffet first. Mmm. You can eat taco. My dog is looking at me like, where? He knows he can't eat noodles. Mm. Thank you, TJF. Mm. Peace,
It's
love,
boiling
and
away.
noodles.
Sorry. You
Hi.
read? Hi. You reading a story, are you?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Reading a story? No,
I
not
just heard
now.
you were. I heard you were talking, so I thought maybe you were reading something, and I
No,
interrupted.
no, no. I can talk too, no. Haha.
Yeah, I
Mm,
know.
mm, mm. Yep. I was talking about tacos and how
All
much
right.
I love them.
Cheryl likes making chicken. Chicken, yeah, I don't mind chicken. Like trying to make Kentucky Fried Chicken replication. Yeah,
Mm,
you get cornflakes and crush it all up. So
mm,
you get
mm.
yeah, and then
No.
breadcrumbs and that. Roll the chicken in egg and
Oh,
dip it.
no.
Roll it in the breadcrumbs with the cornflakes through it. Herbs and spices.
Mm.
Mm.
2003 said I started the noodles tonight.
Yeah.
Noodles.
Oh, you love noodles.
Yep, because we're all eating noodles now.
Peace, love, and noodles. Are you
Mm-hmm.
off? Are you off, Cheryl?
No, but TGIF is going to work.
Oh, going to work.
Mm-hmm. Right
Mm.
here. See? Stopped in
Oh,
the
okay.
store.
Is that
Mhm.
going to work? Is that going to work? I
No, right
emoji
here.
is it?
See, look. Same here. Gearing up for my big day at work. I'm not looking forward to. LOL. Well, I should get my lunch ready and head off. Have a good day, everyone.
Hmm?
See?
Oh, I'll back up further, righto. I'm just
Right.
reading down
Yeah.
lower.
Chicken taco. That's too much work. I like the beef stuff. Excuse
What do you
me.
do for work? What do you do for work? TGF,
It
2GIF.
might be gone already, but yeah, something that they're up at 5:35 a.m. before it's even like daylight out. Something ungodly. Okay. I always think that God would have wanted us to be up at 5:35 a.m.
The garbage run or something.
We don't know garbage.
Well, that's early in the morning.
It is, but too early. They don't come around that early. Garbage trucks. Mm-mm. They don't
No,
even work that early.
I don't think they're allowed to make noise until 7,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
they still go to the council yard or the yard and then get ready and pick their truck up and whatever and fuel it up or
Hmm.
whatever and that kind of crap.
Yeah, they gotta be quiet.
Cheryl's still
Hmm.
here.
But
Where's
they
Cheryl?
make money.
2003 still here. Where's Cheryl from?
Cheryl is from California.
California. Okay.
You know who I haven't seen here lately is Destruction Crew. And then Ben never came back. That's weird, right?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he got raided
That's weird.
for camping in the backyard. What? He's living in the
Uh,
backyard in a tent. Quick, boys, get over there.
mm, that's terrible, right? Wonder what happened to him.
uh, well, he
Oh, 6:30 where they're at. Okay.
got kicked out of his girlfriend's house, didn't he? Hey,
Yeah, I'm saying,
I'm just gonna go and pour
this
the
has been
water.
weeks. I mean, how long?
Oh, well, I think it only just happened recently,
See,
sort of
that's
thing.
why I would never give up my apartment to live with somebody. Because
No,
what if they fucking flipped and we're like, get out, get out, get out, get out? You know what I mean?
yeah,
And if it
yeah,
was a guy doing it to a girl, it might be even scarier.
well, you'd have to be dating them for a while before you would go to that commitment anyway. Yeah, you wouldn't just do it on the first date.
Exactly, but
Hmm.
I'm just
I'm gonna go and
saying.
pour water in my noodles. I'll be back in a
All right,
split second.
okay.
All right.
Hmm. Ground turkey tacos. No, thank you. No, I don't want any ground turkey tacos. Me no likey. Me want the beef. Have a beef and then some melted nacho cheese. Mm. Then I put the sour cream. Then you put tomatoes. Then you put the shredded lettuce. Then you put some more melted cheese. Because God knows you can't get enough. Then you put the hot or the medium or suicide or mild salsa that you want. And
Hey,
you eat it.
uh,
So freaking good. Can't even be told.
turkey
Uh,
burgers.
no turkey. Mm-mm. No way.
Yeah, I don't like turkey. It's too. It's sort of. Yeah, I don't
Turkey-ish.
know. Yeah,
Tastes like
turkey.
turkey.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Tastes like turkey. I
Very
don't want.
gamey, sort of. But,
It's like gravel.
yeah,
Oh
it's sort
my
of like
god.
cross,
Drip
almost like
noodle
rabbit.
drops on me.
Reminded me of the
Okay.
wild rabbit.
I'm a big beef eater, but sometimes I get heartburn from shit. Sucks.
Do you like
Everything
salt?
sucks.
Do you have much
I love
salt?
salt. I have to put a lot of salt in everything now because I barely taste
It's
anything.
unusual. You get heartburn. They reckon that's usually what it is, a lack of salt in your diet because your stomach needs it to process stuff.
Can't taste barely anything now.
Hey?
And I'm a big foodie. I love food. Nom
Yeah,
nom. But I
yeah.
wouldn't be. I'm sorry, I couldn't be. I know it sounds evil, like, because I've never even tried it. Like to be a vegan or a vegetarian, I just couldn't. I'm just too much into food. I'm like,
It's amazing though.
no.
Vegans are actually stronger and have more stamina.
Yeah, they
But
might, but I'm
uh,
just saying. I'm like
uh,
the type of person who I just love
uh,
all sorts of food.
yeah, I watched the show the other day when they were showing these athletes, that were the big chicken eaters and big meat eaters before they'd go and play a game and all that. And
No, I'm not a big game eater. I don't eat game. I don't eat
no, no,
that shit.
I'm not saying game. They were sportsmen, right?
Yeah.
And they were doing a challenge, where they would eat a big meal of meat, which is what they normally would eat. Um, and
Yeah, and
how
you're probably like more weighed down and you feel bigger and all that shit. But I
well,
like the
no, it's
presentation.
it's to actually do with the blood plasma. The doctor took blood from him, right, and showed him the difference between having blood taken after eating meat and then taking blood after eating a vegetarian diet for a bit, right? And the
Mm.
difference that with when he was eating meat as in his diet, the blood plasma was all when they get that by putting your blood in a centrifugal it uses centrifugal force. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know what
it's
the
not
machine's
about
called.
the fucking like the
No,
whole
no, no,
health
no. But
health
what it
stuff about
does,
for me.
hang
It's
on,
about being a foodie.
yeah, no. It's about why they had the extra seminar.
I understand, but it's not about that for me. When you're a foodie, it's about
Hmm.
the presentation of the food.
Oh, the
It's about
taste.
how good it looks. It's about how it
Nah,
tastes. You're not looking at the fucking calorie
I don't
content
care how it looks. I'm
or
gonna
affecting
bust it up anyway.
energetic or health wise. You're just a foodie. So you
Hmm.
love food. Like I
Yeah,
won't, yeah.
I'm not vegan and that, but my brother, he's 2 years older than me. I'd say he's pretty fit looking. You he doesn't do well. He works hard, but I mean, the stamina he's got is quite amazing. Yeah, and it's because he's vegan, and what he was showing this doctor when you eat vegan, because your plasma's not cloudy. Like when you eat meat, it's all cloudy, but
I
when
get
you're a vegan,
you, but it's not
it's
about that
clear.
for me. Like I
Hang
can't
on, yeah,
even
I
think
know,
of
but
things that can
for
heartburn
the
now.
just for the viewers, right, that are
Mhm.
watching, I'm just saying when you the vegans why they got more stamina is because the actual blood vessels, right, when you're eating vegan, actually open up and expand and allow more blood flow, but
Mm.
it does not do that when you eat meat. Only when you're a vegan that it's actually able to do that, and the actual blood vessels open up and expand and allow more blood through when you're working harder and stuff.
I
So
don't know.
it's very good for you. But yeah, I can't make myself
Well,
vegan.
I prefer like good
I
tasting
like
food.
meat too much. I like
Mm.
fish and chicken.
I get heartburn though from steaks now and prime rib
Um, wonder why.
because I don't know meat. What's the show about, guys? Barry. No clue. Barry. Barry just wanted to be Elvis Presley until he took an arrow to the knee.
What's a Boca burger?
A
Boca
Boca
burger.
burger. I don't know. I think it has something to do with like turkey burgers. An arrow to the knee. I didn't even know Elvis Presley took an arrow to the knee. I used to always wanted to be Elvis Presley's daughter.
Oh,
I think I could have
message,
been a better one than Lisa Marie.
message deleted all. I'm Barry.
Huh?
I'm Barry. He deleted all his messages for some reason. Maybe we didn't answer him. I was reading down through the messages and got to on Barry and, oi, where'd you go? Come on.
I cut myself out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So did you go? Oh, end it, did you?
Why? Did you block him? Don't block him, Cheryl. Did you block him?
I used to be Elvis Presley until I took an arrow to the knee.
I don't know what that
All right, he was
means.
just talking crap.
What happened to Ben? Ben, the two of us must make a pact.
Yeah, he'd be. Well, I was surprised actually. He just didn't even say anything. He just disappeared.
Like somebody hit him over the head with something.
Well, maybe they turned the modem off and cut his internet access. Wait,
Mm-hmm.
but
Cheryl,
usually,
did you block I'm Barry? Don't block I'm Barry. I don't know who that is. But he seemed like, he wanted to like join
what
in.
were the other comments that he said? You were
Nothing.
showing.
Like, what's this show about, guys? I'm Barry. And then I was mean. I was the mean one. I haven't shown mine. And then Cheryl said, I guess you
Show
can't
you
now.
those.
And then I don't know where he went.
What's your
I'm
show
so
about?
mean. I'm a mean
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, I'm just reading the messages. But yeah.
Spaceman, I think, is happy to have people to be on chat streams with now, right? Me too.
Happy to be on what?
You know, because you said you hadn't been in live streams for a while either, you know?
Oh, I'm happy to be able to talk to you. I mean,
Right.
I wanted to talk to you even on Dick's channels, but
Yeah.
he just kept blocking and stopping us from talking and crap.
Well, I didn't know how to work out the whole StreamYard. And then finally, when I did, I realized I couldn't just handle the 20 hours live free that they give you.
20 hours live. Oh, that'd go quick,
Yeah,
But
they did.
I guess that's just to trial it out anyway. So the
I just
stream,
didn't, most people can, I guess, do like an hour live stream and shit. But look at this one; it's already 5 hours and 14 minutes.
yeah,
Yeah,
be gone pretty fast.
hilarious. Hell no, I'm not promoting my channel on YouTube on this chat. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm insane.
Is
This
that
is only like 8 people, but you don't even know. Maybe I have like the most important people that are invisible just watch,
is that
and they don't.
20 hours? Is that updated every month or anything, or is it just once
Cocky
off?
motherfucker, Barry King. Huh?
Is that 20 hours that they offer you? Is that updated monthly? You get it every month, or is it just one off?
Yeah, but that's if you go with the free, and then somebody gifted me with the unlimited, and they paid for it now. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, which I like because that's for all of us too, right?
Mm.
Nah,
Um,
I saw the people that hang around here. Those are all very dangerous trolls. That hang around here? No, sir. We don't really get trolled much here, other than the dick pic the other day. He was arresting.
Barry King, hello. No, I'm not promoting my YouTube on this chat.
Oh, oh, like, yeah, those are trolls that are fucking. I don't even know. Like, we don't even see many trolls around here.
Nah, well, not that I
I
know of.
must have good mods. They must just get rid of them right away.
Well, we don't attract them.
Yeah, we don't attract them, Barry. We don't attract. So I don't know what you mean by that about the people that hang around here. But the sheriff seems to be doing a very good job. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, she does, Barry. Barry Manilow. My fucking cat is killing me. Okay, I'm Barry. Are you also Barry King? Of course you. What is that? Is that a pineapple? What is it? Do you see it, Spaceman?
yeah.
What is it?
No, it's not a pineapple.
What is it? Do tell, Barry King.
Looks like a medal, number one. Yeah, and that's the ribbon
Oh, yes,
going
we're
through the
definitely
top.
number one.
Yeah, that's the ribbon up above.
Yep, and we are boring, but not to us. We don't think we're boring. Ah, but my cat loves her.
Yes, we are boring, so no trolls here. Boring. Wow.
I don't think we're boring.
We're just chatting. I mean, yeah, we're
Yeah,
not
we're
advertising
boring.
anything or
I've heard
talking.
that name before, Zero Infinity, but I don't know them. I think I've heard it. Other,
What interests you, Barry?
huh?
Zero Infinity. No, I don't know.
Ah,
Infinity.
I think I've heard the
Zero.
name, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's movie I was telling you about before, Dark City.
I like
It's a
Mr. Falk, believe it or not. I don't see much of that person, whoever Mr. Falk is. They're pretty anonymous, but they've never been mean to me, and they've always been nice to me, Mr.
Zero
Thought.
infinity.
So I actually like that person.
You're not talking zero infinity. You're not talking about Buzz Lightyear. Zero to infinity.
Well, Zero and Infinity, I don't know if Hanks is Vern, but Mr. Fault and Vern aren't really friends. They used to be until um, Mr. Fault was kind of like about Vern,
Mr.
you
Fault.
know? People learn the truth, and that's it.
He
You know,
subscribed to he subscribed to you by watching Mr. Fault.
Vern is, I don't know about prank calls, Barry King. I really don't. Barry,
Zero
Barry.
hangs with oh right.
I don't know who Vern is from prank
Zero
calls.
Infinity is another YouTuber who used to hang with Vern.
Yeah, me and Mr. Fault, we go way okay. Alright.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a live stream, I don't think I'd kick many people out either. But I would definitely would not let that dickhead on. Never.
That's how like Chosen One is. Like
I
he
mean,
kicks
I
people out
could
all the time. It's ridiculous.
actually, I could let him on just to hang some shit on him and tell him how it is, and then kick him off like he did to us.
I
Yeah.
don't see anybody over at Vern's channel much anymore, quite frankly.
Oh, I only go there just to download his videos that he's done and go away. Don't even watch them. Just
The
click on them
Chosen
so I
One
can
isn't like I
download it.
was Flat Earth channel and Mr. Fox. She had anti-flat Earth channel. Yeah, I've like talked to her like in this kind of forum. She hasn't been over here. It was a she or a he or whatever it is. Mr. Fox just kind of.
Well, none of them would subscribe to your channel, so they wouldn't know you're doing live stream anyway, mostly, unless they were told by someone.
Yeah.
But
Larry
anyway,
King, or is
wouldn't
that the
matter.
blonde guy Vern? Yeah, the blonde guy Vern. Yes, always talking to himself. Absolutely, Barry. Yeah,
It's
I
funny,
made this
like
account later.
one
Why are you guys
day,
talking about Larry King? How'd Larry King come into play?
Larry King, no, Barry King.
Oh, Barry. She said Larry King. Ah, Larry King, Barry King. That's so funny. I made this account literally one day before Larry died. Amazing, right? Yes, Barry. Wow, Barry. That is funny. I didn't even like realize the correlation. Larry King, Barry King, like they're twins. That'd be funny, right?
Hmm.
Barry's fine. Okay, that burn. Yeah, I said to him to the guy. Well, why don't you not sub to him? Okay. And just pick all your friends sub to me and any other stock account you might have. Sub to me. Right? I'm gonna need everybody to make 500 stock accounts because I need
Stop.
500 more subscribers. 509, 588. I need 588 subscribers. So I'm sure you people wouldn't mind making a few stock accounts. Right? You guys? Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
snap out of it, spaceman. Go daytime.
I don't know if that'll work. I don't know if you can create extra accounts and then links to your
I don't
IP
know.
or
I was
not.
only kidding.
Nice,
Spaceman
nice
knows.
thought, though. I was just my mind was ticking over, thinking, what else could you do?
I need subscribers because I've passed how many watch time hours I'm supposed to have.
I think it's
Right?
got to do. I think it has a lot to do with your
Algorithms.
no, your title screenshot. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
How you're advertising your video, because if you were especially like if you were to do a UFO talk or something, right? and then you had a UFO picture as your video screen, title screen or whatever. Yeah, and it was you entitled UFO
I
live
think my
chat or
friends just
something.
helped me get to 1,000. That's
No,
it.
but I'm just saying,
I
you
know, but
would
I
be
don't have
amazed.
I can't tag words and shit 'cause I'm on a phone.
You'd be amazed how many viewers you would get just because of that alone.
I'm gonna
Because
start putting chosen one, not inspired live stream. What do you think, Cheryl? And I remember in chat how I always starts the angry rant as me as though I did something to him, but I don't know why or why. Well, then don't go there anymore, Barry.
chosen ones.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking about doing, was putting chosen one, not inspired live stream. What do you think? Haha, Survivorgirl.
uh,
Cracking me up.
Very sane. Whenever I'm in Burns' chat, he always starts
I know
this
I saw
angry
that, but
rant.
Vern isn't gonna attract viewers. But chosen one, that little piece of crap Lola, like he said, oh, you can use chosen one in your titles, and then like 3 days later, fucking, that's what he does
Uh,
to people. But
he's got
I'm
he's
thinking about, I've seen people saying chosen one, chosen one in their videos, and then I even saw somebody put chosen one inspired. So I thought I could put chosen one not inspired. Like, what do you think?
I don't know. Uh, I'm trying to read. I thought you were reading through the bloody chat chat thing, but I'm
I
looking for what
am.
you. Uh, oh, where the hell are you then? I'm at the bottom of it.
It
I'm
says
reading.
sure, okay, Tracy, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hang on. That's what's going on. I'm in the friggin' I'm in the actual main YouTube videos, looking at the chat instead of in the actual stream yard. That's why I'm
Hmm.
behind in all the chat. I'm thinking, what the fuck are you
Like,
reading
what's
then?
going on?
Yeah, it doesn't
Look at
show up in that
that's
one
not
straight away.
Cheryl, no bullshit, Lewis. Look at that. Look at that. Is that the
Cheryl, yeah,
clone of Cheryl, the Enforcer Lewis, right
yeah,
there?
he's cute. Yeah, got a dummy in his mouth.
No, do you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
Cheryl. Cheryl, the Enforcer Lewis. Is that not a clone of you right there? No, sir. You said it's a clone. No, I don't believe you.
Trolls walking. Wait, trolls waking up.
Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Cheryl, no bullshit, Lewis. That's gotta be clone. She wouldn't just change like that. Alright, no. Tell me something right now, 2003. Mm-mm.
This is
Is
bandit.
Cheryl no bullshit, Lewis wrenched? 2003. Spaceman, can you see who's wrenched in the chat stream?
Yeah, who?
Is Cheryl no bullshit, Lewis wrenched?
Wrenched. How do
Like
you
it's
mean?
blue?
Blue, the title screen or on your screen or on the. Oh,
I
it's
mean,
blue.
does she have a
Yeah.
wrench? Is she a mod?
Not sure.
Alright, so 2003 said no. Cheryl no bullshit, Lewis is not modded. But
Oh,
Cheryl
mine.
the Enforcer Lewis was modded, right? So
No.
switch back then, Cheryl no bullshit, Lewis, because I'm telling you, at this point, I don't know who's who.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I know that the other channel is modded, and
Share of the
that's the way
enforcer
I
rule.
can be certain that somebody's not a troll. Why is Shepherd called a German Shepherd and a dog is probably Hunt in German, and Hunt is a dog? I don't get it, Barry, at all.
What
Mm.
is a shepherd called a German shepherd and a.
Okay. Now, so Cheryl the Enforcer Lewis. Cheryl, no bullshit Lewis, was you. Tell us in your name here that's modded. If that was you.
Cheryl Enforcer Lewis. Okay.
Because if it was, then I'll mod that person, that account. If that was you. I know that used to be your name. Just so to avoid any confusion in the future. Because I don't know if somebody's cloning you and trying to give you a hard time, Cheryl.
Oh,
I
you
had to
think
create that
someone else
account
is
because
using her avatar?
alright. Okay. Alright. So now we know. Right. But I just want to make sure somebody wasn't trying to harass anybody. Which is the right thing to do, right, Spaceman?
Yeah, that's right. I'm checking that out.
Yeah.
No, mm, there was
Yeah.
no harm being done. You
Right.
can tell a troll anyway, by the way they act. They're just there trying to give everyone
Right,
a
but we never know. There
hard
was a
time.
new person in the room too at that moment that we had never seen before. You have to admit, well, right?
Always got to give everyone the benefit of the doubt.
Well, you just never know. Look at I did the other day with Mr. Rourke thing and
Yeah.
click, enter, and I don't know if you were in here for that. Were you here for that, Spaceman?
Yeah, I was, but I wasn't. I didn't notice the image or anything. I didn't get to see it or
You
anything.
didn't see the penis?
Nah,
Ah, yeah.
but you
That
you
was
cut
like
it off. You cut it off. You said to us that
I
you
made the whole
clicked
video private. You
you clicked
have to. You
yeah
can't
you
leave it
clicked
like
on
that.
him. You clicked on him when because he was trying to join, wasn't he? Join in on the chat.
And I let him join in. It wasn't Mr.
Yeah,
Rourke, it was a clone.
yeah. And
And the
when
person
you
was
when
fucking
you
like,
saw the avatar, you knew straight away to cut it off.
yeah.
So yeah,
And I just clicked yes and yeah,
yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Right. Clicked that.
So it may
Anyway,
not have
count
even
down with
come up.
me. I'm tired. I gotta lay down.
Yeah, no worries.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep, count down with me. Space Bed.
All right.
All right.
Go. 5. Hello.
Here we go. 5,
Yeah. 4,
4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Peace, love, and
Peace, love, and
tacos.
tacos.
Night, everyone.
No,
Bye.
no. Bye. Bye, everyone.